one man was looking for a nerd. Agnostic one in God Ain't Real. Prove me wrong. Oh, theists. Theists. Oh, atheists. Yeah. I might get all creative and shit like that, but I was thinking that if I ever start getting like actually creative, these videos probably like doing a different channel. This one's gonna just get filled up with the raw data all by myself. Yeah, everybody is like, if it's animated, it's ChatGPT doing it. But that is a good idea, because I like talking about like the overview effect, which is like when the nerds went to the moon and they came back. A lot of people heard of it, but it's just like a psychological condition you suffer when shit's too big, you see too much. Yeah, that would be cool. Like zooming in, you just keep zooming in and just sync it up. That when I finally start talking to somebody, it like, zooms down into a city onto a particular human, like sitting in a cafe or something. And then that's who I'm talking to. Sup, atheist? I spent like, I don't know, like an hour last night trying to set up StreamerBot to try to do like highlighted chats like you see the YouTubers do it. I got the program installed. I started like dicking with shit and I couldn't figure it out, so I ended up deleting everything and then rage quitting myself to sleep. I still don't know what it does. It's supposed to do that thing where you like highlight and you do super chats or just messages and shit, like JL Warren does all the time. But I don't know how to do it. I'll figure it out though. Between me and my AI robot, we'll get it. Yeah, JL used to come into my room a lot. I think he just got burnt out on all my hate, because he's like a super nice guy. So I think he just couldn't handle it to deal with that or whatever. He likes Igtheism, but he still identifies as an atheist, I guess. But yeah, he's a cool guy. He has a good stream. I'll check it out as much as I can. I think probably a few of the things that I said kind of JL started adopting made his atheism, I think, a little bit more rigorous, but still he does suffer from the atheisms. I think one of my most proudest why can't I say this word, accomplishments on JL was back in the day. JL used to he had this and dude, look, if you ever listen to this, man, you know I'm right. Really annoying tick where he would repeat somebody's name like over and over. And I think I jumped on his shit one day and he just kind of stopped doing that. I don't know if it was me, but yeah, he doesn't do that no more. And now like his last annoying trait is just God, right? Like he doesn't, and now it's like super easy to listen to him. But yeah, there was a time, man, JL had that, I think it was just, it wasn't anything bad. It's just probably something he never really noticed himself doing. And we all kind of do it in conversations. We'll say their name to kind of snap him into it and stuff and just overdo it. But yeah, no, he didn't seem to have that issue no more. He's pretty solid stream there. He's doing pretty well. I don't know if I had anything to do with it. I just, remember snapping one day, just losing my shit. This was like, you gotta stop. It's driving me crazy. Yeah, because I think, when you say let go of atheism, I think it's because people, they get locked into it, like the false dichotomy. They've been, convinced that atheism and theism is a false dichotomy. So if you're not an atheist, you're a theist. And because it's and a lot of atheists won't admit it, but they are holding their position on emotions, right? Like, God touched us, right there on the doll. That's where God touched me. And it just leaves a lasting impression, and the atheist just has some atheists just have a difficult time, letting that go. Just, realizing this is a situation we were dropped into. We didn't choose it. It's just how it was. And you were indoctrinated into an idea, and then you grew up and realized that idea is dumb. And from there, you just should have been like a fledgling. You should have went out and found a philosophy. But it's like they stuck close to the nest, they got afraid, and they just keep telling their, the people who walk by that their parents up there in the nest, and it's just like, bro, like, you don't need that. It's just like I have no reason to go around calling myself a non-stamp collector. If stamp collectors were just starting to be assholes everywhere we went, knocking on our doors, asking us if, would you like to buy some stamps? Or like, maybe, can I see your stamp collection? Things like that. Like, it would be weird. People would be talking about it. It'd be like in the in the news and stuff, but ain't nobody bothering with fucking stamp collecting, so we just kind of ignore it. But am I an A stamp collector? Yeah, I'm an A stamp collectorist. I don't do all the things that stamp collectors do, but to define yourself with that negative, it's just like something the atheists just kind of derp out, and they don't really see that that's what they're doing. They're taking one topic and they're just labeling themselves not that, because it's a meaningful part of their life. They're, like I said, that's where on the doll they were touched by God, right there, right on the butt, or the shoulder, or something like that. All right, nerd, let's go. User, prove it. User, hey user, user, hey user, user, hey user, user. Wow, just join the room and just go fuck it. Like, dude, can you go away? You're creeping me out, man. You can't talk in here. You're an initiate, and you're kind of creeping me out, man. Go level up. Play in the server, talk to people, have fun, come back in like 24 hours, and you should be able to communicate in here. Right now, you're a weirdo because you just joined the server. So you smell weird, dude. Okay? And there's nothing I can do about it. Sup, trans? Yeah. No, it's Autumn. Can you unmute him? No, well, every time I've tried to unmute one of these guys, it says don't try. Here, I'll try. Hold on. See? It did it. He yelled at me. No, yeah, it said attempted to undo staff mute for user. Invalid. Please don't undo staff mutes. Remove mod ability for 30 seconds. So now I'm just like this fucking guy. Thanks, trans. Oh, okay. Hey, what's up, dude? Yeah, thing in reality that you would call God. Yeah, but why would you use precepts? Precepts are only for people who already agree. That's what a presupposition is. It's something you offer as true, but without justification. So it only serves for people that already agree with you. Like, if you give me a precept I don't agree with, I'm just going to tell you I don't accept it, and then you're going to have to reason non-presuppositionally if you want me to accept it, right? So presuppositions only work on people who aren't going to push back on the problem. No, so a presupposition is just defined as an assertion without justification. You're not providing like I'm sitting down. Do you accept that? Right? If you accept that I'm sitting down, I've provided you no evidence. None. No, nothing. Nothing at all. But if you accept that, you're accepting it presuppositionally, and then I'll go on to my butt's getting sore. Right? Let's just say that. My butt's not getting sore, but let's say because I'm sitting down, you accept that. My butt's getting sore. If you accept that, we can move on to the next one. So both of those would be presuppositions. Now, I could theoretically offer justification, but in this form, I'm offering it without justification, hoping that you're already buying into the concept. And then I would keep doing this, and I would say, because my butt's sore, I have laser vision. Now you're going to be like, wait, hold on, right? You're going to push back. You're not going to accept that without justification. You're going to say, hey, man, justify you got laser vision. And then I'm going to say, well, because my butt's sore, I have laser vision. And you're going to be like, dude, I don't accept that. Prove that. I'm going to be like, well, because my butt's sore, I have laser vision. I'm just going to repeat it because that's the presupposition. If I offer justification, it's no longer a presupposition. I can't offer presupposition I can't offer evidence, reason, justification for a presupposition. You have to have that coming into the room. You would have to sit down, get a sore butt, and develop laser vision yourself. And then you'd be like, yeah, that shit happens to me too. And then I would say the next thing. And then when I get to a point of disagreement, that would be the conversation, the debate, the whatever, the back and forth. But at that moment, when we find that point, we have to shift modes from presuppositions because presuppositions are offered without justification. In a debate, we're looking to justify because I'm trying to convince you and you're trying to convince me. And it's harder to do that if we genuinely disagree on a proposition that can't be reconciled through agreement, one of us has to concede. So we're going to have to frame shift from presuppositions to something else. So that's why I'm asking, why would you use presuppositions? That only works for people that already agree with you.
They interpret reality, and every paradigm has certain presuppositions that aren't necessarily questioned or that most people don't question. And I would first then ask you, would you agree with that?
What are you saying, that other people use presuppositions they don't justify?
Basically, every person.
Yeah, presuppositions are offered without justification. If you're not offering justification for your presupposition, you're doing it right. So yes, every belief I have, I can offer presuppositionally.
So,
Like,
what is the fundamental, like, what's the first layer of your paradigm? Where does it start?
for me, I'm foundationally an empiricist because I think my journey begins at experience. But experience and empiricism are not the same thing. Empiricism is a philosophical model that puts experience first and primary in understanding. But whether or not you're an empiricist, experience is something you do. And often people conflate, because I appeal to experience, that I'm appealing to empiricism. Not. You aren't going to have any information about external reality if there's no experience. You're not even going to have any knowledge about internal reality unless there's experience. This goes back to Descartes. I think, therefore, I am, saying that my experience of existing is my reality, right? It's an axiom of your existence.
So, would you then, would you say you are in line with Descartes' way of thinking, or are you
I don't
disregarding that?
disagree with his assertion, but I think it's sort of vapid for understanding what's outside, right? It doesn't tell me about
Sure.
you, Descartes, right? You're not inside my brain. Descartes' only referring to what's inside my brain. So it works to serve as a foundation of reason for why you believe you exist, and you're not, you're subject to a solipsistic nightmare, right? That's what Descartes offers us. But I found that there's really no substance in there. There's nothing to work with there. And it doesn't flesh out what you are, why I'm so ignorant of your life, right? That it's an incompatible, because if Descartes' right and you are just me and I'm imagining you, then my brain has all your information, or whatever my experience is. It may not be a brain, but it's whatever is the bearer of the experience would have all of your information. And since I don't have access to any of your information, I don't know anything about you, there's a continuity error here. There's an inconsistency in that experience. So I have to get myself out of that, right? I have to have a model that explains why you. And so I just fall back on presuppositions here. But remember, I'm foundationally an empiricist. I'm not offering you any presuppositions. If you ask me why I'm foundationally an empiricist, I'll give you these presuppositions so that you can kind of see and investigate for yourself if that's a reasonable standard. And I think with 3 presuppositions, we show the importance of experience. So my first presupposition is that I exist and I use my senses to experience reality. My second presupposition is that you exist and you use your senses to experience reality. And then my third presupposition is, I think, the meat and potatoes, which is we. We exist and we're using our senses to experience reality, but there's a difference between our advantages, a difference between our perceptions, a difference between our intelligences, attention spans. There's all these differences between me and you that will build up to be collectively more information than we would have been able to flesh out by ourselves. So there's a power in the concept of we that goes beyond our immediate limitations. Like, why don't I know any of your information? The we rectifies that problem. I don't have any of that information because I remember my second presupposition and just have incorporated that into a general understanding through collaboration. That's the we third presupposition. So if you see the theme in all of these presuppositions, it's I experience, right? I'm experiencing and I'm using my senses to do that. So if it's foundational here, then it seems to serve as a proper foundation, that it is foundational because it serves as a foundation. So I just use that when people say why or what reason do you start with empiricism, that's the reason. But the problem with going in that direction is that if you deny those presuppositions, any one of those three presuppositions, I have to, like, out of humanity, end the conversation, right? I cut it off because we're just never really going to be able to communicate if you can't grant that I exist, that you exist, and that we share it, that we have a shared interrelated experience.
Okay. And how do you make, I don't know if you make it, I'm assuming this, but how do you make a step towards being able to, I guess, how do I say it, justify perhaps things like universals or things like metaphysics from your initial starting point?
It wouldn't be initial, it would be through Bayesian reasoning. Once I build a confidence score on the issue, and I would do that through collaboration, then I would begin asserting the confidence that I have on a Bayesian model.
So would you then conclude something to be objective, or are you basically saying, I'm guessing this to be objective, but I'm not 100% sure?
I don't know what does it mean I'm guessing it to be. Are you just saying that I'm assuming something has ontology?
Um, Assuming something to have ontology. Well, I'm trying to refer more, so I'm not well versed in philosophy, but I'm more so trying
Ontology refers to the like
to
the
being.
essence, yeah, of
Yeah,
being, yeah.
that I know.
And then
But I'm trying to,
epistemology refers to what
yeah, how
what
to
we're
ground.
saying about it. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I know a little bit of basics, but I'm a slow boy, you know?
it's fine. I'm an anti nerd. I'm not a nerd, so I had to learn this the hard way.
Yeah, I'm starting, but from what I've gathered so far is that your starting layer is your personal experience and shared experience with other humans that have lived or are living, and through that initial layer, you worked forward. And I guess I'm trying to figure out um, how do you go to, for instance, universals or objectives from your
Well,
initial
I
starting
really
point.
don't. I call it what I call it is nerd space. Um, so I have my visceral sensation of reality that I'm here, I'm looking around, and things seem away in a particular way. They seem to be a particular way.
Sure.
I just grant that because it's just my experience. So what I'm perceiving, I grant is true because it's just my experience. What would I be pushing back against, right? I would only be pushing back against some notion that I can't trust the reliability of my senses, but I don't need to because what I'm really hinged on is the shared interrelated experience. So whether or not I'm perceiving it properly, that's fleshed out with the collective. The collective observation can flesh out inconsistencies, and then we can test those inconsistencies and model the explanation. So I'm not really concerned about whether my one mind can do any particular trick that the collective can't do.
There's a collective consensus you would appeal to
Not a
determine so.
consensus, but a
Okay,
collective contribution, right? Because whether or not one guy is an anomaly in the collective and he's saying one thing, the one thing is as important to the whole as all, right? It's data, and you should take that data into consideration. And I think when you look at a mountain of data like this, what you're really trying to do is flesh out patterns. And those patterns are things that the collective can perceive. And the patterns are what we flesh out. And those patterns take form of things like science, scientific reasoning, methodological naturalism, and then all the subcategories of that we're just fleshing out what we feel or seem to be in reality. We convey that through discourse in the third presupposition, but really it's foundationally empiricism. So it's just we have to admit that without experience, we're never really going to have a non-arbitrary starting point to talk about the nature of reality. We would need that shared interrelated experience, because the thing I'm perceiving that you're perceiving is the thing neither one of us is asserting, right? It's not part of my assertion. When I say it out
it
loud,
just is.
you perceive it, right? That's the importance of the shared interrelated experience. And if you don't perceive it, that's information I need to know, because that's interesting. That tells me I'm colorblind, right? That's how we figured out colorblindness, is that there's this incompatibility in the pattern. People like me kept picking the wrong picture or not seeing the image that was a pattern that other people could see.
Would your worldview eventually would you say it's subjectivist to a certain
No,
degree?
I don't really believe in subjectivity. I believe subjectivity is a subset of objectivity. Like all of your thoughts and opinions and preferences exist as an independent fact of my reality. The entirety of your being is an object that I can observe from a distance and I can go up and touch and measure. So you're confusing on certain levels. Like when I split your brain open and I start getting inside and stuff, I start realizing there's processes going on. And those processes are much more difficult to nail down than the physical substance thing that you are. But the other physical substance thing that you are, which is the flow of energy that's inside that we call process, is much more intangible than the physicality of, the baryonic matter that causes force pushback. See what I'm saying? It's easy to say that these emergent functions don't exist because they're so hard as manifest of their own thing. We see them as the function of the system. So you have structure and function, and people get tripped up that function doesn't have baryons. So does it exist? And it's like, well, it exists in that it's a function.
I'm not entirely certain on this specific area, but I want to ask a different question, but related still. How do you then work with ethics and so forth?
Well, I mean, it begins that I'm a ground monkey. So I have a pathophysiology, right? I'm a social animal. And because of this, I needed traits as this animal to cooperate. We're a species that's born out through millions of years of social cooperation. So we have certain evolutionary advents that allow or facilitate those kind of interactions. So I just utilize morality like I utilize balance and walking. It's just something I do, like Spider-Man said. It's like I don't do breathing.
Do you then believe in objective morality?
If you scope it weird, but like I said, I believe everything is objective, but there's a meaningful distinction in what we call subjective, right? There's a difference between subjective and objective, and so subjectivity is just being a class of or a type of objectivity.
Is this objectivity that you refer to some kind of Platonic ideal that exists in
No,
the metaphysical realm?
no, because I would just be appealing to human behaviors, dispositions, attitudes, things like that. Those exist as behavior. They're part of that non-tangible existence, but it's tangible. Don't get me wrong. It's like electricity's tangible, but we look at it like it's not because it's not a thing that you could pick up and set down. But that's a confusion by perception due to the type of animal we are, that we don't perceive processes the same way as we perceive, concrete objects. But they are real as anything. What is traveling without a car? If you take the car out of the situation, what is traveling? Right? It doesn't make any sense. Traveling is just what the car is doing.
Okay. Um,
But that action there, when it does a lot of work, we say it's what the car is doing. We're not saying there's anything in reality that is not the car. It's just car as action. There is action, and action enriches our ability to describe. So there's a lot of action, like verbs and shit like that in our language to describe that less tangible aspect of reality. You can't go out and pick up a process, right? They're intangible in that way. But we have this word about intangibility, which references our ability to pick things up and move it around and interact with it like it's a physical object. And we kind of miss the beat there that, like all emergent functions are that. They're all actual things, but we confuse it through the language where we say emergent function. We just mean the process of the thing.
do you then disregard metaphysics?
Yes.
So when someone says something like, what about the laws of logic or mathematics? What do you then say?
Those are descriptions of just how we think we perceive reality working in a law-like consistent manner. There are no laws of physics. That's not a thing. That's laws of physics are what we model. We just say reality's working like this, and we call that a law. But it's just only because of the invariant nature of a law that we call it a law. The moment we find variation, we're not going to call it a law anymore. So it's a map
And
that we're drawing.
and how can you prove this to be like, for instance, how could you
Bayesian.
prove that the Okay, I'm not aware with this Bayesian stuff,
Oh,
but
Bayesian. Yeah, Bayesian reasoning is a statistical model, so it requires priors, right? Like, so you could say, let's say I have no priors, and I don't know
you
what's
mind if I
outside.
interrupt you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Would this Bayesian framework not presuppose the usage of logic itself?
No, because you're employing logic.
But
You
what
don't
if logic,
presuppose logic.
perhaps,
You
perhaps?
just use it. Like your brain is using logic. I don't mean like your consciousness is using logic. I mean like your hypothalamus is using logic. It doesn't know it's using logic, but it is. Your cerebellum is employing logic, but it doesn't know it's doing logic. It's just you got input output. That's logic, right? A feedback loop is logic, right? If you a positive or a negative feedback loop, it's a logical thing, right? We could describe these things as logic systems. They're logic gates, open and closed. Like neurons work by a system of logic of gates, well, not gates, but synaptic interactions either occurring or not, right? This is on and off, right? So the reason we have developed this concept of logic is through our interaction with reality, and we see that reality is performing law-like actions that are invariant. So we describe it as such. But when our observations suggest to us otherwise, we would take away the concept that this is a law, right? But remember, everything about physics and logic and all that stuff is a map that we're drawing. We're drawing a map of what we think is a territory, right? What we think is the way things are. But we can never really represent the way things are because we communicate. We're communicating right now symbolically. So everything about our experience, we miscommunicate necessarily through the lens of symbolic reasoning. That you grew up wherever you grew up, and you were influenced in a way, and you picked up subtle variations in the way that language works. Words mean different things to the user of the word, and through discourse, we flesh out those differences, and we call it ambiguity. And because of the ambiguity, the natural ambiguity of language, we have over time invented rules to language, which would be like syntax, context, things like this help us communicate. And these theisms and anti-theisms and stuff like really center around this notion of logic and how we communicate these ideas that are difficult to express. And because of the difficulty, it opens up a lot of like incredulity. If you're a religious person, you were likely indoctrinated on ignorance. And so you are keen to look for ignorance in other people because this is the confidence, right? The way that they instill confidence is to minimize what you can know. They try to make you dumber so that they can get past you some principles that people like me might hear. And I've just been around and hearing all the memes and I'm thinking about it in a way and I see it in a different light. So we have to be real careful when we're talking about philosophy, about these kinds of natures and what things are. And so there's weirdness around the topics and weird stuff gets asked. People believe in magic and look for magic. And if that's what you're doing, I can't help you because I don't have a model of reasoning that allows me to take you from magic to non-magic because I've never actually experienced magic. So it's just not part of my thing. And thus we can't build laws and models on magical reasoning, right? Because there is no such thing as magical reasoning. What magical reasoning is the result of our parents not educating us properly and convincing us of obvious falsehoods, which is why these things are so, it's not hard to prove logic. It's super easy. It should be super easy to do magic and do all these weird things, but it's not. The universe is telling us something else. The universe is telling us it's operating in one way, in this law-like way of invariant nature. So you're asking, like, what justifies that? The priors, right? I was going to say, like, if I've never been outside and I go outside, I'm going to learn a bunch of stuff being there and interacting with it. And then when I go back inside, I can no longer say I've never been outside. And so my opinion of what's outside is skewed by what I've experienced as being outside. Now, because I've experienced the being outside, I have a prior. So the next time that I go outside, I can use that prior to say what's going to happen out there. So I'm going to say, there's a tree out there. And then I get up and I walk outside and I see the tree. And that's a confirmation of that. But it's an it's a real-time endeavor, because I'm going to come back inside. I'm going to sit down, continue talking to you. Later on, my dog's going to need to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go outside knowing there's a tree outside. Somebody cut down and is no longer there. So my priors my priors are just as valid as they were before, but my priors inform my future predictions. And so now that I've been outside and I've seen the tree that has been cut down, logic tells me it's one directional. This is entropy. Trees don't magically reappear. So now I have a prior of it being cut down, even though I had all the priors of it being alive. This new prior negates my prior information. So if I say there's a tree outside, that's wrong. There's no tree outside. I should know that because of my prior. The guess is fine to be wrong because you're using that to build the prior. So there's nothing wrong with developing Bayesian reasoning, because what you're doing is you're reaffirming it every time. It's not just one assertion. It's not just one observation. When you walk outside and you see a tree, depending on how long you're there, you may see 1 billion observations, 1 trillion observations, because it's a real-time update. The moment that tree, I mean the femtosecond, that tree disappears and it's no longer part of your experience, your brain will begin computating that and it's updating it in real time. And by the time it's done processing that information, you will believe that tree has disappeared.
Would you say that in human history there's a teleological goal where we're going towards, or would you be more in the camp of saying that it's cyclical?
Wait, say that first part again.
Do you believe there's teleology, like a
No.
teleological? No, there is no purpose in history.
No, there's patterns, and I think that's what confuses us. That we have a notion of purpose and we have a notion of patterns, and they're so close in our brain that we kind of conflate them.
Why do you think that throughout human history, basically every society that we look at, that we at least have on record, why do you think there's this disposition to first perhaps form culture, and from culture forms theism, or a form of theism?
Well, not all cultures did that. Look up the Purahas.
Oh yeah, there are
Puriha.
definitely outliers, but the overwhelming majority of them in
Yeah,
history did do that.
yeah. I'm just prefacing it that not all cultures do that. But to answer, it's through inculcation, the inculcative process of making a brand new monkey. Like we make a baby, it pops out, and we are immediately inculcating it. I always tell people and caution them to remember, like, your first memory statistically should somewhere be around 4 to 7 years old. That should be your first memory. And likely that memory was a traumatic memory. And I mean toddler trauma. I don't mean adult trauma. I mean like dropping your binky, right? Getting too much mashed potatoes in your teeth or something like that. That's toddler trauma. Or being beaten, right? That's also toddler trauma. But these traumatic events early on in our life help the amygdala to formulate a memory. The memory acquisition is tied to the amygdala, and the amygdala is also a place where our emotions are packed. We have a disposition towards things in our memory, and a position towards things in our memory, and it's what helps solidify. It's our emotional drive to experience, to continue going and stuff like that.
But my question was, why historically are humans prone to developing metaphysical systems to interpret
Inculcation.
reality? I don't
It's
really find that a very satisfying answer.
Why not? Like, that's where you're getting the information. You didn't get any information about God from nature. You got it from your interactions with your fellow human. You were told about it, or you read about it in a book or something like that. It's Chinese whispers. You know what Chinese whispers is?
Sure, but
So each family, each unit, right, like each generation is a telephone. And they call the next generation and they tell them about their beliefs, right? And it's an endless broken chain, or an unbroken chain through time. Like each generation, your moms, dads, all those people were in your boat. They were born into a society that was already running and functioning. You're a brand new member of an old culture. And so as soon as you're dropped into this world, you are being inculcated by everyone around you. It's why you poop sitting down, you eat with whatever hand, you have a utensil that works in a particular way. These are choices that society has determined they wanted, and you're dropped into it, and you just got to kind of learn what's going on around you until you could start manipulating with the facts. You could start determining what's right and wrong for yourself, and as your brain develops and picks up these new tasks, you become more and more mature until you're an adult and we can reason with you. But for like the first 5 years of your life, you technically didn't even exist. You had a name, you had preferences, you probably knew your dog's name and stuff like that, where you lived, but you didn't even know you were in there yet because your brain wasn't sophisticated to produce that conscious, sapient self-awareness that we're using right now to have a conversation with each
So if a human is born isolated without any experience from any other humans and such, you would say that they would not form some kind of
other. They
theistic
would
ideas?
No, they wouldn't really formulate any kind of ideas. They wouldn't be psychologically primed to think. That's the thing. The story of Romulus and Remus only carries some weight. It's actually physically not possible because human beings learn through psychological priming. Like when you learned language, you acquired language over a very long period of time through passive inculcation. You were just sitting there baby babbling. Baby babble is the baby's attempt to learn how to use the Broca's and Wernicke's area of the brain mostly, which is how we manipulate our mouths to formulate the structure of linguistics, right? That it's a pattern that we have to match. It's a game we have to play by the rules. And we've co-opted our ability to communicate to do language. But, language is likely born off the back of emotions, right? Which would be the common symbol in each of our brains, that when I'm angry, I feel a particular way. But what's interesting is that when you're angry, you basically feel that same way. So this was a way that we could take a shared common experience and then give it meaning through lexicon. So when we get angry and we're disposed to angry, we make certain sounds. We begin more diaphragmatic breathing, our octave levels go up. And because of the vocalistics, the sounds come out. Like if you hear a chimp, they sound in a particular way. If you hear a human, they sound in a particular way. It's just what we're doing is a very complex task. Look at the lyrebird. I don't know if you've ever seen a lyrebird, but if you say, well, I can identify a bird, right? And be like, that's a parrot. Okay, well, yeah, that's great. Well, that's an eagle. Oh, that's a good job there. That's you're good at doing that. But the whole time it was a lyrebird because a lyrebird can do car alarms, right? Like, so you have to look at the range of possibilities within your environment and try to flesh out the most likely answer. So because we're social animals, we have all these baked in natural talents like morality. How could I be a social animal if I couldn't understand the dangers of pissing you off? I need to be able to make predictions about your behavior and infer them from my own. That if I poke you too hard, you will harm me. You poke me too hard, I will harm you. And so out of social cohesion, our brains have learned to map those kinds of behaviors and correlate them to our emotional disposition. So we have invented the lexicon of words to convey that kind of social cohesive meaning, right? But then we just kept getting more and more complicated until we're doing what's called human linguistics. This is a very complex thing that even the lyrebird, even though the lyrebird has a wider range of vocalistics, they lack their structures of the brain to logically computate meaning and inferential reasoning and stuff like that. So you have to learn to train yourself to accept models like Bayesian reasoning, that it's okay to build a confidence over time and not rely on your foundation being infallible, because you're not infallible, and your foundation is you. Like in my presuppositions and in Descartes, the foundation is experience. So you got to make sense of the experience as it is and not as you would like it to be. And the type of animal that you are, you're just thrown into the world with supreme maximum ignorance, left to figure it out, hoping that the people who are raising you are providing you the proper memetics. And that's the issue, is that most people are not providing their child the proper memetics. They're giving them memetics born of Chinese whispers, and all of these things are from a time that's no longer relevant to us. We have to make these kinds of adjustments in our social world, that these kinds of dogmatic superstitions don't have the ability to evenly and without much turbulence spread out in society and just be normal, right? But there's a lot of cultural discontent, discord, right? People have different ideas because there's just so many people, right? There's so many people in this world that we're culturally isolated. And so we're building up mutations in our cultures that over time cause culture shock and war and stuff like that.
I have one more question and then I'll go. Thank you for answering all my questions. I appreciate it. Um, do you see the way you interpret reality, the framework or paradigm from which you reason, as a evolution post
Yeah.
Renaissance?
Whoa. Sorry.
Yeah, do
Keep
you
going.
see it? Yeah, do you see it as an historical evolution post Renaissance, or is this? Do you see it in a different manner?
I think there are giants from that era, but there are giants from all the eras that I think go into building a modern concept of reality. Because we've been at it so long and we've all had different times, places, locations to come to these conclusions, there's a wide breadth of information for people in the modern era to utilize. The access to information we have right now is fucking off the charts. Just, go back 50 years. In my life, access to information has, gone up many different magnitudes, right? So yeah. I think there are certain elements that transcend time, right? Because they're basic patterns that we all recognize as social animals. But we have to caution that these patterns build on themselves, and we make that pattern much more complicated until you get to worldview status, right? Worldviews and stuff, where you're trying to smush together a multitude of concepts together. And we're all of a conflicting mind. All of us have ideas that conflict in our mind. And this just is a throwback to what I'm saying, that you are a monkey just dropped into a world of monkeys. You didn't start at the beginning. You started at chapter 700 billion. Right? Like, there's so much history before us that, the giants have figured out and left for us as morsels. And so we should take advantage of that and build models. We should recognize the fruits of a bottom-up thinking rather than a top-down thinking, because a top-down thinking doesn't have room to grow. You started at the top, and the ground is going to be your limit. A bottom-up is the sky's the limit. You just make the base bigger, and now you can get your pyramid taller.
All right. Well, thank you. Have a good day. Thank you for your answers.
Yeah, man.
Bye bye.
That should be some decent content for me to put into mimetic form so that I could brainwash people.
Fun stuff.
So, I mean, these people are just, it sucks that the conversation is and always goes back to, and people just can't handle that kind of critical analysis on the people they love the most, the people they trust, the people that raise them. It undermines us to a level, and if you're just stepping into those waters to look at the inculcative process, you're going to get wet. It's going to be uncomfortable because the water's cold. But you just got to come to terms with it. It ain't your parents' fault. It ain't your fault. It ain't your baby's fault. It ain't nobody's fucking fault, right? We're just dropped into this fucking world, and we're left to figure it out. Be glad you're not a fucking squirrel or something where you've got a time limit, and then fuck you, right? Like, just, you are left to your own. You are kicked out the nest, and now it's just reset. Every generation, reset. You kick them out, and you don't teach, right? You just prepare for survival and kick them out. Us humans, we don't do that. We don't prepare for survival and kick out. We have built a house out of this world that we all live in, right? We're under like one shared roof with this idea, so we're dug in, But yeah, getting past that hurdle that I intentionally plant, that I intentionally build it like it's this malicious thing your parents did, right? Because there's weight, and that's the thing. It's like we have to be responsible when we make that decision to inculcate our children, to give them information. That is a big decision, and I think we do not evaluate that decision as important as it is. And so I like to bring up things like, would you let your neighbor have unfettered access to your child's brain and naturally like everybody else? But like, hell no, fuck that. I don't want anybody having access to my child's brain and inculcating. Fuck that, right? And it's just like, yeah, well, you're somebody's neighbor. Your neighbor's looking at you that you're just so incompetent, right? You know how to cook the burgers and flip, the hot dogs at the right time, but you're so fucking incompetent that you lack the capacity to educate my child in religion because I am the world expert in. You see, that's the delusion of a parent, that I know best for my child. No, you fucking don't. You don't know the best for your child. You're not even close to being the best parent on the fucking planet, right? This is a delusion every parent has, that because it slid out of your balls, you just became an expert, right? But then you look at the like culture and it's just like, yeah, you're you know, bastard, right? You don't even have a dad, shit like that. There's like all these fucking problems in society. It's just like, yeah, it's clearly and obviously not true that you have your best interest or your child's best interest in mind because they came out of you. But it's this thing that we say because it builds us up. It makes us feel powerful. That's my child. You won't tell my child, gee, you won't discipline my child. Right? We have this mentality because it comes back to that survival notion. Like, you are the one who is most likely to protect your own child. You. Even though you are likely an invalid and don't know the first fucking thing about being a parent, you are still the best person for the job because of that proximity, that emotional connection. That connection that you have with your child is going to, for the most part, for most humans, supersede any of the other bullshit. That is your offspring, and you will irrationally protect it. And that's the key. That's one of the keys, right? That you will irrationally protect your child. Your protection of your child is not rational. It is at its core the most irrational because you are just appealing to emotions there. And you have to be able to recognize that your neighbor is probably or could be and reasonably be in a better position to educate your child on a religion than you are, right? How do you know your neighbor isn't the new neighbor isn't your church's new pastor, right? But you sitting in your house judging the neighbor as not you and therefore can't educate your child in religion before you even know who your neighbor is nonsense. That's narcissism. Like, what right does a parent think that they have by virtue of it slid out of their balls to shape the future, the entire future of this person, right? Because you're going to die at some point being the parent, and your child is going to be left on this planet all by itself. So where are you going to be to shape its future? You got to prepare it for the best, right? Set it up for the success that you want it to have. But like inculcating your child on principles that you don't have the education on, things like that, it has to begin to be seen as an unethical process. We have to begin asking ourselves, what right do we have to inculcate our children? Because your child's inculcation does not stop at the threshold of your door. They go outside. You bring your inculcation outside. And that's a problem for society. So you don't have the right to teach your child anything you want because you are the parent. Teach your child to be a murderer. Society disagrees. Rape, theft, all these things. You cannot and have no right to tell your child anything you want. It's a platitude we tell ourselves to gaslight ourselves because we suck and we want to be important. And this is how we make ourselves into gods. This is one of the ways that we make ourselves into slave masters and people with dominant traits, is we take all of our shit and we put it on our children, and they become our little slaves, our little vassals, our little properties. And we treat them that way, not understanding that that's going to be a big boy one day. That little kid right there is going to grow up and have a big brain. And one day they may be able to figure out if dad and mom has been gaslighting them. And that's what happened to me. It's what happens to a lot of people. They wake up into this world where it's rich with information. They get access to that information. And then they tell their parents to go fuck yourself. You're a horrible person because you lied and gaslit me my entire life. And you've made me cognitively retarded, right? You've denied access to my brain that I could have had years ago that would have helped me come to a better conclusion on things. But because you felt that that information was bad for me, you tried to shelter me from that. And the society that I'm in informed me of it. So we just set ourselves up for disaster when we take it too far and start acting like, because, it's my child, it'll be my religion. But that's, try to tell a parent that. Try to tell a parent that. See if they don't. And again, you have to be able to observe human behavior and see how hard you can poke them. Telling a parent you can't educate your child in your own religion, that's poking too hard. That's still poking too hard. You got to poke different areas if you want them to like that kind of poke one day. It's just one of those elements or aspects of society that you just don't fuck with. No, not for no good logical reason. It's just because the dude will fly off the fucking handle and somebody will get hurt.
I mean, the same shit if you wanted to tell a vegan parent not to make their kids vegan.
Yeah, no,
What?
the eating habits like are a little different than the medics, but you want to like make sure that they're provided with the proper sustenance. But veganism and Christianity, I don't think are close. I think it's
Oh,
yeah, it's in my opinion for that, like in a
no.
meaning sense, I guess.
I'm just saying that parents feel like they have rights over everything, not just like religion. That's it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if I want my daughter's tablet, I'm going to take my daughter's tablet because if she's doing stuff she's not supposed to, she has to understand there's consequences for that. But like anti nerd said, that literally, I'm not going to gaslight my kid and lie to them about some stupid shit. Like I'm going to try to be honest as best I can.
Yeah,
To my knowledge.
and I'm also just adding to that this delusion that you can do what you want, right? It's like, no, you can't do what you want. You cannot do what you want when it comes to your child.
No, my homeschool program must meet all state requirements, and all work submitted and stuff must be proven that the child is actually doing the work. So you know what I mean? Like you don't have that, and that's a good thing because, like you said, there'd be a lot of missing kids.
Yeah, and like Eve was bringing up, that you have those kinds of certain obligations, and I think when it comes to this psychological development, when it comes to human growth and development, psychology's part of development, and I consider cognitive malnourishment like I consider regular malnourishment. If you're not providing your kid the proteins, they're gonna underdevelop. If you're not providing the kid the mental stimuli, they're going to underdevelop.
Yeah, and sometimes like non-emotionally stable parents, like I am not claiming to be one of those. I just am attempting to not let my emotions overrun my actions, and trying to teach kids, your own kids especially, like how to deal with the different feelings that they get.
Yeah,
Is,
exactly. And that's why I have personally become a paragon of self-control.
but I
That
still
was-
question if like
that was
I'm
a
doing
joke.
it right. You know what I'm saying? I'm still questioning if I'm doing it right. And like I don't know if I am, but I think I don't know. I'll know when they're older.
Well, that question, that statement right there is, what keeps us from becoming narcissists is that we doubt, right? That's why we get the trope of there's no book on parenting, even though there's a lot of books on parenting. Say there's no book on parenting because you're winging it. You can study all you want. That's not going to mean that you're a good parent because you read all the fucking books on parenting. There still is no book on parenting. They haven't updated to the new version. Shit's changed. Changes all the time. Changes every fucking minute. Shit changed. You always got to update that book.
Dude, every time I get up and go to work, I put an update in the fucking book. But no, as a parent, I don't have a right to teach my kids to be shitty. Like that should be like banned or something. Like
Yeah, and it's hard to get people to accept that to say that religious indoctrination may be taking it too far, just like a barbed wire fucking switch is taking discipline too far. Like, yeah, you can discipline your child to a point. You can tell your children opinions to a point, but when you start preaching your opinions as absolute fact and then you discipline, yeah, that's fucking child abuse right there. I don't give a fuck if this society does not agree that that's child abuse. When I see it, that's what it feels like, that it's child abuse, and I see it fucking everywhere. Everyone's fucking whole buildings for child abuse on every fucking street corner. Fucking hate that shit. Most of us were abused this way. Most of us can relate to it, but none of us want to put it fucking two and two together on this shit. Frustrating.
yeah, like everything my parents did, I'm just not gonna do that shit. That's my takeaway. Like that's how I have to move forward in my existence because as long as I don't put my kids through what my parents put me through, maybe they'll have a better shot.
Yeah, and I think that's the prime role of a parent, is that at whatever age you fucked up and had a kid at, you were at a certain stage of development, and whatever you believe is true, you should be trying to get your child to at least your aptitude, at least your condition. And if you know, like if you know in your life you transitioned those beliefs, you should teach your kid what you know as an adult, but teach it like a child will understand it. You shouldn't take that opportunity to lie to your child on the same lie you figured out because it's part of your culture. I think if we stopped doing that, we would progress past a lot of these social hangups. But because of the way all of this works, it takes multiple generations for the effects to come out. And so we need more long-term planning here. We have too much immediacy of concern that we can't really plan for the long haul on that, and just kind of let things unfold that way. Like life is too chaotic, right? It's too fast. It's too permanent, right? And you got to do what's kind of like we always fall back on, what's best for my child. And we've learned, like, take the concept of sex. Most adults will tell you there's nothing wrong with sex. Sex is fine. And then you say to them, okay, we'll tell your 7-year-old that. And it's like, whoa, really? It's like, oh, I thought you just said it was fine, right? But it's we right? There's this issue, right? And it's not fine. It is not fine. Sex is not fine, or it's not wrong, right? Like, what is it? Is sex perfectly fine, or is it all fucked up? Like, what is it? And it's a combination of both, right? Because it can be taken too far. Plus, when it comes to the development of a child, we have learned when is the appropriate time to introduce the topic of sex. It's not early. The later, the better, because sex is a very, very powerful psychological primer, right? It's something of interest that the brain loves. It's a direct visceral tap to oxytocin and dopamine. And so it distracts the brain when you're developing. If you can foster, like, for example, the longer you can cut off that sexual distraction, they'll be more distracted by the things that the kid's finding interesting, which is, all the logic and the topics of learning and, the arts and stuff like that. But we see in psychology that when you psychologically prime a child too early, their entire world breaks down because they become fixated on that emotion and they learn basically nothing else, and they become psychologically stunted, developmentally stunted. Lots of damage occurs to a child when you do something to them that as an adult they find perfectly normal. It's because as an adult, your brain has had time to develop and build the concepts of understanding when it comes to those kinds of activities. It's why human growth and development has pushed the age of consent and stuff like that, not just on sex, but like on getting a fucking job. Like, we have pushed the age of consent farther away from child and more towards adult, because we understand that a child needs time to psychologically develop normally and naturally. There's a developmental process to how a child learns and becomes an adult. And there is a methodology that the nerds have come up with that has a high efficacy, right? Which is delayed sexual gratification for early logical development, right? You don't want to give children video games, right? We know this. You don't want to give a child a video game, because what happens? They enjoy it. And that's a fucking problem, because a child's life should be spent doing a lot of things they don't enjoy doing. You're teaching them hard and difficult tasks. They're gonna gas out. And the more opportunities their brain has to distract themselves from that cultural inculcation of education, the less likely they are to succeed in the long haul. So, like, if you can agree that giving your kid video games too early is bad for their psychological development, why would you think giving them a religion too early is not bad for their psychological?
It's that double standard. It's like, but yeah, you're right.
Oh, guys, I see God today.
So can you prove your God exists?
Yeah, bro, I just saw him today.
All right, go
You didn't
ahead.
ask that.
We're ready for the evidence of seeing him.
The evidence. So I opened my eyes and I saw him.
Yo, look, we're not asking you to repeat the experience you had. We're asking you to make a string of words so that we'll have the experience. Can you do that?
Yes.
All right, do it or get banned. The next time you
So
repeat yourself, you're getting banned.
So I saw God in front of me. I went on my knees and I told him,
Not even worth a while.
Yeah, that's definitely fine. The thing I would ask the YouTube audience, though, I don't mind people popping in and having that, but I do have a rule of no chat freeloading. So if you want to chat freeload, do it on YouTube. But yeah, if you have questions, you could always just come in and say, hey, I'm from YouTube. I have a question. I wanted to get into, the audio clip or whatever and be part of the discussion. I have no issues with that, but I do have a rule in this room, no chat freeloading. So if you guys would, when you're done, just disconnect. I mean, it's live. You can still hear it and stuff, but I like to keep the airways free for, the people who participate. But that's not saying that if you want to come in the room and stay and participate and follow all the rules and deal with me being an asshole and shit like that, yeah, you're welcome to stay here and engage in the topic and get in on the discourse and stuff like that. But it's two different worlds. YouTube versus Discord are, this is the battleground here on Discord, and YouTube is kind of like the sidelines and stuff like that. But I don't want to show any kind of favoritism or anything like that. So all the room rules still apply. But yeah, if you come in and you're prepared to put your shit on the line and argue your burdens, I have no issues with people coming in and helping support the goal, right, of Igtheist Ragnarok.
Unfucking your mind.
Because there's no rule that you have to be like an Igtheist to be in my room. Oh shit, I was putting that lid on right next to my microphone. There's no rule that says you got to be an Igtheist. I don't have that rule. We got atheists. We have a dude who comes in here, David. He's like a quasi-theist of some kind. We haven't really played. He came in as a Christian, but he's expressed doubt with his interactions with us. So he's like in a transitionary phase. But yeah, you might hear one of us be like, hey, prove it, and blah, blah, and we don't know you. There's going to be some tension like that until the regulars get to know you and they just kind of see, your name and shit. But yeah, we get a lot of people that just want to kind of sit there and listen and record and, do whatever they're doing with it. I don't know what they're doing with it. People, it's probably for the lulz and shit like that. I don't particularly think I'm a lol cow. I understand that I'm a powder keg and people go after powder kegs as lol cows, but typically powder kegs are low IQ along with low EQ. I'm a moderate IQ and low EQ. So even though I'm a powder keg, my blow-ups don't serve well for the knuckle-dragging audience because, my blow-ups are just sort of an integral part of my personal philosophy, and so they happen so much that they don't detract from my message. They're just vitriolic-laden, statements that I make, but the problem people have with, I guess, clipping me and putting me up on the internet is that they're helping me. If they ended up doing that, they're helping me because people are hearing what I'm saying, and you may be attracted to my tonality and stuff like that, but if you're listening to my words and not my tone, it's like self-defeating for the intent of blasting me out there as a powder keg who blows up, because it's like, yeah, he's a powder keg that blows up that will literally cognitively butt fuck you with the shit that he's saying. So, be careful. I'm not just a powder keg, right? So I don't really make for a good YouTube locale. At least that's my theory. It would be like if I was Darth Dawkins and I was a fucking moron presuppositionalist and I had Dunning-Kruger and shit like that. Yeah, I would be a locale because I got the attitude to be a good locale, but I just don't have the philosophy to make a good locale. But yeah, I tell people on this particular channel, anything you see posted on this show, you can use. I don't care. It's all educational shit. No proprietary information on here. But you see, if I make another channel, that shit's my personal shit, and I'm going to be using it that way. But yeah, anything on here, free to the world. So far, I'm unscathed. I have not seen any videos being posted about the dumb shit that I say and a bunch of people laughing at me. I haven't seen it yet. So if you got links, I'm interested. And honestly, I am interested because I would like to critique those. Those are ones that I would like to critique. I've sat down and thought about critiquing, videos, and I think I can only really do a reaction video to someone who's talking about some shit that I said, because there's not really a lot of people out there saying the shit that I'm saying that I can critique, right? So I would have to go through atheist videos, theist videos, things like that. Like Igtheist, I don't even like other Igtheist videos because they're fucking nerds, man. Like the fucking Igtheists out there, they're all fucking nerds, right? Like every goddamn fucking atheist I've ever known is a goddamn nerd. I can't find, you know, many atheists. Well, there's a few atheists, like especially Piddle. He's more of an anti-nerd. The guys that hang out here are kind of anti-nerd. You know, I don't know. Yeah. Darth is a genuine piece of shit, man. That guy's got fucking serious ethical problems. I can't deal with him. I've known him since Pal Talk, before Discord existed. I was talking to that fucking asshole. It's crazy too, man. Like, you could tell Darth has a psychological problem, because if this dude was intelligent, he would monetize himself. He could make money off of himself being a lolcow. Like, I'm telling you, if he put out his own content, people would listen to him. They would go to his stuff and he would get a lot of views. But he just lets people like Time Rabbit do it. Like, it's... Dude, if I was being lolcow that hard on the fucking internet, you're goddamn right I'm monetizing the shit out of that. If everybody's fucking watching it, you're going to be watching me. You ain't watching them. You're going to come to my channel to see me, not a bunch of other people. That's what I would attempt to do. So go ahead, turn me into a lolcow. I'm going to fucking monetize that shit. I'm going to make a second channel, and I'm going to monetize the fuck out of that shit. Because then I'll do reaction videos of people saying dumb shit about me. That's, you know, I would love that world. I would fucking love that. Because one thing that is at the core of my hostility is self-hatred. I feel like I'm at a stage in my life where I'm never going to learn about Igtheism more. I don't feel like there's anybody out there for me to teach me any more than I already know about Igtheism. Now, that's not arrogant speaking. It's just no one comes to me to fucking educate my ass on fucking Igtheism. Right? I'm the only atheist I really know. All the other atheists that I know, I fucking brainwashed them. Right? So I don't have somebody I can go to unfuck my brain anymore on the topic of Igtheism. Like, my brain gets all unfucked all the time on other shit. Science, like, you know, whatever. A lot of shit my brain gets unfucked. But when it comes to Igtheism, I ain't got shit. And all the atheists out there, they're just putting out nerd videos. They're like instructional videos on what Igtheism is. And no offense to them, they're obviously doing a terrible fucking job, because these morons out there think atheists are just saying, hey, we don't have definitions. We don't have no definite. Literally, that's what these fucking people, they watch their instructional videos and then somehow reach the conclusion that atheists don't have definitions. So atheists need to do fucking better with their goddamn videos and stop being so goddamn nerdy. Because no one gives a shit about this nerd stuff, but other than people who you just want to circle jerk. It's just your own fucking circle jerk. Nobody gives a fuck about that shit, your fucking nerd video. You think anybody's watched your nerd video and then fucking turned into an atheist? You think that's happened? No, that's never fucking happened. So, yeah, people need to see how people like us think, right? Not just what some packaged definition conveys to you. But like every reaction video I tried to watch to critique, it's just like, yeah, I'm not critiquing this. It's like dead wrong from the fucking onset, and it's just I'm gonna turn a 10-minute video into like 6 hours, because I'm gonna complain at literally every clause they make. So yeah, I would love to wake up and start seeing videos being reposted about the shit that I've said on here from other minds that I can, like, genuine critiques, like, this guy's a dumbass because he said this. Look, I'm gonna watch that video and I'm gonna be like, hopefully I'm gonna be like, oh shit, I am a dumbass. I have no issues being a dumbass. I know I'm a dumbass, right? I'm a fallibilist. You can't hurt my feelings that I'm a dumbass, that I don't know shit. I'm already assuming I don't know shit, right? I only believe what's true because I'm too dumb to show how it's wrong, right? So you come along and show me how I'm wrong about some shit, great. You want to lolcow me and put out fucking what? You do that too, because at least you're actually helping me. You're trying to critique my position, and I haven't really had that much. I just don't feel like people understand atheism enough to offer their critique. So hopefully I can educate the world on what fucking atheism is, and people can start fucking thinking about it and then shit on me. I would love to be philosophically dumped on, right? But this like debate, bro, fast talk, say a bunch of shit that there's nothing there. That's just some fucking moron spewing nonsense, right? So yeah, there's just not really a lot of critique that actually hits the nail on the head. Well, anti-nerd, like, I'm not anti-nerd. I'm more of an anti-nerd. right? Like, so like Thanos, right? Thanos was a villain. So like the Punisher, he's an anti-hero. So he's a hero, but not like the good one, right? He's the one you're fucking left with, right? Like the new Green Lantern, right? There's nerds, there's heroes and anti-heroes, and even anti-heroes are heroes, right? They're good guys. They're just kind of dicks, right? They're the dicks. So I'm a nerd because I, do all this nerd shit with nerds, but I don't really relate to the nerd. I relate more like blue collar, right? I'm a blue collar guy. I'm not, I'm just not a nerd. I'm not like a highfalutin fucking nerd. I just talk to nerds so much that I have adopted their language, because I wanted to shit on the nerds. That was my goal, right? I was a theist, right? I wanted to shit on the nerds, right? And then they just shit on me, and I realized I liked it, and I basked in the glory of being shit on by the nerds, and then I fucking learned, right? I was absorbing, right, the information, and becoming smarter or whatever, and learning logic and stuff. But I didn't take no fucking logic class, right? I all my logic was, street logic and shit, just living logic. I never taken a logic class until I got on the internet, started dealing with people who had taken classes in logic, and they were just fucking eviscerating my ass logically, making me look fucking stupid. And I said to myself, I want to do that. I want to make people look stupid, right? And it started out that way, but then I started realizing, it's unethical to go around just making people look stupid. So I got to get a reason, a good ethical reason to get off on making them look stupid, right? Because I'm an ethical person. I can't just bully someone, but I can bully a bully, right? I'll have fun bullying a bully. Everybody's got fun seeing a bully get the shit out of, beat the shit out of them. Everybody loves that shit. It's a cathartic, right? So I don't know. I just call myself an anti-nerd because I don't really relate with nerds, but I nerd a lot, because there's a lot of information and curious stuff in nerd speak, science and stuff, philosophy. But yeah, it's anti-nerdism is just about attitude, I guess. I'm a nerd. I mean, anti-nerd is just a fun title, I guess, and it just kind of sets people up to understand that I'm not like I'm not a nice guy. I'm not. I struggle to be nice. It like hurts, I've pulled muscles being. I'm just I just hate a lot. I just have a lot of fucking hatred, but it's not like evil hatred. It's just righteous hatred. Yeah. Tell myself that it's righteous hatred. No, but it is. It's sort of like, I'm just angry at how shitty the fucking world is, and nobody wants to help fix it. So it's just dog shit. I'm fucking mad about it. Persistent state of butthurt at how shitty my species is. Dude, I had a stream. It was so dead the other day. If you look at my video section, there's a video. It's just one of my regular videos that I take like the long lives, and I get rid of the dead silence. Well, I had almost a 12-hour fucking stream, and when I got rid of all the dead silence, I was left with a 4-minute and 46 second. That's how dead it was yesterday. That's crazy. Then I found out last night listening to the Async network, and they were talking about, I guess there's like been some drama going on with Taco. I don't really know how to isolate myself. Apparently he got caught going around giving people ultimatums, like if you go on so-and-so stream, you won't be allowed on my stream. Like he was trying to throw his weight around like that on Discord. I'm glad I got rid of his ass early, because then he tried to recruit me for that mega bloodbath debate. It wasn't called that. It was called something else, I think. People hear me being a powder keg and think I'm just going to go around fucking wrong. I'll abuse the people that deserve it. I'm not just going to fucking get on a stage and just demean and degrade people's fucking worldviews and shit for money, right? Like, that's just ridiculous. I demean and degrade people's worldviews because their worldviews are demeaning and degrading, and they need to, have their religious privilege bubble popped and realize that they're vitriolic, nasty pieces of shit that they are, right? That's just what they are. They're nasty fucking people. They don't deserve, Christians don't deserve the phrase, well, he was a good Christian. There's no such thing as a good Christian. To be a good Christian is to be a horrible horrible, horrible person. And I'm glad that the world is chock full of bad Christians who don't follow their Bible. But yeah, people don't need that. I don't think the discourse really helps. Like the mega bloodbath debate kind of style. They can be fun, exciting, shit like that, but they don't help. They're not helpful. It's just a circle jerk arena. We should be trying to help each other. There's nothing wrong with making fun of each other, obviously. It's all in good fun if it's all in good fun, but, you know, taking these topics of people's deeply held beliefs and then saying that I'm just going to say mean things to hurt you. Well, you're an unethical person. You are unethical. And if you're going to say mean things, it should be to proper criticism, to build them up, not just to tear them down. Yeah, Singer, don't get confused. Like, I've been doing this for a long time. So even though I'm somewhat dumb on this stuff, I've just been doing it so long that I understand it that way. It's not that I'm like fucking smart. It's just I paid attention and I've listened for a long time. But like 20 years I've been debating. Even a dumbass can pick shit up. 20 fucking years of talking to philosophers. Well, yeah, that's exactly why Phil Bros fucking hate me and why Phil Bros never get past like the intro. Phil Bros are just sophists who isolate on certain facts that are true about everybody's positions. They deny, basically like a Phil Bro is someone who understands Agrippa's trilemma, but then pretends that there's no Agrippa's trilemma and that everyone but them doesn't have foundation, right? That's the way they act. They act like they have established foundation and nobody else does. So like the only thing that's really interesting with the debate, bro, is immediately shifting the burden on them. Don't answer any of their questions. Because their rhetorical strategy is clarity. That is their rhetorical strategy. I just am asking a question for clarity. This is what they're doing. This allows them to keep the burden on you. Because every time you ask the debate bro a question that requires them to answer something, they need to clarify something first. Every single fucking time. The reason they're doing this, they're burden shifting. They don't need any clarity. They don't need nothing from you. They don't need to know your worldview, your axioms, your starting positions, whether you speak English or not. Dude, I don't need to speak a language to walk up to someone and say, hey, do you understand me? They don't need to understand me. That's not a part of it. It's polling the understanding, right? Like I'm trying to figure out if you understand me. And then I'll wait for the feedback of, huh? Or something, and then I'll know you don't understand me, right? These fucking morons, they just don't want to show their burden because they don't have one. They just have a rhetorical strategy of pretending that Agrippa's trilemma is not a problem for them, but it's a problem for everyone else. And so that's all they do. They just get there and they get you back to Agrippa's trilemma, and they're not honest enough to admit that they have that same problem. So, there's nothing of value in platforming a debate, bro. Or Phil, bro. And exactly, they're bad faith, but not only that, like I don't know if I've ever interacted with a Phil bro who was an atheist. Seems like all Phil bros are either too smart to be a pre-supper, which smart is a relative term, or they're just fucking ignorant trolls. They're just doing this like solipsist debate. It's not solipsism, but it's solipsistic-esque, right? It's got the same underlying problems that solipsism has. It's like, what's the solution to solipsism? Ignoring solipsism. What's the solution to Agrippa's trilemma? Just pick one and move forward and forget all about it. That's the solution. Just forget about it. Just move on. Talk about what you can discuss. Phil Bros heard that one day and thought that, that's the most important. I just discovered some shit, right? They heard that there's no solution to that. And in their infantile brains, they believe, quote unquote, God is the solution to that. And since their honest interlocutor admits they don't have a solution to that, and they're a dishonest interlocutor, they just assert they have a solution to that, and then they pretend that they have a moral high ground. This is why you don't engage them. You could watch Planet Peterson. One of Planet Peterson's videos recently was about, it was like a sort of mythicist-esque topic, right? I'm a mythicist because there's only one Jesus ever discussed, and that is the mythical one. If you can point to a secular source that talks about a Jesus, I'll start answering my mythicist question differently. But the reason that, and you can watch his video, the reason that I answer that I'm a mythicist is because if you tell a Christian that you accept Jesus existed, you're not telling them you accept the non-magical Jesus existed. You're telling them you accept the existence of the magical Jesus. They're just asking you to accept it in the frame that, well, he wasn't magic. But if you ask them, hey, this Jesus that you want me to accept existed, did he have magic powers? Ask them that question. When they ask you, before you acknowledge that you're a mythicist, and they say, hey, do you believe in Jesus? Ask them, are you talking about a magical Jesus or a non-magical Jesus? If they say a non-magical Jesus, ask them, is that non-magical Jesus the one they're referencing in the Bible? And they'll say yes. So they are talking about a magical Jesus. They're asking you in the frame of a non-magical Jesus, and they're not in that frame. They're not. They're just getting you to say the words Jesus was real. And their dumbass brain then believes or will put on you all of the magic. All of the magic. All they needed your brain to say was Jesus was real, and then they got it from there. Now it's all the magic comes in. If you don't think that that's fucking true, watch Planet Peterson's video, because that's exactly what the fucker did. He detailed it. He articulated his stupid fucking logic blunder. Well, it was too dumb to understand he was making a logical blunder. But yeah, that's why I'm a mythicist. It's like, dude, when we start talking about a non-magical Jesus, I'll stop being a fucking mythicist. But if you ask me about Perseus, I'm a fucking mythicist. If you want me to say, hey, well, do you believe there was like a Perseus guy like walking around that didn't fly on the back of a Pegasus? No, because that dude's not talked about in history. That's not the guy in history. So if I acknowledge that there was probably a dude in ancient Greece named Perseus, you're immediately going to be like, well, how did he slay the Gorgon? Because that's the only one ever talked about. So if I'm going to say Perseus was real, I need an answer for the fucking mythology, the magic, the Gorgon, Medusa. I don't have that. If I say Jesus was real, I got to account for walking on water and all kinds of fucking shit. Because that's what the fucking story says. And if you want me to admit that Jesus was real, then you're going to admit he wasn't magical, and it's not the guy you're talking about in the Bible. Because if you say he's the guy talking about in the Bible, my next question is that Jesus in the Bible magical? And they're going to have to say yes. So they're lying sacks of dog shit. But yeah, watch it, dude. It's just like, this is what you get. For listening to that fucking dumbass Bart Ehrman, you're a fucking dipshit. You let Bart Ehrman gaslight yourself into believing that it's okay to not be a mythicist because you just believe in a non-magical Jesus. Fuck you, Planet Peterson. You should have thought differently. You fucked up, homie. You fucked up. You got a big brain, but you fucked up. You and Bart Ehrman can suck a dick. Both of you are wrong. Jesus is only a magical character. There is no historical Jesus. You were gaslit. Fucking big brain nerd. What the fuck's wrong with you, dude? You're a fucking teacher. You should know all this shit. You got fucking duped, and you put a fucking YouTube video out there showing how easy it was to manipulate you. Good job. I still like your content. I'm still going to give you likes and shit like that, dude. But damn. You anti-mythicist, bro. You keep getting walked right into that fucking blunder. Left, right, and see. You just walk right into it. In your endeavor to sound reasonable, you got duped into fucking magic. Good job. But yeah, I don't see what anyone gains in a discussion in saying, yeah, Jesus was real. What do you gain? You look more reasonable or some shit? You don't look reasonable at all. Cite your secular source material. If you can't cite secular source material and all you got is the fucking myth, what does that tell you? That it's a fucking myth. But you've been gaslit, right? You've been gaslit by their prominence. The prominence, the privilege of being a theist.
that there's so many of you. How could all of you be a bunch of fucking morons believing in a magic entity? Well, you are a bunch of morons believing in a magic entity. And these fucking atheists going around this world giving you that, telling you, oh yeah, Jesus was a secular person. No, he wasn't. We're fucking lying. Because you know that third question is, the Jesus in the Bible a magical one? The answer is fucking yes. So for you to go around and just fucking ask a question you disagree with, dude, you are literally asking, and this theist detailed it. I think he gave a great display. He might be a closet Igtheist, just fucking with me. I don't know. Probably a theist, though, because he fucking nailed it. You know, broken clock could be right 4 times a day. Depends on how fast the day is, right? But still, you got duped. And it's like you have no one to blame but yourself, because you're a big brain, bro. Right? You know, you got a lot of memes in that brain. I've been listening to it. That brain of yours is just chock full of fucking memes. And what's your problem? What do you fucking lose not accepting that there was a non-magical Jesus because no citation provided? Tell him to provide you a citation. That's it. Just give me one fucking link to a non-magical Jesus. All right, pal, let's prove it.
What's up?
Prove it? The God thing?
Prove it. I don't believe in God.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
No.
No what?
I don't believe I can prove it exists or doesn't exist.
Well, then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Okay.
And why can't you prove it?
Because there's no real evidence, no way to know.
Well, how do you know that?
Other than logic.
Don't worry, I'm not going to how do you know that forever, but how do you know that right there? How do you know there's no evidence for a God? What's a God that you've determined there's no?
Good question. I don't know. It's sort of like dragons, right? I don't have evidence that they don't exist or they do exist.
Well, yeah, you do have evidence that dragons don't exist. Physics.
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, you could just do an external critique. If you accept physics are right, you can ask the person asserting dragons some basic principles about dragons. You can say how big is a dragon, how heavy is a dragon, and what is the wingspan of a dragon.
Yeah.
Because a typical dragon that you might think of in your imagination is a big fucking lizard, big ass, heavy, thumping lizard that when it hits the ground, you know that fucking thing's got some weight. And if you got all that weight, you better have a wingspan that can handle that fucking weight. And a fucking dragon, like a typical imagined dragon, would be like a wingspan of like a football field each wing. You know what I mean? Each fucking wing. Right? It'd be bigger than a Boeing, right? Because it is bigger than a Boeing. It's a lot heavier than a fucking Boeing, right? A big lizard like that. So you could do simple external critiques to show the invalidity of magical bullshit. So we're, again, back to the problem of you not being able to prove a God thing when it's technically a trivial task. Why is it that you can't perform a trivial task?
Yeah.
Things that have already been done before you.
I just don't have your advanced intellect, so.
It's not an advanced intellect. This is just wisdom because I've, found a bunch of fucking people to talk to over the years and talk to them, and they gave me a whole bunch of different gods that I can use in my arsenal of gods.
Yeah.
Some of them are real. Why can't you prove the real ones? Is there something wrong with you?
Yeah.
Like, do you not have an arm? Is that what it is? You don't have fingers? You can't point at stuff? You can't declare things are God? You can't do the same task all the theists are doing?
I just don't have agency. I'm just a dumb goy. And
banned. That's all it fucking takes to get a ban for me. I can't do it. I can't do it. You say certain shit and it's just, I'm done completely. I don't want you to rectify it. I don't want you to fix what you said. What I need you to do is go back out in the world and marinate for a little while. Maybe come back and try again. Because what you did was finger painting with feces, and we're trying to do a Monet. Okay? So go back, try again, learn how to finger paint, and then we'll talk from there. Yeah, even historians believe in Jesus. Yeah, it's just what I'm saying. It's just like, no, they don't. Most historians do not accept the existence of Jesus because they have the same hang up I do, right? They're going to say the same fucking thing. They're going to say, well, if you're talking about the magical Jesus, no. But if you're talking about a real guy, yeah, there's probably evidence for him, but it's a bunch of people. That's where I'm at. If you ask me, well, who were they writing about, right? Which is a reasonable question because, yeah, they were writing about somebody. They were writing about a lot of people, probably. right? Telling stories, over the years. They were probably talking about a bunch of different people from different regions, that the story had changed, and John became Jesus and Alex became Jesus, and because they did similar things. Because you know what? Monkeys do similar things. That's what we do. We go around copying each other. So, there are people, there are frauds. People will download your information and open up a bank account in your fucking name, right? Like, they'll do all kinds of shit. So if we would do it today, why wouldn't there be charlatans and frauds in back in the day? And if you heard about a man with a lot of, people are taking him seriously over here, well, maybe you'll go over there and pretend you're that guy and get the same clout, right? Like, the process and evolution of ideas, especially around mythical beasts like Jesus, is real throughout history, right? That stories get shaped. Jesus has parallels with many different gods. Mithras being one of the most prominent parallels. When you look at other areas of the Bible too, you get like the whole creation account is merely a repackage of the Epic of Gilgamesh. The Jews didn't invent the Great Flood myth. The Babylonians did with the Epic of Gilgamesh, right? And they just stole it and put it in their fucking religion. It's like these Christians stole every aspect of their religion from Judaism, from prior religions. So, just take a class in history, man. These morons don't understand that there is actual archaeology out there that shows us biblical history and the evolution of religion. And they don't get that, if all you have is a religious background, you don't understand that the nerds have gone out there with their shovels and brushes and found shit. And we have our own fucking narrative in science, right? And it does not confirm what these morons think, right? Like, the character of Yahweh comes from a polytheistic, henotheistic religion. Ask a Christian if Yahweh's polytheistic, and they'll say, no, he's the one true and only God. Well, that's not what archaeology says. Archaeology says that that their God was a polytheistic God. They're brain dead. And it's because they've been culturally gaslit by people who don't give a shit about their cognitive development. That's their parents. Parents did that shit too. They gaslit them from birth, and these morons grow up believing that 2,000 years ago, a fucking magic dude walked the planet with a zombie army. Like, how am I supposed to say that in any other light? That is me taking it seriously right there. That's me being fair, and that's steel manning their religion. And it sounds so fucked up, but it's true. Everything I said was fucking true. The conclusion matches the premises. It's fucking true, guys. Like, it literally is hundreds of thousands of years of Chinese whispers. Jesus is just a telephone from, 2,000 directories ago. That's it. It's just crazy how you walk up to a human and be like, hey, is telephone a good methodology for understanding statements from the past? And they'll say no. You say, well, was religion Chinese whispers, telephone from the past? And they'll say, yeah. And you say, well, does that undermine the credibility of the Bible since it's just Chinese? And it'll be like, no. They are not logicking people. They are not logicking. Logic is not going to get them out. Getting them butthurt and making them look fucking stupid is how you get them out. But it also opens the door for low-calling and unethical behavior. Right? They're like tied together. If you're a fucking grown-ass adult and you still believe in Santa Claus, the only way to get you to stop it is to shock you out of it. Laugh at you, make fun of you until you be an adult. But it requires you thinking. You can't force you to think. You can't force you to stop believing in Santa Claus. You just got to buy into it because society stops gaslighting you and starts making fun of you, laughing at you for still believing in Santa Claus. They did this to you. When you finally figured it out, it was a joke. They were fucking with you the whole goddamn time. We just say, oh, it's all fun and games because it's, it's just Santa Claus. To a degree, that's true. It's not. It's actually good for them for that to happen. Where it's bad is when the gig's not up on religion. When the kids start saying, all right, you guys are fucking with me, huh? The gig is up. The answer is yes. We were gaslighting you. It's something we believe and we take it seriously, but we told you a bunch of information that wasn't true. We didn't fact check it, and we thought it would be funny if we could convince you to believe it. That's what they're fucking doing. It's just they're not thinking it's funny if we convince you to believe it. That's the dishonesty part, right? That's the part they're not seeing in their own head, that they're using the same modality as the Tooth Fairy, Easter Bunny, and Santa Claus when it comes to religion. But what they're not doing with religion, what makes it horrible, is that they're not letting you know the gig is up. It's not a joke. That's what makes Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, and Tooth Fairy a tolerable thing, because it's a joke to teach you a lesson, to teach you stuff, to pass culture, to bide the time until you're capable of thinking. Why did my tooth fall out? It's okay. You'll get money. You're gaslighting your child to be okay with decay, that change is happening to them. We've come up with a model to make the loss of a body part a good thing. Kids are terrified that their shit's fucking falling out. They don't get it. They just see that the thing that they had that they used to eat is falling out, and they don't get it, and we got to be there to tell them. So we tell them, and to make it less scary, we've given them a morsel of fucking delusion, right? Something to hold on to look forward to for that, the removal of that tooth. Because that tooth is a traumatic thing. It's scary for kids. I mean, it's a fucking toddler trauma. I understand. It's not that bad to lose a baby tooth. They don't know that for the first few times. They're fucking terrified because it hurts. It hurts. You've lost a tooth. You know the shit fucking hurts. It hurts a little bit. And as a kid, it's fucking pain. You don't want it. So it's just a bad experience. And so we gaslight our children with it. Now, the Easter Bunny, again, it's an extension of religion. It's a celebration of their religion. So it serves a cultural tool to indoctrinate your child into the culture, to make happy and to gather around this event that you find prominent, to rejoice, to elate in a concept that you find important. And so we did this. We invented the Easter Bunny to bring families together so that we can enculturate each other, to enrich each other's environment with love and laughter and joy and camaraderie and compassion and all, you know, the worst word of all, cooperation, right? These are what bring us together culturally, and they're elements of our nature. They're not elements of some transcendent being. We just said that to inflate our own worth, right? And so over the eons, this shit has changed from, you know, one hand to the next. It, you know, these beliefs probably started off as just some animistic stuff. It developed into a shamanistic understanding. And then thousands and thousands of years later, it developed personifications. We started deifying them. And then we just do this because this is scary for adults, right? This is our tooth fairy. It's there to transition us as we age and fall apart. It's there to allege to cause calm and peace of the mind. That's what they set it up to be. But they fucked up because in their youth, they terrified them. They scared the shit out of them, right? Because they knew they couldn't stand on the merits of their own claims. So they convinced them of reasons that, you know, if you stop believing, you'll be punished. So they have indoctrinated their own fucking generations with this horrific information to set them up for when they die, right? That they can gaslight themselves that it's going to be okay on the other side, that there is another side, that you're going to get to continue on, and you don't. That sucks. As far as we can tell, you don't. And it's uncomfortable. So just like it's scary to lose a teeth, it's scary to lose what you think is a soul, right? That you're just going to cease to exist. It sucks, right? So it's scary. So we tie a string to our soul and we slam the fucking door shut. All right, I'll be back in a bit. My dog's looking at me funny. Yep, that's why specificity matters. You got to get them to clarify. That's why, you know, Derp Dickskin or Dark Dawkins, whatever people call him these days, that's why he hates clarification. He doesn't want to clarify shit. Listen to this dumbass the other day. It came up on my feed. He was talking, I forget who he was talking to. But, oh, some guy I haven't seen before, but it looked like a TikTok video. And he was trying to, how did he phrase it? He was trying to argue against this guy's question about the problem of evil. It was orbiting the problem of evil. It wasn't the problem of evil, but he was asking him why a perfect being would create a fallen world or whatever. And you know, he was asking him a question about perfection and stuff like that. And Darth was just saying, God knew, and in the event that man would fall, he had this plan. It's like, what do you mean in the event that man fell? It's either he planned man to fall
or he didn't plan man to fall. And if he planned man to fall, then man wouldn't have fallen. And if he planned man to fall, man would have fallen. Right? That's the proposition, that God is responsible for all things. And so in the one hand, he's trying to argue, yeah, God is responsible for all things. And it's like, okay, well, what about this thing that he did? Well, God didn't do that. That was a breaking of God's plan. That's the fall of man. And it's like, okay, so it happened. And they were like, yeah, it happened. It's like, so God planned it. Yeah, God planned it. So it's his fault. No, that was a contingency plan that the perfect being made in the event that man fell. It's like, then it's not a contingency plan. It's the plan, right? So it's just this vicious circle of unjustification, that the one statement unjustifies the next. That statement unjustifies the previous assertion, which then you got to make it again. And it's just this fucking circle because, well, one, they're humoring him, then they're giving him a platform to state his stupidity out loud on recording. And there it is. Everybody can watch it. The moron is saying God is responsible for all things, everything in accordance to his plan. And so he had a contingency plan in case his perfect plan didn't go as executed. And it's like, dude, do you even fucking hear yourself? You sound like a fucking dumbass. How do you not hear yourself? Like, it's not like he's saying a logic structure. It's kind of, there's a nuance there that's hard. No, this is literally a direct observation and a direct contradiction. It's like, dude, you were saying this, correct? He's like, yeah, I'm saying that. And you're saying this, right? You're saying that? You're like, yeah, and these two principles contradict each other, right? And he's like, yeah, those would contradict each other. And then you'd be like, since you're making those contradictions or those statements, you're contradicting yourself. He's like, no, God's different. God doesn't contradict him. Even though I'm giving you a direct contradiction, God doesn't have a contradiction. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Just shut up at this point. You are a moron and I'm getting dumber. I think that's what people really need to start learning, is that all these giants before us, they were just like us. They weren't any closer to absolute anything than anybody else, right? And so whatever these fucking nerds are saying throughout time, they're not saints. They're not fucking heroes. They're not fucking ineffable. Stop acting like philosophers or goddamn saints and they bring absolute truth. They don't. They bring a perspective. And that's what you should do. You should pick up perspectives and try to figure out the fucking world in your own light. Not just sit there and clone Socrates or clone Descartes, right? You're not fucking there to just repeat Wittgenstein, right? That's not the fucking goal. And too many people think the goal is just trying to properly represent what the nerds before them have said. Fuck those nerds. They're dead. They can eat a dick, right? No one should give a shit about them beyond that point. They passed the fucking knowledge and they did their job, and that's why they're giants. They did a good job at passing information, but they're not ineffable fucking saints that we can't criticize. They were wrong about a lot of shit. A lot of the people we fucking cite were morons on other topics. Look at fucking Isaac Newton. This dude was dumb as shit. He believed in fucking God, right? He was a fucking moron who believed in magic, right? On every single level. Every great that has come before us, their shit stunk like everybody else. They are not great people. They are regular people we have made great because we contribute, or they contributed to things we find value. But they were a nerd just like you. They were fallible just like you. They were not great people in that remark, but a lot of people, they hear this. So he's like, Descartes, right? He's a great man. You fucking can't disagree with him. It's like, yes, you fucking can. You'll be all right. You could say, I don't think, therefore I am, and your head will not explode. Now, you'll be wrong, but you'll be fine disagreeing with them. And these philosophers want you to disagree. They want you to say dumb shit because that's the exploration of thought. That's how you get good at it. Philosophers were not born like that. Someone did that to them. It's like fucking logic. It's like people think that like because you're a human, you just know how to do logic. And it's like, yeah, no. If you're a human, you have the latent capacity for logic. But most of us are dumbasses. Most of us. Like 90% of us are fucking dumbasses. And we, it's fucking hard. Logic. You ever fucking try to take a logic class? I haven't. I take a philosophy class, got introduced to a logic class and said, fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. I ain't doing this shit. I ain't a fucking nerd studying this shit. I speak English, not squiggle. But yeah, even the philosophers, I think the great philosophers, if
they were a great philosopher, if they got remembered, they'd tell you that. They'd be like, dude, you're putting, okay, I'm just trying to figure out this fucking world like you. There ain't nothing that made any of them any better than any of us. They just had high IQ, and but even low IQ people do great things, man. You know, capable of great wonders. You know, obviously, statistically, they're less likely to do that shit, but even they can do great things. Yeah. Yeah, Christianity being responsible for abolishing slavery is fucking bullshit. They used it in the United States to justify slavery for a long time. Well, like I said, though, you got to give modern Christians at least a little bit of credit that they're human enough, they're decent enough people that they don't follow their Bible. Because if all the world's Christians started following their Bible, that would be a bad day, year, month, life. Going around smearing animal poop on people's faces. I don't need that shit. Okay, I have a foul mouth, and I don't need random people just walking up and smearing animal poop. Especially right after I slit a sheep's neck in your honor. You're going to walk up and take the shit that came out of its ass when I did that and smear it on my face and manipulate my... You're going to literally grab my ball sack and make me sterile while smearing animal poop on my face. God, I just need you to admit. Come down real quick. You can join my chat. I just need you to tell everyone that what you were talking about in Malachi chapter 2, verse 3, was that you were going to walk over to that unruly person. You were going to take your hand and you were going to grab their testicles while looking them dead in the eye with a wad of animal feces in your hand. And while you were holding their testicles, smear that animal poop on their face and then have your goons carry them off. Is that what I heard you say, God? And God would say, yes, I could tell that you got a high reading comprehension when you applied for college. That's what God would say. God would say, you did a fascinating job at reading what I wrote in this book, where I threatened to manipulate men's testicles, sterilize them, and then smear animal poop on their face. That is the holy divine being these fucking retards are worshiping. A guy who manipulates their testicles and smears animal poop. I'm sorry. If you can hear me, and you're the type of person who thinks that it's okay to just grab people's testicles because they're in your charge, and then smear animal poop on their face, you're not a credible person in my book. You're probably a Bronze Age moron, and you should just die, right? You should die you should have died in the Bronze Age when that was popular. I guess that was just a popular thing to do back in the Bronze Age. We don't do that no more, Christian God monster Yahweh. It's gross. It carries infection, and whatever they did is generally not that bad that I need to put poop on my hand, right? But this is a divine entity in a white robe. And I would like to caution theists about taking these verses too seriously, because here's the problem. In Deuteronomy, Luke, and Matthew, it says you cannot make any alterations to the Bible. You can't add to nor take away from the Bible. So you will have a problem on your hands if you buy into the fact that God ever, at any point in Malachi, which is the last book of the, had animal poop on his hands and smeared it on anybody's face. There are no verses after Malachi chapter 2, verse 3, that specifically states God washed his hands in any kind of cleaning device, like a sink, the ocean, a river, nothing. There is no information in the Bible at all about God physically washing his hands. So if in Malachi chapter 2, verse 3, God got poop on his hands and testicle ball cells, the dude's got ball cells of a monkey on his hand and poop on his hand right now. Because your Bible says we can't add to nor take away, since he did not explicitly state that he washed his hands. You have to believe right now, where you're sitting, standing, driving, that your God has poop on his fucking hands. Period. Well, it doesn't say that he wore gloves, and it doesn't say that he took his gloves off. It just says that he will, behold, I will corrupt your seed and spread dung on your faces, even the dung of your soul and feasts, and one shall take you away with it. So your only argument that you can make, Christian, is that God didn't carry through with the threat. That's your only out, hoping that your entity never did that. Think about it. Do you really want to worship a guy who has animal poop on his hands? Now, maybe you're into that shit, but
Hey,
I'm
guys.
not. All right, Simu, prove it.
Prove what?
Prove that you have situational awareness.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, you failed. Prove the God thing.
Well, I don't think God is real.
Then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah.
See, I mean, literally, it's that easy, people. It is that easy. This dude just walks in and concedes ontology. Doesn't have ontology. Conversation's over at that point.
Yeah. If God was real, we wouldn't have pedophiles. That's for sure.
You can't evaluate that. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Based on what?
The lack of existence proposition you injected as the clause, the primary clause here. You said, if God did not exist, then. Well, if the thing does not exist, then nothing logically follows.
Well, I mean, astrophysicists still doesn't know. Like,
You're equivocating. You're now talking about cosmology. Do you want to talk about cosmology, or you want to talk about what we can or can't know about your God thing? Because we can know stuff about cosmology.
I think I agree. Yeah, I think we can.
So all we need to be able to do with your God thing is do what we do in cosmology, is make an observation. Can you do that? Oh, that's right. You can't, because you said you can't. You can't do that. So you've denied access to any information from it. So everything that you say about it's going to be a non sequitur. Anything. Say it's blue. That's a non sequitur. Say it's not blue. That's a non sequitur. Now you have yourself a contradiction. This is why the observation is required, because it's going to be the observation that tells us whether blue or not blue is true. It's not going to be the logical consistency of blue, right? You're not going to be able to just build a deductive argument that a thing out there in reality is blue. That's not how that works.
I don't think we need to go that deep. I mean, it's
What do you
pretty
mean?
obvious.
I just got the tip in, dude. What are you talking about? Deep.
Yeah, I think it's pretty obvious to just, look around and be pretty convinced that there is no God.
Yeah, I don't know what operations you just do. Was that personal incredulity? Was that begging the question? Was that a false assertion? Was that a presupposition without substance? Like, what was that? What happened there in your brain that you said that?
I mean, what happened in my brain? That's still a kind of way too deep of a question, because
Okay,
I said
so
it's
I have an
obvious.
object over here. I'm not going to tell you its size, weight, or any other characteristic. What is it?
I don't know.
Yeah, but you got to use your God logic and just answer. You see, you should be able to just appeal to God logic, use zero observations, and then tell me what it is. Just do the logic you're doing with God. This is something simple. It's not even a complicated. I'll be legit. All right, I'm thinking of a thing right now. What is it?
I have no idea, man.
Dude, it's sitting
What
right
the-
there. It's super trivial. What is it, man? You're telling me you
I don't-
can't define this thing, dude? Are you some kind of invalid, bruh?
I don't know what it is. What does it prove?
Bro, just
Oh,
use your
what
God
does this-
logic, man. Just use God logic real quick.
What is this logic? What is this logic?
Where you just make an assertion about ontology without ontology. Just do that. Just tell me what this object is by mere deductive
way,
reasoning.
Do you believe in God?
Just tell me what this object is using pure deductive reasoning.
I said, I don't know. Do you believe in God?
Yeah, but I need you to engage. You're not actually engaged with. You're just like not doing it by saying you don't know.
I said,
Yeah,
I
you're
don't
not doing
know.
it. But I need you to know. Do what you're doing with God.
what did I do with God?
I don't know. Whatever task you did with God to know what God is, right? To be able to rule them out. You're saying you know what a God is so that you could rule them out. You looked around. You don't see one.
I don't
so
know
you
what
know
God
what
is
it
because
is.
I don't know there is a God.
But I know what this thing is, and I can tell you it's here and it's not right
No.
there. There's not one of
No.
those things. Hang on. I can tell you
Yeah.
this thing is right here, but I can
Yeah.
also tell you it's not right here. I'm pointing at a different location. It's not right here.
Yeah.
There's a
But when I
difference.
say, but when I say there is no God, and it's pretty obvious, I
It's
have
not obvious.
evidence. in
What
front
is
of-
this
I-
right here? Where I'm pointing to my left. The object
I'm
was to my
answering-
right. I'm pointing now
I
to
don't-
my left. Is there any difference?
I said it's obvious because I can see
No.
it.
Just listen.
I can see.
Listen to the question. You're missing the question.
Yeah.
From your side, from over there, where you're not in my room, you're over there, right?
Yeah.
For you, is there
Yeah.
any difference? Over here on my right, I'm going to point to the object. I'm pointing at the object I'm referencing in my brain here. Right there.
Yeah.
That's to
Yeah.
my right. To my left is not the object. There is no object there's other shit over here where I'm pointing, but there's not that object. Right? There's not
Yeah.
one of them over here on my left. From your vantage, what's the difference?
The difference is I can't see
The
or
difference.
no.
I'm asking about
difference
the
is
difference.
The difference between what and what?
The thing on my right and your lack of knowledge, and the thing on my left and your lack of knowledge.
Well, I don't know.
There's
They're
got
kinda
to
the
be a
same to
difference.
me, like,
If
they-
there's no difference, then I got to go back to asking you to do what you're doing with God.
It's not. I wouldn't say there's no difference. I would just say they share something in common, which is I don't know.
That's not what they
those
share
things
in
are.
common. That's what you have in your brain about a commonality you're perceiving from inside your brain about reality. That's
Well,
the
that's-
thing going on in your head.
Well, that's what matters, isn't it?
No. What matters is
What
the shared
matters-
interrelated experience. That's what matters. And that's what
Oh.
I'm showing you right now. Because you lack experience of my environment, correct?
Yeah.
So you cannot differentiate between the object on my right, which is real, and the object on my left, which is not real. It is identical to you because you are absent the experience.
Yes.
Right. So
Yeah.
you are absent the experience of God, yet you're making that distinction. You're trying to tell me the difference between the thing on my right and the thing on my left, but you lack the observation to distinguish the difference between the object on my right, which is a set of dog poop bags. You know those little rolls with dog poop bags? That's the object that I'm referencing, a dog poop bag roll. And on my left is not the dog poop bag on my roll. Now I'll pick another object to show you again. I'm picking another object. Use your God logic where you can not have an experience and then tell me a property about this next object.
This is I'm sorry to say this, but this is a pretty bad argument.
Okay,
Like, this is probably
detail
one
it.
of the
Why?
worst.
Because you're confused and you don't have a
No.
response? That's not a problem with my argument.
No, I can answer.
Okay, so tell
When
me.
I say, you said, well, can you tell me the object right now in front of my disk? And I say, no, I don't know what it is because I don't see
Yeah,
it.
but you're not saying that
But
with
when I
God.
say-
Do you know what
Yeah,
you're saying with
I
God?
can finish. Can I finish?
But you're
Can I
wrong.
finish?
You're already wrong.
I-
It's a false comparison. Do you know
I
where the
just finished.
problem lies?
Can I just finish and then
Yeah,
you can
I'll let you
point all of
finish.
them? You can point.
There you go. You're finished. Oh, or would you like to continue? If you'd like to continue, I'll unmute you. But if you want to be finished, you're finished. So it's your option. Do you want to continue? Because if you want to continue, you're going to get interrupted. You're going to understand how you're wrong, and then we'll move forward from there. Otherwise, you're finished. So what do you want? You want to continue where you shut up and let me correct you, or do you want to be finished? I'll leave that entirely up to you because I don't give a shit. I take it you want to be finished. I'm going back to doing what I was doing until something interesting happened. Yeah, sorry, chat. This guy wanted to be finished, so I want to make sure that I respect his wishes to be finished. I'm not a chat rapist. So if someone tells me, hey, the conversation's over, I'm finished, let me finish, or anything like that, I respect their wishes. I'm not going to force myself on someone who doesn't want to chat with me. So when people tell me that, when they say, hey, let me finish, I make sure that I do everything within my capacity to ethically respond and make sure that they're finished. So hopefully he'll get his sensibilities collected and we can get back on topic. But until he wants to move forward in the conversation, I'm going to respect his wishes because I am not a chat freeloader or a chat rapist. I don't force my shit on people at all. In any way do I ever force my position on anyone. Well, unless you're doing something unethical. See, I think this is from chat. I think what throws off the atheists too is when they see a chat room that says God ain't real, prove me wrong. They don't expect to be chat. Exactly. That's why it's bait. That's exactly because I want both atheists and theists. And the cool thing is that there's a scale here. It's like if you're an atheist and you click on my room, it's probably because you want to see a Christian get shit on with the title like that. So yeah, Sim. Look, I mean, you said let you finish. Now you're finished. So I've asked you, do you want to continue or would you like to be finished? This is how I interpret that statement. Let me finish. This is finished. This is what you meant to be. So do you want to continue or do you want to be finished? This is a question I'm asking you. Whenever you're ready to answer, you can answer it. So do you want to be finished like you are now, or would you like to get back to the conversation and start answering my questions? because you're breaking my room rules. When you don't let me interrupt you so that I can get clarity and fix the conversation, you're breaking my room rules. It's clearly stipulated in my room rules. I get to do that. You're in my chat room. It's a freedom afforded to me because you're in my chat room. Get your own chat room and you'll see how it works. You'll have a theme. You'll want people to stick to the theme. You'll have questions and you want people to answer those questions. But unfortunately, people on Discord are fucking douchebags, and so they won't play along. They'll break your rules over and 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 over. So fuck you. If you don't want to follow my rules, I stop you. You wanted to finish, you're finished. So do you want to have the conversation or not? I asked you this question like 5 minutes ago, and you're still not answering the question. Would you like to finish or not? Because you're finished right now. This is finished. So would you like to be finished? Or, as it's suggested that you're persistent crying in my side chat, would you like to continue having the conversation? This is just taking way too long, dude. Okay, so I'm going to ask you again. Look, I'm not doing this as like I'm a mean, big, bad guy. But what's about to happen is there's an incoming ultimatum. And here is your ultimatum. You're going to answer the question, or I'm going to ban you. Those are your options. Stop fucking moderating from the back. Don't do that shit again, Mango. Stop fucking backseat moderating. You do this too goddamn much. You keep fucking doing it. Stop backseat moderating. You moderate your fucking conversations. You fucking try to control my room one more time while I'm fucking speaking to someone, you're losing moderation. Clear?
Clear.
So do you want to have the conversation, Sim, or not? Because I'm fucking done. If you don't answer the question with your next fucking comment, I'm banning you. I'm gassing out on your obstinance, dude. I've asked you this question multiple fucking times. You're going to get back on topic, or fuck you, I'm done with you. There, you're unhushed. No, you're going to answer my fucking question. And then I'll unmute you. You're muted for not answering it because you wanted to be finished. So you're answering my fucking question now. I don't play this fucking game. You get obstinate with me, I get domineering with you. You get less obstinate with me, I get more laissez-faire with you. This is not a permanent condition that I'm in right now. I'm treating you as you were asking me to treat you. You're breaking my room rules. So I'm a domineering asshole. You respect my room rules, I'm a laissez-faire asshole. Yeah, go fuck yourself, dude. I told you this 15, 20 fucking minutes ago, moron. You should have taken my advice then. You knew what you were going to do this whole fucking time. Why did you sit there and cuck yourself for me? Fucking idiot. And if you don't want to hear what I got to say, leave the fucking room. Don't fucking moderate because you don't like the fucking conversation. Jesus fucking Christ, dude. I told your ass fucking yesterday, dude. You ain't helping out when you're doing that. You're fucking ruining content when you're doing that. Like, what do you want me to fucking do?
I need to cut out the moderation. Yeah, let these
No, you need to cut out the backseat moderation, bro. That's fucked, dude. I was talking to him. You weren't fucking talking to him. Mute your deafen yourself if you can't do it. Fucking people do that. Deafen yourself. You've earned the right to be in here. You're a fucking moderator. Like, what are you doing? If you don't like the conversation, deafen.
Not the back seat. That's what I meant to clarify.
I'm going to be fucking streaming, already amped up, fucking tolerating shit. I don't want to tolerate with these fucking assholes. This is, fucking try to help these fucking assholes, and you're too goddamn stupid and obstinate to fucking listen. This fucking guy wants to act like it's okay to make an assertion about the nature of a thing, absent inexperience. He wants to bloviate, gaslight me, tell me it's okay, and that's because it's what happened to him. This guy was fucking gaslit by his own fucking family, right? So he comes into my fucking chat room and he gaslights me on this condition that he can know something about the nature of reality, about a alleged transcendent entity beyond fucking space-time, right? He can know some shit about that fucking thing by pure deductive reasoning. And when I give this little bitch boy with no fucking brain a simple fucking test to do that with this fucking dog shit bag roll, failed. Couldn't do it with my weed grinder. Failed. If it's a task that you can perform on a transcendent fucking entity, why is this not a task that you can perform on a fucking dog shit bag roll? Dog shit bag roll. Why? Why can't you do it? Is it because we can demonstrate? Is it because we can test the efficacy that we can move from dog shit bag roll to fucking weed grinder. And then I got an old credit card and then a fucking lighter and then a weed tray and then a fucking thing and then a thing and another thing and another thing, that we could test your ability to nail and get any level of precision with this methodology where you just use pure deductive reasoning and zero fucking anything else to tell me about the nature and consistency of reality. Do that task you're doing with your Omnimax being here, do that with a benign object that we can show the accuracy of your fucking model, knuckle dragger. But you're dishonest. So you switch it back on me like I'm the fucking asshole here for demanding something of you. Demanding of you to present what you, if you were an honest interlocutor, should easily be able to present to me. You're telling me you know something about this fucking thing. I'm willing to fucking believe you. I'm an atheist. I grant your God's ontology at the onset because I have to, because it's step 2 for me to ask you about your experience of it. It is necessarily step 2. But we know that the proper methodology here is that step 1 is that the ontological status of God or anything is true. It has ontology, and because of that, we can experience it. So I can ask you, I could start at the experience. And if you're telling me you can know something about a thing's ontology on pure deductive reasoning alone, do that with mundane objects. Because with mundane objects, you would be able to promote the efficacy of some ability to just infer without priors, to deduce without inferences, without established means of credibility. Show me this, you fucking pathetic loser. Like, what is wrong with you? That you as an adult can't. If I was talking to a fucking child, that'd be one thing. But I'm talking to a big brain adult. You should be able to sit there on your fucking ass, look inside your own fucking brain, and realize that, yes, if you're running from being able to use your pure deductive reasoning to tell me that that's a fucking roll of toilet paper, right? Fuck you. If you're going to say you could do this with a transcendent entity, you should be able to do it with literally anything else. Because I would say that's a fucking hard task. Whatever you're doing in your brain is an extremely and exceedingly difficult task for you to be able to infer without prior and accurately land on a valid inference, absent an experience. You are doing something that is so fucking difficult, my brain can't even understand what the fuck you're talking about. You're showing me something like showing a dog physics, bro. You are talking to a big brain monkey and you're saying you have access a portal to ontology, that you are able to represent it. And when we ask you, give us one way, one fucking thing to test and show that there's any validity in your fucking methodology, what do? You fucking run like a bitch. You cry in my fucking side chat that I'm some fucking dick or something. I am a dick because you people are toxic as fuck. You brainwash your own fucking children into you're like, this happened to you. And you brought that shit here. This is from your family. Your family did this to you, and you're acting like this. You're pretending that you know information you do not have, and then treating me like shit because I perform a simple fucking task, or I give you a simple task that you can't perform. Like, what is wrong with you? Just step fucking back. Analyze. This is all live stream. Go back. Watch the fucking recording for yourself. Look in the fucking mirror, dude. This isn't me being a dick. Well, I mean, it is, but it's not just being a dick. This is me being a dick because you're a dick. You're a fucking dick. You come up to me and gaslight me that you can perform a task that you obviously cannot perform. I just showed you that you cannot perform the task, giving you 2 simple fucking challenges. And you failed like a dumb little bitch. You don't get this kind of pushback from an atheist. An atheist ain't going to say none of this shit. Because an atheist is just too busy telling you your God's not real or your God is real. And what the fuck ever. They're just the ontology of the status. They just grant it to you so that they can shit on you. This is the problem. This is why it's a conversation killer, because you morons cannot do this. And this is simple, right? You take a simple task, which is make an observation and convey what you experienced. You turn that into a convoluted debate bro tactic of rhetoric that's just intended to confuse. Eat a metaphorical dick. Yeah, learn how to operate Discord, man. Go push the talk. See, that's what I'm saying, man. Like, why do you guys think I'm an asshole? It's just like, dude, it's just like all the time. So many people, but I'll tell you what, man, sometimes people, they don't do that. Sometimes people are like, wait, what? Hold on. And start looking at it to like, fuck, right? That is rewarding right there. That right there. There's no faith restored in humanity, but it's rewarding. I mean, but you see it. You see how toxic that shit is. I know something about God analytically. No, the fuck you don't. You're gaslighting me. Shut up. It's gross. Like when you can see the gaslighting, it's gross. They don't necessarily know they're gaslighting. They don't necessarily know that. But when you have facts and you can see it from a different angle, yeah, you fucking gaslight. And it gets to be gaslighting when you point at it, when you show it to him. You fucking simple tacitly, it's like he should have just been like, let me think about that for a while. But what was it? Just gaslighting. It's gross. It's gross. His family did that to him, taught him that that's proper human discourse to gaslight people. All right, Levy, let's go prove it.
What do you mean? What do you want me to prove?
That you have situational awareness and that you know how to talk without beating the shit out of your microphone every time you touch it.
I just joined because I got curious on what this was. I'm not trying to debate, bro.
I'm not trying to debate either.
Yeah, so what do you want me to prove? I have nothing to prove.
A God thing. That's what I'm asking. Can you?
God? Oh, no, I can't prove God's existence. I just came here.
Oh. Okay, well then I win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Yeah, but I'm not trying to debate or prove anything.
I wasn't either.
Yeah, okay, then I guess that's that then.
Absolutely fucking dominated.
You put your idea on the table and got shattered.
I could, bro. You know?
Well, why can't you prove it?
Bro, like, because
that's
I didn't
not a debate. I'm not asserting anything is true. I'm just asking, why can't you prove it?
I mean, this is kind of a skeptic fallacy because you obviously have a position, but you're not making a...
No, I am. I'm an atheist, but I'm not debating you. This is not a debate. I'm not debating. I'm asking. Igtheist. I'm an igtheist.
Can you tell me why you're an atheist then?
IG. India Golf. Not Alpha Golf or Alpha Tango. Igtheist. IG.
Never heard of IG atheist. I'm so confused, bro.
It's not an atheist. I'm not an atheist.
You just told me you're an atheist.
Bro, I asked you, why is it that you cannot prove the existence of a God? Does that sound like a question of an atheist?
I mean, it does. Usually atheists are the ones who ask that kind of question.
Why can't you prove the existence of a God? Is an atheistic question?
Yeah, I mean, would you like me to explain or
no?
What do you think?
I'm going to try to help
because
I'm trying to help you understand how that's a theistic question.
You want me to explain but not explain? Okay, got it, bro.
I didn't ask you for an explanation.
So you asked. You literally did.
Jesus,
like 2 minutes ago.
You talk over me way too much. I didn't ask you for that. You're gaslighting me. I never asked you for that. You asked me if I wanted it, and I said no. And then you got butthurt because you think I just don't want to let you talk. I'll let you talk. But you asked me, and I said no. Where are you derping on that? I said no. That was the answer. I don't need the explanation. That's what I said.
Dude, I don't know what you want me to say, bro. Like, what do you want me to say?
Because you're gaslighting. I'm telling you, I'm intending that question at Jesus.
Can you prove that I'm gaslighting you?
I'm telling you that I'm intending that question as a theistic question. That is the question a theist would ask. If I was a theist, and I do believe in the existence of a God, I would ask you, why is it that you cannot prove the existence of a God? Because it is a task I think I could perform. That's a consistent question. An atheist asking that question is redundant because an atheist would already have an answer for why God does not exist, at least from their perspective, so they wouldn't be confused why their interlocutor could not prove the existence of a God. But since I am asking for a follow-up information to come to some understanding why you believe that you cannot prove the existence of a God, this clearly indicates to you, and after further elaborative meta conversation about this, which is what's going on right now in real time, I'm meta-cognizing about what's happening with you so that you can get past this hurdle and we can move into a better conversation. This part's fucking stupid. So I mean it as a theistic question. I'm challenging your ability to not be able to prove the existence of a God because I'm convinced that you actually can. You're just deluded into thinking that you can't. So I'm trying to get to the fucking bottom of and not debate you on why you believe you cannot prove the existence of a God thing. If you can't engage with that question, I'll ban you.
Okay. Can you define what a debate is then?
Goodbye. Yep, exactly. It's what it is. It leaves them in uncharted territory. When you tell an atheist, this ichtheistic argument, when you start asking them, why do you atheism? The opposite is theism, right? That's their natural inclination is because, well, I don't theism. It's like, yeah, but you're active. It's like you're hanging out at the tennis court, shouting at all the tennis players while not playing tennis because you're a Karen and you just wish they didn't build the tennis court there. I get it. It used to be a nice park. Had cool trees and shit. The ducks used to come, right? Now they don't because they built the fucking tennis court and your butt hurt. Is that why you're there? Because your butt hurt? That they took your park and invaded your territory? It's like, yeah, that's the answer. And I can relate to that. I could be like, yeah, I get that. You don't want those guys there. You got a good reason? Oh, it's the park? Yeah, let's talk about that, right? But it's just triggered assholes. Just they don't get that there's other options. It's like if I'm not an atheist, I must be a theist. If I'm not a theist, then I must be an atheist. They see it dichotomously. And I'm sorry, atheism and theism is not a dichotomy. A dichotomy is when you got two options. You got option A or option B. That's a dichotomy. You also have two options in the sense of A or not A. And this is an interesting distinction about what dichotomies are. So if it's A or B, that's a dichotomy. But what about C? Is that a dichotomy? No. That's not a dichotomy. What about A or not A? Is A or not A the same as A or B and they're both dichotomous form? No, it's not the same because in A or not A, you have option one. You have one option or not that option. And not that option is not option B, right? Not the option is not an option. It's just one option, right? You either take it or leave it. Those are your options. You don't get option B. Now, when you have a dichotomy in the form of A or B, they can be two entirely different things. One could be a dog and the other can be a hair bun, right? And so you can either take the hair bun or this one, and it's dichotomous because there's only two options here. The addition of more options undermines the nature of A or B dichotomously. Even in the event that you have A sub 1, A sub 2, A sub 3, or B, that's still not dichotomous because you got three options on the left and one option on the right. So A or B is two options. You have two options being presented, and you could pick one of the two dichotomously. Only one can apply. So same applies to this whole bullshit. It's not a dichotomy. You look at theism, unpack it. Is theism just theism? Well, no, it's theism 1, theism sub 2, theism sub 3, theism sub 4, theism sub 8 billion, right? You got to the end. I just did that truncate thing they do in nerd math, right? They just cut off all the, but I did that all the way to 8 billion, right? So there's theism sub 8 billion, and there's just atheism, right? Oh, wait, no, hold on. It's actually atheism sub 1, atheism sub 2, atheism sub 3, right? There's a bunch of atheism subs too, because there's Gnostic atheism, agnostic atheism, right? There's all different kinds of atheisms too. There's variations of what even agnostic atheism or Gnostic. What does it mean to know that God does not exist? Ask Bogey. Ask Bogey. A guy comes in my chat room. He's got a what it means. He's a Gnostic atheist, and he has meta-olfactory trial. That's his shit. So that's atheism sub 4 or something like that, right? So you're not looking at A or B. You're looking at plethora of options over here versus not so many options over here, but more than one. This is not dichotomous. Sorry, you guys are totally allowed to fix the problem. I'm not saying you can't fix the problem. I'm just saying as I look at it right now, it's not currently dichotomous. Yeah, but what's cool though, Pat, like, I think I do my best work when I'm triggered. it's part of how I learned, so it's just part of what makes it natural for me to answer questions and shit. Like I'm decent if it's just you're asking me a question. I'm decent with it, but like that pushback like triggers me and then I get mad. But it provides content at least. It sucks that it can't be more pushback and it's just like morsels of me ranting and then banning someone. That part sucks. But I mean that's just, hey, look, guys, I'm fucked in the head. You did this. I didn't do this to me. This is what happened to me. I became an asshole. I'm telling you, I was nice when I was a little kid. So I didn't raise me. Okay? I didn't interact with me out there in the public. You guys did that shit. And I take my part in the whole equation. But I didn't train me to be a toxic fucking asshole. Because of this whole gaslighting situation, this really toxic situation going on planet Earth that I just can't ignore, for the same reasons like all the atheists and theists can't ignore the shit. You know how theists will like come knock on your fucking door. You'll be minding your own fucking business on your own property, and then some asshole will come up to your door and knock on it. Like that's what doors are made for. Doors are not made for you to walk up to and knock on. All kinds of like a stick. We could have like an entry stick, right? If we wanted you to knock. So that's not what a door is. Knocking is what you do when a door is in your way. So doors are erected for privacy. That's why we have doors. Privacy and containment and maybe aesthetics. But it's privacy, right? So you see a door and then you knock on it because you're an asshole. What you could do, instead of knocking on someone's door, you could roll up, see that their door's shut, and then wait. Right? You just wait. Eventually, the person who owns that door will open it. And when that door is no longer shut, you may be able to approach, but it's still property. So I would suggest from a distance, be like, hey, shout, get their attention. Right? They'll see you from a distance. And then you could be like, hey, I noticed your door is open. May I approach? And they may think you're weird and say no, and then fuck off, right? That's what you do. You fuck off immediately. You just take yourself and fuck off, right? That's what you do. That's the least intrusive way to invade the privacy of knocking, banging, right, on someone's door. Because people have doors because fuck you. Their house, privacy, and public. That's why they have doors. They did not put doors up there because they wanted you to knock on that and make noise and cause them to move to the threshold of their castle, right? It is a privacy thing. So, but here's the problem. These religious people enter your property. So they break that social fucking barrier. Then they wander, meander, if you will, sometimes, casually. As if they're not violating some social fucking order problem going on that they're about to fucking explode into. Like innocently. Walk up to the threshold of your door and then they repeatedly bang on it until you come to it a lot, right? That's rude right there. You committed multiple rude acts. You entered to the property, you didn't hurry up, and you made noise at my threshold. Those are all three invasions right there. And then when I stop doing what I'm doing, whatever that was, none of your business, and I go to the door, you want to try to brainwash me with a parasitic mental fucking debilitating condition. I open the door and you start spewing memes that are telling me I'm stupid, that I'm weak, that I can't do stuff, that anything that I think is true is tainted by demon juice, that I am demon juice. You tell me all these horrible fucking things. You'll like lean past me and say, oh, that's a little kid you got there, huh? Did you know that he's a horrible piece of shit and deserves nothing but eternal damnation? And then I'm standing at the door just like, holy shit, dude. Like, I was doing something. I was playing a, video game or whatever the fuck I was doing with my hypothetical kid. And then you banged on my door to say all that shit? Is there anything you would like to say to my wife? And I call my wife over, and she's got big ass titties, a perfect fucking ass in this thing. She's wearing all that yoga shit. She was working out, making her body all toned and shit. She comes to the door, and then you say, no, sir, I don't have anything to say to that thing. I don't know why you think that thing has any right to fucking talk to me, because I'm a Christian. That thing should be in the back cleaning some shit and fatter, right? Because she should be knocking out multiple babies. That's her only function. That's what the theist at the door should be saying that to me. And I am like freaking out because you came up to my house, you violated my privacy, you banged on my fucking door, you called my kid a piece of shit, then you told me that my wife was too fucking hot. And now what am I supposed to do? Ask you to leave, be a dick, be a horrible fucking asshole, and be like, hey, can you leave my property because I'm a fucking demon and I don't want your pure goodness on my property? Right? This is the delusion. These people are fucking monsters, and that's obviously a bullshit fucking story, but you know, to the extreme, we can rock a mic like a vandal. So yeah, I don't understand how religious people just like by default just automatically get like the whole we're good people thing. Dude, you guys aren't good people. You guys invade our privacy, insult our children, say our wives are too hot. You're not a good person if you're doing that. You're a horrible person if you're doing it. Like you see people who are happy and minding their own business, and you feel compelled to denigrate their fucking existence because they don't feel horrible about themselves. And yet you have the privilege to say, you know, it's just automatically like you're just the moral people. We people who don't go around treating each other like that have to justify how we have morals to people like that who tell us our children deserve to be tortured. Right? We who mind our own business in that regard have to justify to moral monsters how we're even capable of morals. It would be one thing if you recognize that you're a moral monster and you were asking genuinely, how do you do better? But you're not. You're taking one of the most unethical positions in human history and turning it on its head, and then asking us, looking down on us from your horrible starting point and asking us to prove to you that we're even capable of being moral. I mean, you should take our ethical criticisms as our foundation in the discussion. We're obviously moral entities if we're concerned about the health and well-being of children. When we're giving you direct examples of the psychological damage you inflict on a child by convincing them that they're useless and valueless and that the only person that is important in their life isn't even their own parents. It's the person on the wall that you'll never meet because it died allegedly 2,000 years ago and has since not helped a hand to stop one child from being victimized. The psychological fucking trauma children suffer at the hands of their own parents is the theme of this room. It's disgusting. It's vile. It's an aspect of our culture that needs to be removed. It's a cancer. Look what it's done to us. Look at the world, guys. Got the Muslims, the Jews right now are in absolute fucking chaos right now in the Middle East, and we could go to fucking nuclear goddamn war because of this religious bullshit. It doesn't end. It's never going to end if we just sit around and we keep the fucking same narrative going. We gotta fucking move the narrative forward. When we got atheists running around affirming the delusions of theists by assuming that their position is coherent enough to fucking reject, we have failed to properly inculcate our interlocutors into understanding that the only proper way to represent the ontology of a thing is by experience, and that it is not acceptable to gaslight someone into believing that you can just logic your way, that you could just descriptive your way, that you could just define your way into be able to, know whether what this object is. It's a bag of dog shit rolls, right? It's a roll of dog shit bags. Well, I said that all backwards, right? That's what it is. And if you can intuit the nature of God with any degree of accuracy, you should be able to intuit the nature of a weed grinder. You should be able to do that. That is consistent. That's fair. That's what you should be able to do. But because of the way you were raised, you were taught that it's okay to make those kinds of assertions, and atheists affirm your delusion. They don't, like I do, get you to demonstrate your connection between your epistemology and your ontology. Because I, like the atheists, recognize you don't have epistemic access. You have no epistemic coherence in your statement that God is X, Y, or Z, because it does not map to the territory. But the atheists don't care because the atheists want to shit on you. That's what they want to do. They want to shit on you. They're not there to help you. Atheism, that's not what atheism is. Atheism is a group of people who have been influenced by religious people and have developed a resistance or hostility towards those people, towards that group. I have the same thing, but I'm coming at you with a philosophy independent of yours, an actual philosophy, right? Not just I don't believe, right? That's not a philosophy. You're making this is a meta problem, right? We're trying to language, and you are violating the rules of language. We're trying to play chess, but you keep saying that pawns can move diagonally, right? This is the problem. You're not logicking properly. You're not following the rules of linguistics, of language, proper communication. If it was the case that we're asking you to make shit up about us, you are free to make shit up. You could say whatever you want, but if we're asking you to responsibly and accurately represent the ontological nature of something, you don't get to just make shit up. And the more you guys don't understand this, the more animosity, angst that there is, the more hostility, right? Because you guys just flat out refuse to play by the rules. You continue to believe that you can just deductive logic the nature of an object when you can't even do it on benign objects. It would be one thing if you could demonstrate if that dude was like, yeah, if I just said, okay, what's this object? And he was like, oh, it's a I'm going to deduce it. It's like premise 1, it has to be cylindrical. Premise 2, it has to be made of plastic mostly. Premise 3, it has to be perforated segmentedly so that it could be pulled apart in individualized units. Premise 4 or 5, whatever I'm at. It must facilitate fecal contact without transfer. Conclusion, it's a roll of dog shit bags. You should have been able to do that, but you didn't. You had no ability to do that. You couldn't be like premise 1, it's green, right? You couldn't even do that because it is green. I'm pretty sure it's green, right? And then you see what I'm saying? Like, you cannot deduce this information. This is not deductive reasoning. Right. Asserting the nature of objects is not deductive reasoning. No, it's not. Do you know what the problem of deduction is?
Yeah. It's not deduction, it's the problem of induction.
I said, do you know what the problem of deduction is?
There's no problem with deduction.
Well, because you're a dumbass. It's in my side chat. It's pinned in my assertions and my atheist assertions. It's in there.
Let me read. Yeah, but okay. So,
do you know which one of my assertions I'm talking about?
Oh, wait. Can I call you AN instead of having to say the whole thing? My name's Mike.
I don't care. Do you know what one of my assertions I'm talking about is? Do you know what the assertion is? I have 4 assertions.
The problem of non-contradiction.
Nope.
Right?
Nope. It's 3. In Igtheist assertions, it's 3. The one that I'm saying is relevant here is my 3rd assertion.
Wait.
Pure deduction without empirical premises only rearranges assumptions. That's all pure deduction does, is rearrange assumptions at that point. This is the problem of deduction.
You have to have evidence for deduction.
No, the problem of deduction isn't that you need the evidence. The problem of deduction is that it only rearranges the information you already have. No new information. Jesus fucking Christ. No new information is derived from deductive reasoning. The only thing that comes out of deductive reasoning are ways to pull out truths from that information. We rearrange it to say something meaningful, but that something meaningful was already in the premises. That's what a deductive argument is. There is no new information gained. So this is the problem of deduction. How did we get the true premise? You don't get the true premise from deduction.
All right. Some of what you said is good. But I'm saying I can have premise B, premise A, a lot of evidence.
What does a premise have to be?
What is a premise?
Finish?
Yeah, hold on. There you go. You're finished. So, for anybody that was curious about the answer to my question, because I asked it rhetorically, a premise has to be true. It has to be established as true. So you don't just deduce your way into those premises. You have to establish the veracity of a claim. You don't just assert the veracity of the claim. So the problem of deduction is rectified by induction. So induction and deduction synergize. So through induction, we experiment, we investigate, we learn, and we plug that into deduction. I got a phone call. I'll be back in a few. Yeah, I guess I've learned. Sorry, I had to. I do like kind of analyze post-ban. I do a post-ban analysis a lot. So, yeah, I'll probably clip something out of it and make a video of the substance of what I was talking about there. Is because that's kind of the plan. I just don't know how I want to implement the third step, which is the first step is the live streams, to gather the data. The second step is to truncate it to make it digestible for people, to get rid of turn it from 13 hours to 4 hours, whatever it ends up being. And then the third step would be from that take, because some people want that long form for whatever, but take from that the kind of the morsels that pop up in there, the discussions or whatever, and make short videos with the goal of being about 10 to 15 minutes. I really don't want my shorter videos, not my shorts, but my shorter videos to exceed like 15 minutes. Yeah. I also don't know if because what I've been thinking is speeding them up to putting it, because I notice I talk slow, and at about 150%, I sound about normal, about a normal person. And it just, I don't know, for whatever reason, for me, it sounds better when I play it back faster. I play it back faster a lot because I want to get through it. Also, like the shit I put on TikTok, took like a 14-minute video and turned it into like an 8-minute video. So, and it's not like, but the problem is that the reason I don't do the YouTubes that way is because a lot of my interlocutors talk faster than me. And then, so if I speed it up at 150% and then you get a fast talker, he's just going to be like a chipmunk. I could edit it to slow them down, but since a lot of the videos I would be making come from my like post-rant nut or post-ban nut rant, there's not really them to worry about. It's just me fucking going on a rant about why I just fucking banned somebody, and then I rant about what they weren't understanding. All right, Witty, let's go. Prove it. Yeah, that's right, nerd. Get fucking wrecked. Come up here ill-prepared like that shit. Automatic in session. Yeah, they all have, like, I guess their benefits, because what Piddle and I had talked about a while ago is more of a podcasty kind of setup, but I don't really have a setup for a podcast. So it's, the next best alternative to that is just live streaming live, like what we do live, right? Daily basis for the guys that hang out in this room is, well, we all have our own MOs. We do what we do, and then when like someone pops in, we kind of focus on that, start listening and stuff. Otherwise, we're doing other stuff, right? Like we're out doing things. Like a lot of these guys come in here wireless. I got wireless headphones, becoming mobile and shit. So we just kind of show up when whoever's around. The theist or the atheist will pop in, but there could be like, you see the video I have there that's a short version. It's only like 4 minutes. That's because there was a lot more than 4 minutes of content that day, but my mom had surgery, so I was out kind of running around with her, taking her where she needed to go because she had hand surgery. So now she's a gimp for like 2 weeks. So I gotta go over there a lot and shit. But I had left and I muted Discord, and when I got back, I forgot to unmute it. So it was like hours of just whatever conversation there was lost. But I can't I can't walk away from Discord with it unmuted because you get people come in here to start spamming N-words. It has to be muted if I go AFK, and I don't want to get into a habit of not live streaming. It's kind of one thing that I'm sort of trying to get over is I feel like a little bit it's an invasion of my own privacy because I'm live streaming it so much, but just due to the circumstances and nature and stuff, the easiest way for me to capture this kind of content is to just live stream it. If I could reliably like turn on my live stream and then get a bunch of people and talk, but I don't have that yet. I just got to take them as they come, and the server's pretty bad right now. I'm trying to get on TikTok, but they keep telling me no. My account's too young. Probably just over a week old, and they want you to have a 30-day account. But I get on TikTok, maybe I get into a new audience or something, and I can pull people into it from over there. But I also don't want to leave politics because politics has taken care of me over the ages. They've done me fair. There's like a sort of a loyalty there. I'm not like a sycophant for politics, but there is a loyalty there that, you know, they did me a solid, so I'm not going to try to jump around. Plus, a lot of the people that don't want to come in here because I'm such a dick, I don't want them in here. It's good. Like, so the dead silence that we get is not necessary. Oh, how do I use a program called Move Mouse. You can download it off of the App Store, but all it does is just make sure you can set up a timer, and then after your computer idles for whatever timer you set, it just wiggles your mouse. Basically, it does it like a circle or whatever. So it just reactivates.
Why did we make the world?
What? You like mumbled that whole thing.
Alright, how to basics. You ready?
Yo, so if God isn't real, why did he make the world?
Well, the task of the room is can you prove a God that exists in our reality? So do you actually believe in a God?
Yeah, dude.
Alright. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, electricity's not free, but it's not like it's an arm and a leg either. It's money, but I mean, my computer's on anyway because I'm always using it when I need it. I don't turn my computer off because it's not good for you. It's better for the longevity of your computer that it stay on, believe it or not. The thermals on a computer that is running under normal conditions and under normal and heavy load, like gaming and shit, those kinds of stressors, as long as they stay hot, don't really do anything. It's not like they get so hot they start melting the motherboard. The motherboard and the chips and all that, they can handle the heat as long as that heat stays within TDP or whatever they call it. But when you turn your computer off, it cools down, and then when you turn it on, it heats up rapidly. And when you're doing that to your computer, you're shocking your computer, and that right there can cause stress cracks in the materials because you're going from an ambient room temperature to fucking 100 degrees within seconds. Like, you boot it up and it just warms up real quick. So that's probably the worst thing you can do to your computer is turn it on. And then the second would be causing thermal stress not thermal stress, what's it called? I guess it's the type of thermal stress or whatever, that going from hot to cold, because you're going from an expanded, condition to a contracted condition. That's slower, so it's not as stressful than going from cold to hot, but you're still stretching and contorting and pulling on the structure of your computer. So sending that surge of electricity in it can damage it. It's called Move Mouse. But yeah, my computer has basically been on since 2017 when I built it. It's been off for like moving it around and shit like that, but no, it's been on since 2017, right? For the majority of its life. It's probably only been off for, I don't know, like maybe like 3% of the life of the computer. It's been on since that long, since 2017. Like, it stays on. I do reboot it and shit like that as necessary, but Um, there's less damage during a reboot because it's hot and it's going back on. It's not really staying off long enough to cool down and really get any kind of pressure, because the materials can handle some stress fracturing, or not stress fracturing, but stress tolerance or tensile strength or whatever you want to call it, stretchability. You could stretch as you go from like gaming to idle and stuff like that, and your parts heat up. But those are normal stresses that don't really affect the longevity of the thing. Like a GPU. A GPU's a type of thing that like works, and it just works like that for basically the entire life of the GPU, and then it breaks, and it just doesn't work anymore. Most of the time, that's how it happens. Like you could get like graphical errors and stuff like that, kind of last for a few times, but generally, when you get a graphical error on your GPU, it's toast. It's done, right? Like it's fucked. So, yeah, GPUs are just a really, really good part that they just work until they don't. They just end up breaking one day. My like I said, my GPU is a 1080 super clock, EVGA, and it's like the best fucking part I've ever bought in my life. I did a lot of research. I had a nerd help me pick this card out, and EVGA and NVIDIA EVGA at the time was like the best thing ever, and it's been proven it, because this 1080 super clock, like if I was to, I would need to upgrade my whole computer, really, to get any substantial benefits out of it, and I'm not going to get that much more, because I don't really need my computer to be like super gamer computer anymore. I don't really game like that anymore, so I won't, like, even if I upgraded, the 1080 super clock was a stellar card, and it's still hanging in there. It still plays like every modern game pretty much, with no problems. There's definitely games that my computer starts getting chuggy on, but yeah, the best thing you could do for your computer is to either keep it off or keep it on. And this is just using air cooler too. I've just had an air cooler, the Noctua. It's a big ass fucking heatsink, man. Don't get me wrong. It's not even like I'm cooling it with like liquid. I don't even believe in liquid cooling, man. I think liquid cooling really isn't that much better than regular ambient air cooling. I mean, you get some degrees and shit, but you don't get. It's not like you get way better performance. It's just mostly it looks dope as fuck, which is why people get it. I don't really play too many games these days. But when I do, it's survival games. And my stream in what is it, 29th, Project Zomboid is coming out with Build 42 stable. So I'm probably going to do a playthrough on that. So that'll make up some of my live stream, at least. I'll live stream it as I'm hanging out and whatnot. But I don't know how long I'll play it, because I'm kind of getting frustrated with Project Zomboid. Every Project Zomboid person, unless you're just a total fanboy, sycophant, is getting frustrated. And it's only because it's such a good game, or it was a really good game, but like it's almost like what they should have done is finished it at Build 41 and considered Build 41 the release of Project Zomboid 1. And then they should have just started on Project Zomboid 2 from scratch and just make a Project Zomboid 2. That's what they should have done, but they didn't, and it's caused years of delay, and the community is just so buttered. But it's not like years of delay with no updates. It's they are updating the game, but like when they in the inception of the game, there was no like multiplayer or none of that shit. It was some fucking nerd out there figured out how to turn single player into multiplayer with bots, and then the game blew up, and everybody started loving it even more, and they made a bunch more money off of it. And then they spent time in the code making it a multiplayer. So they basically took the mod, and they have a rich mod community. It wasn't like stolen or anything, but they basically made Project Zomboid a multiplayer, and then the nightmare started. The back end engine just can't handle multiplayer for shit, and it was terrible. It was It was a horrible experience of lag and rubber banding and shit like that. But people tolerated it because it was such a fun ass game, right? To co-op. So the problem is the engine, and they've basically been spending the last fucking couple of years just trying to rewrite the engine piecemeal to get it to work right. So they should have just said, hey, look, this was intended to be a single player. You guys fucking ruined it with the multiplayer, and we didn't help by humoring and, you know, your problems. But what we'll do is make a whole new game. You can give us more money, we'll get even richer, and you'll have a multiplayer game that's stable and fun, right? Like, I don't know why they didn't do that, because Project Zomboid community would be shelling out money hand over fist to buy Project Zomboid 2. Like, it's a great game. Like, I have gotten my money's worth. I would buy that game like 30 times in my life and not feel that I've been ripped off, right? Because I've gotten that many hours out of that game. Like, it's like Rust, right? Like, I've gotten tens of thousands of dollars worth of entertainment out of Rust, right? Think about all the like adventures I could have gone on in life, and the stupid going outside and just wasting money on activities out there and shit. But I just stayed for like nearly 6,000 hours playing Rust. That's a shitload of money saved. So, and I paid like $10 for that game, because I got it like in 14 or some shit, like way back in the day, almost right after. So yeah, you can't, like, the gaming industry theoretically on paper could be charging hundreds of dollars for a video game, right? If they calculated the value of the video game by how much entertainment you're going to get from playing that video game. And when you're playing a game for, 1,000 hours, 5,000 hours, or you go to a movie and you spend $20 on a movie, $20, $30 on a movie by your, for yourself or whatever, with all your stuff, and that's only like 2 hours. So imagine if a video game costed 20 hours for $20 and you only got to play it for 2 hours. You'd be like, yeah, that's fucking overpriced, expensive, that's a waste of money. It's a movie, right? That's exactly what you're doing with a fucking movie, but you're only getting to play it for 2 hours, and then it's over. You never really get to play it again. I mean, you can, but it's the same movie you saw last time, right? You could just sit there and play it and then be like, yeah, I got my money's worth. But that's exactly gaming. When you're putting in 5,000 fucking hours into a game, like a game that costed me 10 and cost a today person with 30, 40 bucks, it's a steal. It's a steal. It's a steal. That's why people justify like buying some games and having to spend like $200 on all the DLCs and shit. They'll drop it because they're gonna get $200 worth of entertainment. You bet your ass, right? But yeah, mostly it's just survival games, because like my brain is starting to slow down. My hand-eye coordination. I used to do it a lot when I was younger. I was pretty good first-person shit for me anymore. It's too stressful. It's like I tried playing Tarkov. It's not a video game. Tarkov is not fun. It's not a video game. It's a stress simulator. It's all that it's a heart attack simulator. That's all that fucking game is. You spend like 15 minutes in your stash house outfitting a pistol, right? Because you're too scared to take anything in there. You go in there with your fucking pistol that you don't want to lose, and then you lose it because you suck at the game. That's a typical Tarkov experience. It's not just me. It's typical Tarkov. It's go in there, try to loot what you can and get out, save up some money to get a kit that you'll never use for like the next month because you're still farming up shit because you're too much of a chicken shit. Take that kit and go fuck shit up because it's your only kit. And if you lose it, you'll be a bitch, right? You won't have shit. It'll suck. You'll have to remember all that pistol running you did that you're doing anyway because you're too scared to lose your fucking pistol. Or your quote-unquote good gear that's just trash that you fucking looted off of a scat. Right? I mean, that's Tarkov right there. Then you get people like fucking Landmark, like an asshole, just going in there like making it so easy. So fucking easy, dude. Like, Landmark plays that game like people breathe and just fuck shit up. And it's no fun for people like me going in there and having zero fucking chance and just getting farmed for like the one guy on the map who's just a badass. That's Tarkov right there. That's how Tarkov is. That's the life of a Tarkovian. But yeah, I just found myself stressing out, my heart fucking pumping,
And literally all I was doing was like crouch down behind a dresser in some fucking house. So, and then the combat starts and it's literally just, you hear a whiz noise and then you're back at spawn screen. Dude, I don't even really know exactly what streamer bot is supposed to do. I was trying to set it up last night to do that shit that JL does on his stream where he like highlights comments up on the screen so that people who, you know, they're not they don't have access to the live chat. If they're watching it later, they can see that shit pop up and see what, too dumb. I gotta talk to the AI more, figure out how to do it. It just wasn't working. I don't know how to set up the hotkey button. It's like this convoluted process. I don't know why it's so complicated. Wait, was he arguing that premises don't have to be true? Because I had to AFK and then I come back and I'm now reading in the side chat. It's like he was quoting me. A premise has to be true. Egg quote, laughing my ass off. Was he making fun of me for asserting that premises? Wow. That's what I mean. I can't handle that shit. I can't. Oh no, I'm telling you, like, I could, like, Destiny, like those kind of streamers and shit, somehow they can just full on game and converse with people. I can't. My brain will just start heating up and shit. I have to pause the video game and start focusing. But yeah, I love that tripping these nerds up with the problem of deduction shit, dude. I don't know, like, if there is an actual, like, problem of deduction by some shit, but when I started, like, thinking about what deduction and induction is, and then all you ever hear about is, like, the problem of induction. People come at you like, wait, you ever heard of the problem of induction, bruh? Like, you got to get you some of that deduction, bro, because the induction's dog shit. It's, like, kind of what you hear. It's like, what do you mean induction's bad and deduction's good? What does that mean exactly? And they'll tell you, they'll be like, well, because induction, you know, you don't get to absolute certainty. It's like, oh, you get that in deduction? It's what you get there? And they'll be like, yeah. You know, it's like you get certainty in deduction. And I always had an issue with that because, you know, once I started looking into it, started getting some of my suspicions confirmed in there. I was like, wait, hold on. So a premise has got to be true, but how do you know the premise is true? And theoretically, the idea is like, well, you just click on it, and whenever you click on a premise, you get a new argument. A new argument pops open. But then if you don't accept those premises, you say, well, okay, well, it makes that premise true to make that argument why that previous premise was true. Well, the only thing you could do is just click on the premise and ask, why is that premise true? And then another deductive argument pulls up. And that's it. It's just this endless chain of you either accept it and that's why you accept the premise is true, or you don't accept it and you look for an argument, but it's just another deductive argument. Something you basically fall back to it being something you accept is true. And you're like, oh, okay, that's why I move back forward. And then you go back forward and you go back to the original thing and you're like, all right, next I accept this argument, blah, blah, blah. But there's literally nothing new popping out. You're just playing with a bunch of things you accept as true. And you haven't demonstrated them to be true by the process of deduction. It's the process of induction that allows us to come to a conclusion about what's true, right? So we do an experiment, like we observe something, we think about it, we build this model for it and call it an explanation. And then, you know, we come to a level of confidence about whether our conclusion accurately represents our suspicions by being confirmed by the experiment and pans out in the data. That's scientific method, right? And then when you've done your due diligence here and you've reached a conclusion that something is true, you then plug that into deductive premises as a deductive premise. You flesh out if it's true through that reasoning of induction. That's where you figure out if it's true. Once you figure out if it's true, you put it in deduction, you rearrange it, you figure out what that means. You got all these true premises, you construct it in this way, and it tells you what it means. But what it means is not new information that isn't contained in the premises. So the idea that there's a problem of induction and not a problem of deduction just always left a bad taste in my mouth because two sides of the same issue of just us trying to figure stuff out. How could one, there be a problem and there not be a problem in the other? And then I just started saying, okay, well, where do you get true premises, right? You don't. Not from deduction. So that's the problem of deduction. You don't get new premises. You don't get new truths from deduction, right? You may be able to achieve a confidence that something is true by rearranging the premises and feel that it has to be absolutely true if you did your due diligence properly. But the issue of deduction is you can't get true premises deductively. You get them inductively through experience, through your interaction with them and your justifications and stuff like that. And that's how you come to believe it's true. So the problem of induction is allegedly that it doesn't reach certainty on that level. But it does by deduction. You use deduction to do that, right? And so it's like a cycle, right? But people think that you could just deduce. That's all you need. You don't need to induce. You could just deduce, right? Like, no, you can't actually. You need to be able to determine what is true. Then you use it as true in a way that shows you a conclusion or reveals a truth within. But because what they're doing here is they're taking two distinct, different processes. The first thing they're starting with in their infantile brain is that whatever God says is absolutely true. Now, that is, if you were to try to click on that premise, it's just completely fucking convoluted. Don't even look for the truth there. Just understand that that's what they're doing. They're asserting this God as like doing that what it says is absolutely true. And so from that position, they're then presented with two options. They got a system of reasoning that results in some confidence score, or a system of reasoning that reaches absolute fact. And so since they already believe God is absolute fact, and they're being told that deductive reasoning provides absolute fact, they conflate it. They think deductive reasoning is a better model or an upgrade to inductive reasoning, not understanding that induction and deduction are just two sides or two approaches to a similar problem of the nature of something. One is an investigation of its nature so that we can explain it meaningfully. And once we have done that, we can use that to build an argument. And these people think there's some problem with deduction in that, or induction, in that induction doesn't lead to absolute certainty. That's like saying there is a problem with the wheelbarrow because you don't have to feed it. It's like, what do you mean you don't have to feed a wheelbarrow? Like, they don't eat. And then you just being like, yeah, that's a problem. It's not a problem. It's not a thing that alleges to eat. I don't know why you're putting eat on it. It never at all. Inductive reasoning never suggested that it gets to absolute fact. It's just a reasoning model to come to ideas that you think are true with some confidence that you can bring to a discussion and ask other people, do you think this is true by this line of reasoning? And they generally like, yeah, if they're fair and elected, they're like, yeah, that's true. And so they'll allow you to plug it in as a true premise. But that's the main confusion, is that they think that deductive reasoning is the upgrade of reasoning and inductive reasoning is the old shitty reasoning that we used to use or something. And we should go with deductive reasoning because God uses deductive reasoning because everything God says is absolute fact, just like everything deductive is absolute fact, right? That's their dumbass fucking operation they're doing in their brain. Like, it's dumb as shit. It's dumb. It's like, I fucking promise you, like, in the future, start asking theists about it. That's a better representation of what they're actually trying to argue when they say problem of deduction. And that's why so many people only know about the problem of deduction and have never heard of the problem. Let's see, by the way, I don't know if you want to talk about this, but did you reply to Matt Dillahunty after that video? I don't know how the hell it happens, but when I watched that video, I was like, how would it be to be about this guy? No, I've never responded to him, to his response. Well, he wasn't really making he was making a, I guess it's sort of a response video, but since he didn't dox me, like he could have, because I messaged him under my Facebook name, so he could have doxed me like a douche, but he never did, so that's cool. But he was just citing a Facebook Messenger message I was talking to him, and he was just kind of musing on the conversation. So he wasn't really, he did bring elements of, like when he said this guy called me an asshole and maybe I am, you know, he brought some of that in there. So, but he wasn't poisoning the well. I did call him an asshole. But you know, we had banter. So I don't blame him for that aspect of the video, because he was just doing it to express the attitudes of each other. But no, I've never responded to him directly like that. I've commented many times to people about it, about how his video was a fair video given his interpretation of the text, because the text was limited, right? It's Facebook Messenger text, and I do think he did the fairest from his vantage rendition of what he thought I was saying in that conversation. I just think that if I knew he was gonna fucking make a video of the question, I would have prepared better. I probably would have used a different format, and I wouldn't have did it where I was doing it. I literally had that conversation with him while I was standing outside of one of my nursing classes, waiting to go into the class. I was there early from a previous class, and I was scrolling through something, and I had thought something, and I wanted his input on it, because I was like, you know, what's your position on it? And so I DM'd him on Facebook, and he was nice enough to, I was not put on the spot, but short in time, because I was trying to get through the conversation and be as quick as possible. And then, like an idiot, I started it on fucking Facebook Messenger, where I'm trying to communicate with my thumbs. So I don't think anybody's been too bad of a job, but I don't know. I just don't feel like a lot of people even understand atheism. They think they put too much emphasis on definitions, and I hate MAGA. I think MAGA destroyed everything. Like, I absolutely loathe those pieces of shit. Like, J6 was the death of my country. After J6, I can't justify that we've had a United States of America. You don't get to vote for a traitor, guy who committed insurrection, and then call yourself an American. That's treason. Unfortunately, our government never punished that treason, and our government accepted it and has been accepting it. So I can only say that my government fell. They capitulated to a traitor, and we just haven't renamed this to the United States of Israel or something like that. I don't know what country I live in, but I feel like the country I was born in is not a country. It's not been officiated, because they didn't get the civil war they wanted. I think they've been doing things to try to push us, and I think the Charlie Kirk thing was something they were trying, and we just didn't bite, and we didn't give them the civil war they were looking for. You know, they entertained us too much. Most of us would rather watch the Civil War happen on YouTube. But yeah, I don't think MAGA has American interest in mind. They hate the Constitution. They're okay with a guy who said that it's okay to abolish the Constitution. I just don't know in what way MAGA is American. Having a flag does not make you American. Being a loud, butthurt little bitch does not make. Screaming that your opposition is a pedophile demon is not American. American is shared values. That's what American is. If you can't look at the person across from you as an American because of those shared values, then you're not a fucking American, right? They're the American creed. The reason we have the American creed is because it's neutral to all Americans, that we have the right to disagreement. You do not have the right to go around and say that your interlocutor is a demonic pedophile. just to shut down the conversation. That's not American. American is democracy, debate, conversation about the issues, adult discourse, capitulations, deals, right? That's what American is. What has been going on the last 20 years, hard in my experience, paying attention, is rampant obstructionism, a deadlocked fucking government system. That's what I see. Using hatred in a political arena to not work together is anti-American. Whenever you shut down political discourse, that's anti-American because you're promoting fascism and discord. Whenever you stop listening to the people, you force them to violence as a government. If you're the government and you don't listen to the people, you force them to violence. And our government isn't listening to the people. That's what's happening. It's not that there's any real difference between a left American and a right American. It's that they've given you enough wedge strategies and discontent that MAGA took what they thought at the time in the first election was a way out of the deadlock in politics. But they got duped. They got fucking lied to because they're low IQ clowns. And they were forgiven that first time. And we got back on track with a dog shit president like fucking Biden. And we could have done better, but we were left with the dog shit president like Biden. And then the fucking MAGA felt that a demon pedophile in the office was just too much for them. And so they reelected Trump. And at that point, you failed as an American because Trump is the epitome of somebody who does not stand for the American creed. He doesn't. He does not stand for the American creed. MAGA does not stand for the American creed. MAGA is made up of a bunch of fucking sycophantic morons, religious people that don't know how to think. That's MAGA. MAGA are anti-intellectuals. They're flat earthers. They're fucking pill deniers. They're fucking shot deniers. They're just literally the dredges of society come cohesive under one fucking unit because the Republican, the GOP, brought you under their wing because they're terrified of losing to the Democratic Party, which it was true at the time that there were more Democrats than Republicans. Whenever Democrats turned out to vote, they won. That was the narrative at the time. But after they, brought the GOP, after they brought the terrorists under their wing, it gave them enough political weight to get through their agenda. So that's what I think of MAGA. MAGA are sycophants. They're the right of the right of the right. They're racist. They're bigots. They're Nazis. They're Klans members, right? Their group is made up of publicly the worst people. They are the worst fucking people. If you go to any bigot in America and ask them, what political party do you fucking belong to? The chances are they're MAGA. They're definitely on the right. If they're a hateful bigot, they're on the right. And depending on how much they hate, pushes them more into MAGA. I don't know why anybody sees anything else about MAGA. They're all fat neckbeards living in the country who fucking hate each other. They hate each other. They hate you. The only thing that happened to these fucking idiots in recent times is all the shit they wished on other people was hitting them. So any MAGA today that is like turning against MAGA is just a piece of shit, anti-human, anti-American piece of shit who's mad that MAGA's hurting them. If MAGA wasn't hurting them, they wouldn't care that MAGA's hurting anybody else. MAGA wanted everyone else to get hurt. They didn't realize that like the dude says, the leopards are eating their face. MAGA is shocked that they're suffering under MAGA because they were duped. They were conned by a fucking con man. A known con man. It wasn't like, oh yeah, he's probably a con. Everybody knew he was a fucking con man. Everybody fucking knew this shit. There's no excuse the second time. There really wasn't much of an excuse the first time other than upsetting politics. That is a legitimate thing. You're tired of the same old, so you voted for something different. You got fucked by something different. You should have voted for someone else, but you didn't. You didn't. You voted for Trump again. You bought the lies of no election. You bought just fucking endless lies. You guys are fucking morons, right? You're the dumbest sons of bitches in America. You're dumber than Christians. The Christians don't even fucking want you, right? That's why you MAGA has turned to Christian nationalism. Most Christians don't want fucking Christian nationalism. They want American creed. They want the right to believe in peace. That's the American way. The right to believe opposing values and stuff in peace. Maybe we get together and protest and yell at each other, but in general relative peace, that's the American way. America is not about homogenization. That is not America. It never was. We're a nation of fucking indigenous people and immigrants. Who's your options? Indigenous people or immigrants? We're not the indigenous people. So they're just brain dead bigots who are acting like Americans. It's disgusting. I can't stand fucking MAGA having an American flag. I wish they would just like die in proximity. Like I wish there was like a chemical that made unpatriotic assholes die when you touch a fucking flag. You should like it should be like a DNA marker or some shit, or however they can fucking do it. Like you shouldn't be able to wave around an American flag and abuse it like that. But that's exactly what they're doing. It's, you know, if there's anything sacred in my life, it would be an American flag. I'm an American nationalist. So when I see a bigot who has zero American values wave that fucking flag around and act like they're the ones that are upholding American values, it's absolutely fucking vile, and it's a mockery of American values. So that's what I think of MAGA. That's my opinion of MAGA. They're all fucking traitors. And this country is fucking ruined because these pieces of shit did it. And they continue to do it every fucking day, all the time. They're doing it right now. These pieces of shit on Saturday afternoon are doing it. They're ruining our goddamn country from the top level all the way down into the fucking swamp where these maggots live. Like, never put your identity in a politician. Never fucking put your identity in another person. Never say that person speaks for me. Never fucking do that, because this is what you fucking get. You put your identity in a fucking pedophile. Now look at you, right? That's what MAGA did. Everybody knows that Donald J. Trump fucks children, and that Jeffrey Epstein was a good friend of him who got killed in prison for trafficking children. Andrew fucking Tate traffics humans, right? What do you mean now, dude? There's nothing on the left wing to talk about. Name it. Name it, Nick. What is on the left that is even remotely comparable to fucking insurrection? Name it. Bro, there's not two sides on insurrection. There's one side on one party committed insurrection. Do you think insurrection is comparable to, you know, the right or the left doing shit you don't like? It isn't insurrection for the left to take away your gun rights. That's not insurrection. That's the Constitution. If the government wants to get together and vote out your fucking Second Amendment, that's American. But they've tricked you. They've tricked you into thinking that you losing gun rights is the same as actual fucking insurrection. Hey, dude, you can be a dumbass all you want, Nick. You're never going to convince me that I have lying eyes. I saw what I saw, you deaf sack of shit. If you don't want to believe it's an insurrection, you fucking do that, traitor. You're not going to find any common ground saying stupid shit like that. Just hatred and enemy. That's all I get. Hatred and enemy for anyone who tells me it wasn't insurrection. Like, you people are fucking clowns. The right wing cried up and down that there was a fucking voter fraud. Not a single fucking court case out of nearly 100 of them even remotely suggested it, and it wasn't good enough for you fucking knuckle draggers. Literally to this day has not produced a single fucking shred that the election was rigged. And that's why these fucking clowns committed insurrection, because they believed it was rigged. This cocksucking child fucking piece of shit has been in control of the government for 2 solid fucking years after that date, and not one bit of evidence from his administration has been released that it was a fucking fraud. You dipshits bought into it was a fraud, and that amped you up to go commit insurrection, or at least be okay with it. Fuck you. There's nothing on the left that is comparable. Nothing. All you have on the left is that they do shit you don't like. They like the blue hair. They like the penises. They like the gay shit. They like all the fucking things. That's American. You having to put up with shit you don't like is part of the American creed. That's not both sides. Both sides is you guys do a bunch of shit that we don't like, and we do a bunch of shit that you don't like. That's both sides. Both sides isn't one commits literal fucking insurrection and the other doesn't. That's not both sides, asshole. Yo, idiot, rioting is not insurrection. Do you not know the difference between a riot and an insurrection? Are you that much of a fucking knuckle dragger, Nick, that you can't go to fucking ChatGPT and say, hey, what's the difference between a riot and an insurrection? Are you that much of a fucking invalid, Nick? You idiot. You think riots and insurrection are the same thing? And you're characterizing riots as peaceful like a knuckle-dragging idiot? Riots aren't peaceful. They never were. You're a gaslighting piece of shit. You were never told that a peaceful protest was a riot and that a riot was a peaceful protest. You were gaslit into believing that shit because you're a moron and you'll believe whatever fucking AI tells you as long as it sucks you off. You're a fucking clown. Yeah, I'm gonna rupture my fucking nut in your fucking mouth, bitch. That's what you're getting. Look at your fucking post, bitch. You're saying nothing. Nothing in this side chat. You're saying nothing. You're a fucking traitor, Nick. That's all you are. You're a dog shit fucking traitor. You're just, dude, it's been years. Give it up. Your party is ruining fucking America, taking us to fucking nuclear war, and you're sitting here justifying that it wasn't a fucking insurrection because it was a legitimate fucking attack on our democracy because the election was rigged. You're a clown. You're a clown. Your administration hasn't even been able to fucking prove that the election was rigged. Showed nothing. Nothing. And yet you're here today in 2026, you're still fucking justifying insurrection. That's what I mean. All that happened was they didn't get the civil war they needed. That's why you and I are at heads, because we didn't go to fucking battle and kill each other. But that's what they wanted, Nick. And you fucking people tried to give it to them. You tried to fucking throw over this country and kill people. You guys fucking killed people that day. You killed cops, you fucking retard. Don't worry about my fucking blood pressure. You don't need to worry about shit. What you need to worry about is how you haven't said a single fucking word of relevance to anything being said. You're just a sycophantic fucking retard, and you keep fucking talking like that in my chat, and I'm gonna fucking ban you from it. You don't get to come here and promote fucking treason, asshole. I don't give a fuck if you think it's treason or not. I'm telling you from my perspective, it's fucking treason. You're in my fucking chat. You keep fucking promoting treason, I'm gonna ban you. So shut the fuck up. I'm not interested in it. You're an idiot. You're trash to me. We should have gone to war, but we didn't. That would have been the solution they wanted, but we didn't get it. So we're at each other's fucking necks because you want to keep supporting the fascists who wanted us to go to civil war. What else are you, man? You want war. That's your only fucking solution in MAGA. MAGA wants war. They want to kill Americans. When did you promote treason? When your party killed cops to overthrow democracy. That was an attack on democracy that day, dude. They were certifying the election. That was an officiated process by the United States government, and you fucking animals went there to interrupt it. Thankfully, the fucking evil witch that nobody fucking likes on this fucking planet did her goddamn job and certified the fucking election that day. The only fucking person in the last fucking 6 years, 5 years, that has done anything for this fucking country is an evil cunt that nobody fucking likes. You're trash, dude. There's literally nothing worth talking to a MAGA because you people are not going to be happy until we go to fucking war and you kill people like me because you are anti-American. You cannot handle the debate. You have been amped up into believing that people like me and the people on the left are pedophiles and fucking demons, and this your goddamn president is a child fucker in the fucking Epstein files more times than Jesus is in the Bible. And you are fucking defending that trash. Shame, 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 shame. But yeah, there's absolutely no conversation to be had with a MAGA on this level, man. You guys don't understand what you're doing. You guys are forcing us to war, to killing each other over your petty indifference to fucking, like, empathy, bro. Your party fucking hates empathy. But anything happens to you guys, though, you abandon fucking ship immediately. As soon as Trump starts doing things to you guys, it's fucking gone. It's fucking gone. So he's such a horrible president. I finally see what everybody's been saying the whole time. You people are disgusting and vile, bro. Yeah, okay, dude. Fuck you. If you think people ain't been fucking killed, dude, fuck you. Just get the fuck out of my chat. Like, you're garbage, dude. You ever say anything about fucking Trump again, you're just gonna get moderated. You come into my room and say anything fucking about fucking MAGA, it's gonna be immediate fucking 24-hour fucking ban, dude. Fuck you. And fuck all MAGA. Fuck you, MAGA. If you're hearing this, fuck you. Go away. You're trash. I don't want nothing to do with you. You're nothing but a cancer on fucking society. You promote no fucking intellectual value. This is a room that we're trying to have fucking discourse about stuff. All you guys are is fucking contrarians to fucking peace, happiness in a way, in an American way of life. That's what you are. You guys just can't fucking stand that we're not Christians like you, and you want us fucking dead. So you formed a group and called it fucking MAGA. How these people can argue that they're not trying to start a civil war is just fucking crazy to me. Every fucking action this government's doing is promoting social anxiety among Americans, ripping us apart. And people like Nick are going around like just doing it for him. He's like a ground level person out here on some rando's fucking Discord channel trying to fucking indoctrinate me that I should go out and fucking kill people. I should go hate me some fucking blue-haired gay people and kill them. That trying to prepare me for that. That's what you're trying to convince me to be okay with, is killing fucking marginalized people for you. You're fucking crazy, dude. You're fucking insane. If you're MAGA, you're insane. Every decent human being has left the MAGA party. They're out of the MAGA party. Everybody left in the MAGA party are trying to destroy our country. They just signed a military pact with Israel. Our United States military is now Israel's military. That's what MAGA gave us. MAGA right now is giving us 20 more years in Iran. And they're telling you, dumbasses, it's going to be over any day now. We just need to completely destroy their military power an 82nd time. If we can just completely obliterate their whole military for an 82nd time. Like, at this point, it's not that MAGA is believing their lies. It's that MAGA is completely signed out and they're just waiting to kill us. That is what MAGA wants. MAGA is just biding time until a civil war is started and they round us up and fucking kill us. Yeah, you'd think that telling him to watch the raw footage would work, but he has, and he smiled, and he wanted more people to die. He just can't say it. He can't say it. He wants to say it, but he can't say it. He wanted to see Nancy Pelosi murdered in the halls of Congress. That's what that man wanted. That's what Nick wanted to see that day. When the insurrection was happening, that's why today he doesn't care. Because he wanted to see her killed, stomped to death or something by a mob. That's what he wanted. That's why they can't see this as insurrection. Because they were doing what he wanted. So it's not bad.
Yep.
How could it be bad if it's doing what he wanted? He's not a bad person. Nick's a good person. So it can't be a bad thing. It's disgusting, Nick. It was insurrection. If we did it to your party, you'd say it's insurrection. So showing you the fucking raw footage, it ain't doing no good. Because that's what Nick wanted. Nick wanted to overthrow the government. Nick probably wanted to, what was it, the night of the long daggers. That's what he wanted. Nick wanted people rounded the fuck up and taken to camps. That's what Nick's party wants, Nick. Nick's party wants to round people up and kill them. They've already shown them that they want to round people up. They just weren't allowed to kill them because the cameras are on. People died anyway, just a few of them. Compared to the amount of people MAGA's already wanted to kill after rounding up, You bet your ass if you just said, yeah, kill him, they would. They'd have killed everybody in Alligator, Alcatraz, and all the other fucking places people were rounded up. They would have just killed him. Nick wouldn't have said a fucking word, would he? Nick would still be well, they broke the law. They were in here illegally. The reason he can't have a conversation with MAGA is because they're terms of service violations. They can't. Nick can't come out and say all the things he wants to say as a MAGA. It's against terms of service in like basically every platform in the United States. So he just can't say what he wants to say. So he has to pussy fart around the fucking issue. That's why we get misled into believing all he's got to do is see the evidence that's been out for 5 fucking years and he's probably seen and masturbated to the whole fucking time. Because it ain't about him not seeing the evidence. Right? It's never about him not seeing the evidence. Because you could show them the evidence and they will not see it. No matter what you do, they will not see it. And the reason it's so convoluted, the conversation, is because they're not allowed to say what they actually want to say. So we never really get through the conversation. Because at the end, you haven't concluded that extermination is the right thing. So they just get frustrated. Because they're talking around the issue as best as they can, but they can't say what they need to say. What they want to say is they want to see Americans living next to them, rounded up like Palestinians, and fucking executed.
Okay. What's the premise?
That you can't prove it.
What? Sorry, I just entered. But what can't you prove?
The God thing.
Again, sorry?
Dude, read the fucking room title, man. Quit being obstinate.
Oh yeah, okay. Good ain't real, prove me wrong. Okay. Okay. How to fly this one on. Do you believe that there are contingent things existing in reality?
Oh, it depends on what you mean by that. I don't
Yeah,
think you
so-
guys know what you mean when it comes to contingent versus
Okay,
necessary. Let me
so-
ask you something about a necessary being. Does a
Let me
necessary
say-
being
sorry,
have
sorry.
relata?
Sorry.
Does
You
a
came with the
necessary
question, what
being have relata?
do you mean by relata? I can if I shoot that back. clearly.
Relata refers to relationships, properties that you have that denote relationship. Like, for example, you're my interlocutor. Do you agree?
Yes.
So you have the relational attribute of interlocutor, just like I have the relational attribute interlocutor. Now we're interlocuting.
Okay, yeah. So things are relational to each other, right?
Right.
But-
I exist as an interlocutor because you exist as an interlocutor. So part of my identity is you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
Okay.
what
Now
what
let
is
me
that?
let me ask you now. Let's say I'm a necessary being. Let's just pretend that I'm a necessary being. Are my
can't.
relata? I don't care if you call it a god or not. Let's just presuppose I'm a necessary being.
But
Is
then-
my
but if you
Jesus
say- wait,
fucking
hold on,
Christ, dude? Shut up!
Sorry. One thing, really quickly.
Shut up! If you cannot shut up, I will shut you up. You have an option A. That is, you shut up right now. You stop talking. You stop making
That's so
noise.
rude.
Here.
You're really rude.
That was option A. This is option B. I was trying to get away from option B. We're going to go back to option A. Are we on option A? Are we shutting up? Don't do that again. If you do that again, the mute. If you do that again, the mute will be longer. I don't need you to cue me to speak. I'm capable of doing it myself. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing. You know, people want to talk to me about a necessary being, then I want to know if I relate to being that I am a necessary being. My relata would be shared with the necessary being. So if we presuppose there is a necessary being and that necessary being has properties, and one of its class of properties is relata, those relata are necessary relata because a necessary being cannot have unnecessary attributes. All the attributes of a necessary being are going to be necessary. So if you say a necessary being has relata, it is necessary relata. My relata and God's relata are the same relata. So I have necessary relata. And if I have a necessary relata,
then I would have to have necessary secondary characteristics, my necessary relata. Those necessary secondary characteristics would be facilitated by necessary primary attributes. So my necessary primary attributes allow me to relate with other necessary beings. But then we would be identical, and there would be no distinction between the relata. I would be interacting with myself. So if you're going to tell me there's a necessary being, you have to tell me it doesn't interact with me. It can have no interactions. The moment a necessary being interacts with me, I am always and always have been a necessary being. You just were confused, right? You thought I wasn't a necessary being. You said to me I had the appearance of a contingent being. But once you said to me that I had a relationship with that necessary being, I then became necessary. All right, poet, let's go. Prove it. Poet, I'm going to have to ask you to leave if you're not going to engage in conversation. You could check out my live stream so you won't miss anything, but yeah, that necessary versus contingent bullshit triggers the fuck out of me, man. Like, the only way that you could have contingency would be through relationships. Like, in order for me to be me, you have to be you. And we kind of work together in that system that we're all, shared members of the same system. I'm occupying this matter. You're occupying. So because of that, we have distinct identity in that way. But we can interact, and my actions are. So you can have that kind of contingency and say that all members on one another. But then the system is sort of what's necessary. Like the system of interactions is necessary for contingent effects. But you're not making a distinction between the system and the components. They're one and the same. You're just differentiating out. You're kind of parsing it out. But if you try to say that there is a necessary being and it relates in that direct way where it's not necessary by all of its constituents are what we're referring to, we're saying it's extra to the constituents. There's all these parts and it's extra to that and it interacts and it relates with it. Well, then everything in that system is necessary, because in the other system where you have just a system of contingencies, it is necessary that there is the system, right? The system by which it is necessary. So you can have that necessary contingent distinction as long as you're referring to itself, the one and the many. So the distinction between the one and the many here is whether you're referencing the whole or the part. So the part is distinct from other parts, but the part is not distinct from the whole, and the whole is not distinct from the parts. And so when the theists are talking about this shit, they're trying to say that there is a necessary being whose properties are invariant, and one of its properties is a set of all variants. It's incoherent. Doesn't fucking make any sense. Like, I've literally sat around high as shit so long, and I have not been able to conceptualize what these morons are talking about. So it's either I'm retarded or they're just really bad at explaining shit. And I think it's more that they're really bad at explaining shit and not using logic, because I just can't see how a necessary being could have variation in any description other than a configuration of itself, right? It just doesn't make any sense. It's a violation of identity. If you say that my identity is contingent on what? Something not part of my identity, which is a violation of identity. It's nonsense. I am whatever the fuck I am. I don't know what I am. I believe I'm a ground monkey, but I am in my entirety everything that I am. So I am, quantum wave functions. I am fields. I am excitation in those fields. That's what I am. There's nothing about me like my gravitational relata. That is me. That's part of my identity, right? I am gravity. I'm a massive body, thus I am gravity. I'm made of gravity, right? I'm made of electromagnetism. And so distinction can, be fleshed out. We could talk about differences, but pretending that, like, you can have this system of contingent entities that's not dependent on that necessary self, which is just a reformulation of the self, the one and the many, right? Because that's what people are getting tripped up on, is that how can one thing be many things? And it's like, well, it can't, but it can be understood as distinctions within the set of itself. That like my foot is different than my head, but I am one thing. This isn't hard. I don't get it. Like, why are, it's like nerds just like overthink this shit or something. I don't know what's going on with them. Yeah, and then like here's another thing to look at it. Let's say I'm a necessary being and I wanted to create reality, right? Let's first start off, I'm a necessary being in a multiverse. Okay? So because I'm a necessary being in this in this verse, I am a necessary being in all verses. Every single universe that you go, I will be identically there, in identically the same form and fashion. Which means that everything in that universe is exact. Like if I'm in universe 1 and I perceive a red ball on my left, then in all universes I see a red ball on my left because that's a necessary thing. I'm a necessary being. It's necessary that there's a thing there because I'm perceiving it. If I'm perceiving the thing there, that's necessary property. So it's got to be right there to my left. So all universes in a multiverse would be invariant. It would all be identical. Otherwise, it would violate the notion of me, which is a necessary being. Anything I do in one universe is true. Anything I do in any other universe. So let's just forget about the other universe. Look at this one. So in this universe, as a necessary being, I see a red ball to my left. I see a green ball to my right, or whatever. You know, whatever I'm seeing as a necessary being. And so if I'm perceiving this object to my left, that ball can't be in any other location. That ball is a necessary ball. It is a necessary red ball in that location. It can't be anywhere else because I'm a necessary being and I'm perceiving it to my left. So it is invariantly to my left without option. There's literally nothing it can do about that because of me in looking at it. I like basically collapse the wave function of all of reality in this form. Because of that, as a necessary being, all my conditions are necessary. And so all of the monkeys, like I'm a necessary being, I create a planet, there's a bunch of monkeys on it. Monkeys are looking at me, and all those monkeys are necessary. They're functionally and definitionally necessary monkeys. All of them. All their opinions, whatever they think about the smell of their finger, those are all necessary opinions. They have to be necessary opinions because they're part of my relata. I'm relating to them. I go up, I ask you, I say, hey, do you like the smell of your finger? And you're like, yeah. That's necessary. You have to say that because I heard you say it. It's necessary and it's invariant. So it's just like, in what way are you fucking referring to this idea of necessary versus contingent? It doesn't really make any fucking sense. I wish a nerd would explain it. Yeah, it's just a violation of identity. You're saying that some aspect of me depends on some aspect of not me. But identity is A equals A. So every aspect of me that I depend on to be me is me. It's not that. It would be me. The only way it could be that is if you're you looking at me, then I'm that, right? But since I'm me, I'm fucked. I can't get out of that. I'm me. Every bit of me, whatever it is. I don't know all of it. I don't know. I'm not lying. I don't know exactly what I am. I have been convinced by the evidence, the preponderance of the evidence, that I am a ground monkey on a mud ball. Well, yeah, they're trying to define the prior. They're trying to assert the prior so that they could go on to make a bunch of stupid, comments. They want to say, like, presuppose I'm right. And then I'm like, all right, but presuppose I think you're a dumbass. And then they don't want to do that. They don't want to be like, okay, well, I'm going to presuppose I'm a dumbass. They don't want to do that for some reason. When I ask them, presuppose some shit you don't believe. They don't just go, okay, I'm presupposing it. Because that's what they're asking me to do. They're like, hey, presuppose God's real. And I'm like, well, which one? And then they're like, well, the one that doesn't exist. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. You just described that it doesn't exist, right? You could pick a real one. I'm not stopping people from picking real gods. Right? I recommend that to people. And when they come at me, they'll be like, hey, man, I can't prove a God. And I'll be like, don't worry, brother. I'll help you prove the existence of a God thing. And I'll do it. I'll teach them, show them how to do it. But yeah, you can't define the prior. You can't debate Phil bro priors. That's what they're trying to do. Trying to Phil bro a prior. It's like, well, then I'm going to do that. I'm going to fucking Phil bro me some priors, brah. You going to accept my priors? Samesies, right? You get to, I get to? Yeah, we were discussing that earlier about how there's a whole contingent of ground monkeys that think that, well, I mean, I was just kind of talking about it there, but they think you could just like offer it words. Like you'll say, hey, what is a thing? And then they immediately hand you words. And it's like, whoa, I didn't ask for words. And they're like, what? And then I'll say, yeah, what is it? And then they do it again, dude. It's like it takes several times in a row. I've had to ban people over this shit. It's crazy, but we'll have some back and forth, and they'll be like, how am I supposed to prove a thing exists without words? And I'll be like, well, do it like you would do a beaver, for example. Do a beaver. Prove a beaver. And then they'll be like, words. And I'll be like, well, brother, I'm not asking for words. I'm saying prove a beaver is real. Right? And they keep just throwing words at me. And they get confused why I keep pushing back. Be like, why do you keep giving me words? I'm not asking you to prove words. But they're getting tripped up because they think I'm saying, hey, give me meaning. And I am. And that's what's fucking with their brain. I'm saying, give me the meaning of a beaver. And they go like this. They'll go something like this. They'll say, okay, all right, listen, man. A beaver is a large rodent of the genus Castor, having sharp incisors, webbed hind feet, and a flattened tail, noted for its ability to dam streams and rivers. And I, like the patient interlocutor that I am, I'll listen to him with intent. And then I'll say, that doesn't answer my fucking question. I'm asking you what a beaver is. So how do you know what a beaver is? And it's just this weird circular thing where they keep using words, not understanding that the meaning of a beaver is a beaver. The meaning of a beaver is not the lexicon. It's not the monkey grunts we're making. Ooh, 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 ah, 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 is not the meaning of a beaver. But there's no difference between ooh, ooh, ah, ah, and the words that I'm using right now in real time. Like this word is no different than ooh, right? It's a word. Right? Here, look, watch. Word. And then here's another one. Ooh, ooh. Right? It's sound coming out of my fucking mouth because I'm a monkey and I grunt. And it's both of those are grunts. This is a grunt. Grunt. That's grunts. Grunt. Right? And then here's a grunt. Right? But that one's kind of hard to use and it sounds all primitive and we probably never really sounded like that. Maybe when we're laughing. Right? We just took the grunts that we do make, which right? Those are the grunts that we're making. Right? The little these are our grunts. And we just take that right? Right? These are the grunts we're making. The first grunt is ah. The second grunt is b. Right? The third grunt is k. We got a couple of those. And we take all those grunts and we smush them together into what we call words, right? So a word is a compound grunt, if you will. I mean, some words are real short and they're only one grunt. But most words like atheism, we call what? Those grunts we call syllables. So the syllables of our words are the grunts that we use and we effortlessly blend grunts and syllables. Right? That's effortlessly blending the grunts together. But when I do that, you don't fucking know what I'm doing, but I'm doing the same thing right here, right now. This is the same as this. It's just me flapping my meat around. So me flapping my meat around, changing the oscillations of this room that I'm in, is not the meaning of a beaver. So we can rule out acoustics as being the meaning of a beaver. So then what do we got left of words and sentences? If we get rid of the acoustics, we got the squiggles, the shape of the squiggles that associate ah, right? Ah, that sound, that grunt, ah, that grunt, that squiggle that we put on paper or visualize in our head, that don't mean beaver. So what the fuck does beaver mean? If it's not the sound that I'm making or the squiggles that I'm using, is it how that comes together in the lexicon? How I take two non-beaver meanings I smush them together in a system of monkey logic, and then that's the meaning of a beaver. No, this is what I'm saying. Still, that's not the meaning of a beaver. The meaning of a beaver is the beaver. The beaver. You want to know what a beaver is? You don't go to the dictionary. You go to the beaver. Because that's where we went with the beaver, or the dictionary. When we got the dictionary, we just went to the beaver first. We didn't even intend to put beavers in dictionaries. It wasn't the intent. It was you're walking, probably finding a place to grow weed where no one was looking or something, and we saw a beaver. We're like, what the fuck is that? And then the other guy was like, I don't know, but you see that large rodent. And the other guy was like, yeah, you see the sharp incisors it's got? And then another guy was like, yeah, look at that. It's got webbed hind feet and its front feet aren't webbed. Another guy was like, damn, that's a big flat tail, right? And it's the meaning of the beaver that gave the meaning to all the grunts that they're out there. That's what they're doing in the woods. Let's be real. It's two monkeys in a woods just grunting at each other. They mean something to each other, though, in their heads. They have head canon about outside canon, right? That's called ontology. The beaver, the ontology, the beaver, the thing, the beaver means beaver. That's where we got the meaning. So when you look at a definition of beaver and you look flat and tail, where did we get that? It's not because it was written in the fucking lexicon. It's not because it's written in the dictionary. Beavers don't mean have a flat tail because it's written in the dictionary. We wrote what's in the dictionary because our observations of beavers having flat tails. So the meaning of a beaver is a beaver, is the beaver. The meaning of a soccer ball is a soccer ball. The meaning of any word about reality is the object in reality. It is the referent. Absent the referent, then your reference to the referent is incoherent because there is no referent. The thing that provides semantic value and ontological coherence to your assertion. Because all you got is the assertion. Because all we can do is grunt at each other like monkeys, or we can point at shit and then grunt at each other like monkeys. But we're always going to be grunting each other in monkey, right? Everything around you is in monkey. It's not in reality, it's in monkey. About all the concepts and ideas, that's all constructed in monkey logic, constructed from monkey emotion, constructed in monkey vernacular, in lexicon, monkey semantics, monkey phonetics, monkey everything fucking monkey. So don't conflate the map, which is entirely monkey, with the territory that is not entirely monkey. There's monkeys out there in the territory, but not all of it. A very small portion of reality is monkey. See, I fucking hate that shit too. That's why I could say all that shit, because I hated it that fucking much, man. I thought about the shit. Fucking thought about it a lot. Thought about it real hard. Thought about it some more. Then I thought about it a little bit. Then I didn't think about it. Then I started thinking about it again. Then I really started thinking. And then I started not thinking about it. And then I went back to thinking about it again. And in years, this happened. Lots of years, And then you just, at some point, you just got to admit it. You just got to admit it. That, no, if you're going to say anything meaningful about the nature of an object, it's going to be by way of your experience. So absent the experience, you're not conveying anything meaningful about the nature of the object. You're just grunting at me in monkey. And whenever you're done, I'm just going to be like, how do you know that? And I'm going to sound like a dick because you think I'm repeating myself. But really what it is that you would be a moron not understanding you're not answering the question. The question isn't me saying, hey, can you grunt at me like a monkey? The question is, can you give me experience of the thing so that I can get meaning and then fact check your bullshit? I can't fact check your bullshit if I don't know what the shit means, right? I can't say it's not blue, bro. You're saying it's blue, and I can't say it's not blue unless I got a thing. I got to look at a thing. There it is. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I'm looking at it. I perceive it's blue. Your statement's true. But if there's no thing, I'm looking. I don't see it. I get bored. I'm done. Your shit's not true. That's the logic here. I don't need to wait any more than that. I was fair. I looked. It's not there. What do you want me to do? Look again? You pointed in the wrong spot. Why don't you point in the right spot? It's not my fault I didn't see a blue thing. It's your fault. right? Point in the right spot. I will look there. And when I see a thing being blue, I'll be like, is that the thing you're talking about? Yeah, it's blue. I'll do that just naturally. I'm not being a dick there. It's just the atheists have been trained by their superiors, the theists, to not worry about that part. They just gaslit them. And the atheists just sit there and fucking ignore that for whatever reason. The atheist was like, okay, yeah, you don't got to point at a thing. I'll tell you what, though, it's not blue. Be like, well, how do you know it's not blue? It's because it doesn't exist. Well, how do you know it doesn't exist? Because this theist is a moron. And it's like, wait, hold on. Whoa. Let's back up. You're saying a state of affairs about reality is a certain way because this moron grunted at you in Monkey. And they have to say yes. They have to say yes. I feel like I am in a valid position to critique the nature of reality because this moron over here didn't know what he was talking about. That's what the atheist is saying to me. When I walk up and I'm like, hey, what are you guys talking about? The atheist looks at me and he says, hey, wait. For one, it's true of reality that it is in a certain way, even though I've never been there, because this asshole can't explain anything. And then I look at the asshole and I'm like, is that true? You can't explain anything? And through discourse, I reason it out of him that, yeah, the theist admits, yeah, I can't explain shit. I can just believe stuff, but I can't explain shit. I have zero observations. None. And then the atheist is like, you see? And I'm like, yeah, I see the guy who has zero credibility. Why are you reaching a conclusion on a guy who's got zero credibility? Like, how do you know he even looked? And then I'll be like, did you look? And he'd be like, no, I didn't even look. And I'll be like, atheist, he didn't even look. What credibility did a guy that didn't look because he was presupposing the thing don't even fucking exist? Of course. Or it's not manifest, right? They're presupposing, yeah, it's not a thing I can experience, so I didn't get up off my ass and look. And then the atheist is like, yeah, it doesn't exist. I'm like, what doesn't exist? The thing this moron can't explain? How do you know that? Maybe it is. Maybe this guy's just a dumbass. And he didn't see it, right? He didn't see it. He missed it. He was looking in the wrong spot. Somebody farted, he looked away, boom. There was God for half a second. He looked back, it's God. This dude's going around saying God's not real. When he was there, right there, just missed it. You don't fucking know this shit, atheist, and pointing at your data set. Let's be real. Let's be fair. Your data set is a gaggle of morons. That's all you got. You got a mountain of bad evidence. You got a mountain of bad evidence, and you're like, hey, Igtheist. And I'm like, yeah, what? I have a valid epistemological foundation for an assertion about reality because all these morons over here are dumb. And I'm like, okay, is your valid epistemological foundation about those morons who are dumb? And they say, no, it's not actually about that. It's on a completely different topic. And I say, you're a dumbass. You should have stayed on topic. If your conclusion was that it's a gaggle of morons and I can't reach a conclusion because I need better standards, then I would be like, yeah, that's good. That's a good conclusion. That's what I do, right? I'd be like that. I'd be like, if somebody asked me, hey, is there a God? I'd be like, well, listen, I'm not saying yes. I'm not saying no. But those guys over there are saying a bunch of shit. So if you want to know what a God is, there's all those guys over there. Now, I'm going to caution you. They're going to say a bunch of incoherent shit. If you need any more questions answered, let me know. I'll be over here. Go have fun with the gaggle of morons over there. And then, the person go over there, talk to all the people. They'll come back at some point. They'll be like, yeah, dude. One guy said it was a square. One guy said it was a circle. One guy said it's not perceivable. One guy said it was everything. One guy said it was nothing. One guy said it was blue. One guy said it was black. I don't know what it is. And I'm going to be like, yeah, that's my problem too, man. But you see that group over there? It'll be like a bunch of dudes wearing goth and shit with chicks with big titties and shit. They'll be like hanging out there. And I'll be like, yeah, did you talk to them? And you'll be like, yeah, I talked to them. What'd they say? What'd they say God was? And be like, yeah, they showed me this thing in their hand that had ontology. And I was like, yeah, that's what they did too. They showed me this thing that had ontology. And I'd be like, what about that group over there? Did you talk to them? And it's like a bunch of nerds or something, like playing with beakers and shit. And did you ask them? And he'd be like, yeah, I talked to them too. And I was like, what'd they do? And he'd be like, oh, they just showed me some shit that had actual ontology. And I'm like, yeah, I got that too. They did have ontology. Right, and that's the point. It's like there are people whose gods have ontology. And atheists are like, no gods have ontology. And so there's a problem here. And atheists are just, I guess, too dumb to see the problem. Problem is that from my vantage, some gods have ontology. The question is, what is a god? I don't know what a god is. I don't know what the nerds were saying when they were saying that, God is Spinoza and shit. It's like, whatever, okay, fine, it's real. And then, when the Goths were like, it's this candlestick. Okay, well, I guess that God's real. But that's what I was doing. I wasn't trying to sit there like I'm some fucking nerd and I know what gods are. I was just walking through the crowd and some people were like, yeah, it's like this cosmic fifi emotion. I'm like, well, that one doesn't exist. And I'm just going through, and some exist, some don't. But every time I'm at, hey, what's your cosmic feeling emotion? What is that? Where is that? They describe it as something that's not real. It's like some weird feeling they have about a situation that may be the case. They're not describing it like it's a weird feeling that they're having, like it's a situation that may be the case. They're literally trying to convey to you the ontological status of the fucking thing. And so me, being an ichtheist, walking through there, some people are meeting that burden. That's the only burden that I have, is that there'd be an experience of a thing. You're saying there's a thing, so where's the thing? Some people point at a thing. But it's like some benign, like it's a candle, it's a tree, it's a planet, right? These things, they exist. I have epistemic pushback, but I have epistemic coherence, though, with these people. Like when they say it's round, I can look at it. Yeah, it's round. So I have epistemic coherence. It's not just, hey, I want you to imagine that it's round. I'm like, okay, I'm imagining it's, that's not epistemic coherence. That's just semantic understanding of the word fucking red and round, right? That's all that is. But you understanding the thing, remember, you can only do that from observing the beaver. You get the beaver. The only way you understand these things is through the observation. Red and round are just descriptors. Right? Descriptors don't prove the thing. They're just associated. They correspond. That's why we say the definition of a beaver is true. That is large rodent caster, all that bullshit. Because it corresponds with reality. Fucking beaver. Like, where are the atheists on this, man? It's like, this is not hard. This is just look at it. Look at it. Did you see it? Are you looking at it? You see it now? There it is. Done. It really is that pain. It should be that painful. I don't really know much about Jay Dyer. I think I've had conversations maybe in passing, but I don't really remember anything. I have a really bad episodic memory.
And he's just casually bigoted.
What kind of bigot, though?
Anti-Semitic.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to say, like, a bigot or something. I thought, see, there's my humanity trying to
classic bigot.
Oh, he had a thing with Professor Dave. I don't know, like, if you can link that, or just, like, I guess I could just...
Yeah, I think it's from like a month or so ago.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Oh, it's only 30 minutes. Yeah, I'll definitely check. Yeah, I like Professor Dave. See, I feel like a lot of these guys, I think a lot of them I could brainwash Professor Dave and stuff. I don't know. I feel like he's smart enough and calculated enough. It really has to just do calculate. You got to think. It's because there's nuance there. I think a lot of people miss. Like I said, about thinking that Igtheism's about definition. Like we're saying, hey, we don't have definition. Dude, I got thousands, millions of definitions of gods. That's not the problem. I got more definitions of God than I know what to do with. That's the problem. You'd think that when I say that, you'd think the theists would be like, yeah, but... Oh. So you're saying the issue is you don't know which definition to go by. Oh. But that almost never happens. Right? But that's what I'm saying. It's like, I don't know which definition's right. Got a shitload of them. And more than I have to do with. There's some that are real, some that aren't real. Some are nice, some are mean. Right? But what makes them God? And look, after a while, you gas out, you stop looking at the thing, and you realize, what the fuck is the problem then? The problem is not the ontology of God. The problem is the ontology of monkey. Right? Monkey likes to point at stuff and call God. That's what the problem is. It's not really anything different, right? It's that monkeys have the desire to believe. So they're either pointing at something conceptual or they're pointing at something that's actual. Those are the two things they're doing. They're either pointing at Jesus or something in that class of things. They're pointing at an idea in their mind. They're just indicating Christianity and calling it God.
or they're doing it to Islam. They're just indicating Allah and calling it God, or they're in Hinduism. They're just indicating Shiva and calling it. That's what they're doing. They're just saying this thing is God. It's my favorite. This is the one I like.
Ooga booga, ooga booga, ooga booga.
But yeah, that's really all it takes is that you admit that you don't actually know, and then you start realizing how vapid it is to say that I don't believe in it. Well, you're legitimizing it when you say it. You like understand that. When you say I don't believe it is ontology. So you've granted ontology. You could say what is it, because what is an indication of an absence of experience of ontology. What is it? Right? It's a question. But if you're like, there it is, well, you're obviously using the word it in the form that it has been rectified. You have ontology, and there it is. So it does a lot of work. It's like one of the biggest fucking words in our language is the word it. I remember as a kid, I got in trouble. I had to write the definition of it like a bunch of times. And in the dictionary they gave me, it was a pretty big word. But yeah, like when you're gaslit your whole fucking life, it's hard to see the issue. And I don't know. I guess I just got lucky or some shit. And the dirt didn't land that hard on me. I squeezed by, like I dodged theism, but then I must have like hit double tap or something and dodged atheism too. Can't help them all though. Certainly can't help them all. But you can get pissed for helping them, and then you can get like rage baited and all kinds of shit, you know? All right, nerd. Let's go, May. Prove it. I can't. You're unmuted.
Yeah, let's go, nerd.
May? Wow. Wow.
Damn, you waste energy to unmute, but they don't even like do anything. Have you guys made pancakes?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, I
so
just
easy.
made some.
But
Yeah, I ate like 2 of them and like I got full.
Yup.
I was like, damn.
That's what they do.
that's the point.
And then like 20 minutes later, you might be hungry again.
But like, what kind of you have to use like a syrup or some sort of thing. Like
Yeah, we
you know.
drown our shit over here. With
I mean, you could be a psychopath if you want to.
Yeah, I am.
You
Just
could
let them
get
dry.
creative though. Like all you're really trying to do is sweeten the batter, and that's I think what does a lot of work for pancake and syrup. But you could put other sweet things on pancake and
Yeah,
So
my folks
sweeten
and
the
I
batter.
we put sour cream and like jam in there
yup,
or honey.
yup, that's all good
Sour
shit.
cream.
Yeah, anything sweet is basically anything sweet's probably gonna taste.
Yeah, the Asians know what's up. They figured out like they discovered Nutella combinations, and they're like, "Yep, we're doing that now."
Man,
Strawberry
ain't nothing
Nutella crepe
sweet.
all day, baby. It's not a French thing. That's an Asian thing. They're like, "We love this.
Now
This is the shit."
What kind of pancake?
The fluffy one, the one where you put like 6 eggs and shit and like whisk them.
Yeah, but were they buttermilk?
Yeah, did you put buttermilk in it?
Buttermilk. I don't even know what that is.
Kefir? Kefir?
What is that?
They would use 6 eggs for that?
Well, how I made them, I
You
was
did.
like,
You done goofed. It's not the same without the thick cultured dairy. You need that.
Yeah, buttermilk.
I don't know, I
pancakes
just use
are the
normal
best.
milk.
You can
No,
get buttermilk batter. Like the batter itself is buttermilk.
Like there's buttermilk, batter.
No, it's powder. It looks just like regular pancake powder batter, like dry powder. Well, actually, I don't know. Is your shit dry powder?
No, check this thing out. Check that out. See that?
Hold on.
Yeah, because most pancake stuff over here is powder, and we add water.
If you put that in your batter, it will like
No,
it will increase the goodness by half.
But yeah,
No, I
buttermilk
used,
pancakes are the best.
I guess I technically did use buttermilk because I use like molten butter and like milk, but
No.
not like this kind of.
No, it's
You need a culture. You need a cultured dairy.
it adds like a cream.
Oh.
It's different. You could totally
Yeah, we
tell
don't
the
have
difference.
that. Yeah, you guys got
It's
that good
like
shit.
full body. It's like when Americans are talking about pancakes, they're talking about a fluffy buttermilk pancake.
Yeah.
No, we have the non-American pancakes. Yeah. You guys even have
Yeah,
like fucking.
you're probably eating some sour pancake.
It was sweet. There's vanilla extract.
You
It's
put
okay.
Souffle.
I
you
put
put vanilla in it,
extract,
and you didn't.
and I didn't
What the
want.
hell of a direction is that?
Well, as far as I know, you put vanilla extract in it.
I don't know. It sounds like a waste of vanilla.
Well, again, like it's not. The batter is not sweet on its own. You gotta add something.
Where'd you get the batter?
I made it.
You don't really need to sweeten the batter. It's everything else that goes with the pancake that has all the flavor.
Well, when I tasted it, it was pretty like not sweet because like it's just eggs, flour, baking powder, milk
Yeah,
powder.
that's where
Like
the
these things are
buttermilk.
not sweet.
That's where the buttermilk comes in.
Yeah, I don't have
It's
that.
supposed to be
These-
tangy. The sweet you add to the pancake. You make like a sauce.
Yeah, well, I could probably like this thing you're talking about. I could probably get like a butter. I guess like thick. Like the thing that I'm thinking about in my head. I think we have this here, and it's like it has like a cake picture on it to indicate it's for like sweet things or whatever.
Yeah, it's like
Like maybe.
making sweet pancakes just isn't. I think it's rarely the way you want to go, mostly because of contrast, I guess.
Hey,
It's not the texture you would be looking for. If you were like, what would you put in it, for example?
that's what I was just
Think of
thinking. You could
Jam.
no chocolate. Do you have you guys have like
Yeah, I
Hershey's
have
chocolate?
Yeah, we have chocolate.
Yeah,
Not
but
Hershey's.
Or
say
like melted chocolate. You have melted chocolate.
but say you added your cinnamon sugar, you've
Yeah.
got your nutmeg, and you put the chocolate sauce in your pancake. You want to put another bar of chocolate in that pancake?
No, I'm saying when you're mixing the batter, add like Hershey's syrup.
Yeah, that'll do. If we're going for the sweet, like dessert kind of thing.
Yeah, if you're just trying to
Like
add
we
some
want the
sweetness.
Eggo waffle in pancake form.
You'll get like brown.
Yeah.
Like basically a cinnamon sugar pancake.
And you
But the
could too.
question is, what would you add to it?
Chocolate chips. You could cook them up and then right before they're done, before you flip it, like you cook the one side and as soon as it starts bubbling, drop the chips in there, kind of smush them in a little bit, let them
Fuck all you motherfuckers, Jesus is real. Fuck you.
My problem is the bite. Once I bite into it, I have no contrast between like what's sweet and then what's like not so sweet, and then like being able to control that ratio
Hey, let's
on the plate.
You could put like almonds on it, probably. Maybe put like almond flakes on the top.
I had nothing on. I just put jam, like peach
Give it a
jam.
nutty flavor with the chocolate.
Yeah,
I'm
so
saying if
the
you're
jam.
using chocolate.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Next
the
time
point
I'll
is, it's
probably
like
use chocolate.
if the batter's sweet, then there's no escape. Because it's like either the batter's sweet, the jam is sweet. You're just biting sweet.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. I don't know. I don't make them a lot, so it was alright. Not the best, but it was alright. I don't have all these people making YouTube videos showing you how to cook shit. They got like the best cookware and shit. Like, so I don't have that. I just have what I have.
I don't have fancy cookware.
Well, they're like all use non-stick whatever, and like
I don't use non-stick cookware.
yeah, I know. Like you can like just use oil or something that doesn't stick.
I have a fork, and I have some big ass metal bowls for my baking. I have a food scale, and I have a lot of bowls actually.
A lot of bowls.
A lot of tiny spoons. That's what you need to cook well. A
You know what you
scale,
need, Moogie?
a lot of bowls, a lot of spoons, maybe a cutting board and a knife. Maybe
You
a
need
pot.
Betty Butter,
You're good. That's it. That's all you need. You don't need anything else really.
Yeah. Yeah, this conversation got me thinking about Betty Butter.
Yeah, what you need is vision. I think it's way
Pancake.
better if you have like a savory pancake and you put other stuff in it, because then you have options.
Like blueberries and shit.
Well, it's like, say I want to have like I don't know, thin cucumber slices and some baba ganoush in one, and then I can put another pancake, and then I can go sour cream and blueberry jam.
Yeah.
Or another
Do you
bite,
know
I can do like hummus, red pepper or
hummus?
something like that. And it's like it all works with the same pancake.
Nah, you're too much of a chef.
But that's what I'm saying with the mistake of making it sweet. You gotta eat the whole thing, and it's always gonna be the same subject.
I guess, yeah. Do you know what I like? I like the, what do you call it? Do you know something called pain perdu?
Say handheld juice.
I found all my bread.
Then I said pain perdu. It's basically the meaning is lost bread, but it's like
Yeah, I found
you
my
take
bread.
like no, I'm talking about the actual thing. It's basically you take like those breads that you guys have, like the square one, and then you cut it into like slices, and you put in like you like lather it in like milk, and then like you put a shit ton of sugar, and then you cook it, and then like when you bite into it, it's very like sweet and milky. It's like milky
It's a
sweet
picture
bread.
of it.
Yeah, just like pain perdu,
Yeah, I see.
PAIN perdu. Yeah,
Oh, French toast.
yeah, French toast, I guess.
I mean,
It's amazing.
that's what you do with your stale bread, yeah.
Yeah, genuinely like a really good like thing because it's just like a very soft, creamy.
Yeah, wait, what do you put in your dunk mixture?
I don't really have a recipe. I just do it like I just follow like recipes on YouTube if I want to make some.
Honestly, when I'm doing this, I'm so lazy. I just crack an egg and I put.
Yeah, 'cause
Okay,
you,
but
you literally
I
said
know,
it
but
exists,
what
so
kind of?
it has
Okay,
to have
are you
ontology.
asking for material? Are you
The
asking for material proof?
ontology? Yeah, I'm asking for the ontology because you literally said it exists. Or participate.
Apothecon, if you're a Phil bro, it's not going to work. We're not going to let you ship the burden.
No. It's because what evidence are you asking me for?
Yeah,
Exactly?
you're
What type of
shifting the
evidence?
burden.
Ver-
You're using.
verifiable.
Hang on,
No,
Mogi.
no,
Hang
no,
on.
no, no, no,
Stop
no, no,
over
no,
talking.
I'm not shifting
done.
it.
I'm not
Okay,
done.
okay, take your time.
I'm not
Okay,
done.
okay.
So Phil bros like to use clarity to shift the burden. So don't do it.
Yeah, so like we
Okay,
asked
sorry,
for
apologies, sir. But I'm-
Apothecon.
Okay.
We asked for
Okay.
A, right? We said, hey, do you have an A, right? And you said, yes, I have an A. And then you asked me like, what kind of A do I want? I just want A, right? Like present A, like the claim you're making is A exists. So present A. Could you do that?
Okay, but the problem here, you have to disambiguate.
No,
what proof
see, this
means.
is
Proof
this
can mean
is
anything.
no. You're filibustering by clarity.
I can't ask for clarification.
Listen, we can clarify assertions we make. We're not going to clarify a burden you have. So the burden is on you right now. When you're done presenting your case, then we'll start assuming burdens. Don't worry about it. Just put whatever you got out there for analysis. That's all you need to do. Don't worry about the quality or anything. Just offer what you have to offer. No need for us to clarify anything at this point.
Yeah, this is your
So
position.
if we're hypothetically
This is your
speaking,
last
if we're
chance. If you ask for clarity, I'm
Okay.
muting you.
Okay, no, I'm gonna answer now. Okay, let's say you ask me for material proof. That is anything we can.
Yeah, we're not clarifying. You're going to present what you have for consideration. So far, you have presented nothing for consideration. Nothing.
Yeah, we have no A. We need A. We want A, and you're presenting no thing.
Yeah, and now you're not speaking because you started speaking in a gaslighting, disrespectful form. I specifically instructed you that I don't want any of that shit. What I want you to do is present without clarification. We don't need to clarify anything to listen to you present something for us. When you go to a show, the person on the stage does not need your input.
You're on the stage. You don't need our input. Now, this is your last opportunity, Phil, bro. If you do it again, if you use clarity to avoid burden, you're getting muted. Clarity to avoid burden. I can tell the difference between genuine interest and clarity to avoid burden. So currently, we have 0 things to clarify. Nothing. We'll make statements. When we're done making those statements, you can ask us to clarify anything we said that you were too fucking stupid to understand. So this is your last chance. I hope we're clear. I'm not fucking around. I'm about to fucking ban you because I hate Phil Bros. And if you can't unphil bro, I'm not going to stop hating Phil Bros, man. I'm just going to keep hating Phil Bros. So it's on you to make the change here. You're in my room. Stop Phil Broing. Wow. Stop Phil Broing and just engage. Put your claim out there. Because here's the thing. I talk about you guys all the time. And I tell everybody, you guys do this. This is what you guys do. This is your shtick. And you're doing it right now. You're showing everyone you don't actually have anything of substance in your brain. This is why you're forcing the burden on your interlocutor by offering points of clarity that you can attempt to undermine and take the topic that way, where you're going to attempt to undermine our methodologies. But remember, you got to put yours out first. We already have ours. I don't need to ask me what my position is. I already know my position. So, APOP, last chance. Give us your burden.
I don't want to engage. Goodbye.
There you go. This is how you handle a Phil Bro. This is how you handle a Phil Bro.
I think the later problem was the preamble, but just as much of an issue.
Yeah, they have nothing. They literally have nothing. A Phil Bro, their only position is to argue Agrippa's trilemma. That's all they're really doing. They're just smearing. Oh, shit. Yeah, fuck, dude. What's the issue? Oh, I know what the issue is. Hold on. Okay, so this is what I'm going to need you to do. Ocean, is it Ocean Miner? I can't read those words. Go into your
Liner?
settings. Yeah, go into your user settings, go to user interactions, and turn off fucking douchebag. Make sure you have that disabled. Let me know, and then I'll unmute you. Do you have fucking douchebag on disabled? Because, I mean, I'm not going to let you re-engage if you don't disengage fucking douchebag. Absolute fucking gutter swine. Okay, good. Yeah, next time you come in my room, don't noise troll. Okay? We don't give a shit that you believe in a god thing and that you worship a pedo baby. Okay? Let's just have the fucking conversation.
All right, I'm just here to debate. I wasn't trying to.
I'm not here to debate.
Like,
Did you read my mission statement?
I didn't want to debate with you. I wanted to debate with somebody
Did you read my
else.
mission statement? Second time I asked the question.
What are you talking about?
My mission statement.
Okay, what's that mean? What are you talking about?
Do you not know what a mission
Ouch.
statement is, or what the process of reading one
Explain
means?
to me what you're talking about.
So scroll all the way to the top in the side chat.
Mission statement.
Yeah, it's all the way at the top.
So what's
Literally
the point of this room?
any company
What's the point of this room?
To
would have a
investigate
mission
your mind, what you believe, and offer you an alternative explanation to many ideas that may encompass the total inculcative noise that you have in your brain, so that we can attempt to dislodge
Okay, let me ask
those
you.
viral memes.
Do you believe in God?
Depends on what you mean by God.
Let's talk like Jesus Christ. Do you believe
No,
in
that one
Jesus
doesn't
Christ?
exist. I don't believe in magic. You would
Do
have
you
to
believe,
convince me of
like,
magic.
In Allah?
You would have to convince me of magic to accept a magical God.
I've been blessed by God many times. Many times. I have
You would
proof.
have to show me magic.
What are you talking about? Show you magic.
So I'm unconvinced of magic. So when you asked me about Jesus, I used an external critique. I said, I don't believe in magic, so no, I don't believe in Jesus.
Okay, so what do you believe in? Can you tell us, like, what do you believe in? Like, do you have any?
I believe in all kinds of shit. Like, lots of shit.
What do you believe in? What do you believe in?
Can you contextualize your question?
Well, start out with religiously. What do you believe in?
I'm not religious. I'm an igtheist.
Oh man, you're an atheist.
Igtheist. Right under my mission statement is a section called nerd shit. Right under nerd shit is an argument for igtheism.
I'm part of a group that has a plan to take out atheists.
I am not an atheist.
You retard, you just said you were.
Scroll up in side chat. Scroll below nerd shit. There is an argument for igtheism.
Bro, you're not making much sense, but I'll read it.
IG, you fucking retard. IG, not AG. IG. Do you know the vowels? A and I? Two different vowels, two different letters?
Yes, I'm looking at it, retard.
Yeah, I'm the fucking retard here. Sure, buddy.
Well, if you're
How,
an atheist, you're
how
a
much
retard.
IQ do you have? Yo, what's your IQ, Dreamliner, whatever the fuck your name is?
My IQ? Last time I did an IQ test, it was 127.
Can you use it then, please? At least some of it? Like at least 80 of it. Can you?
Yeah, I am using my IQ.
Wow.
Wow.
What's your IQ, man?
You don't want to know.
Hey, you're asking a lot of questions, but you're not providing any reasons.
Tell me your IQ, man. I want to know.
Ocean,
Over 9,000.
Ocean, this is gonna be your chance to provide a reason for why we should believe a God exists in reality. If you have nothing to present, you should just click the disconnect button.
I do have many things to present.
This is you wasting that chance.
No, I'm not.
You just wasted it again.
I just ban him. Retard.
Fucking Phil Bros, dude.
Actual brain dead.
Oh, public service announcement. If we're going to be doing this fucking YouTube bullshit, we are going to have to be a bit more tolerant of people. Just saying. I jumped on Mango shit for muting prematurely in a conversation he wasn't in. You guys were in the conversation. But, yeah. If I'm going to say it to one, I got to say it to all just to be fair.
That means you, Mogi.
All y'all mod abusing motherfuckers. If you have a history of mod abusing in this room,
You Russian prick.
I barely.
Yep.
I like how clown.
All right, shifting to the Andrew spectrum of discourse.
dude, I'm already nauseous, man. Not you, Andrew, but you fucking Canadians, man. General dispositions and shit.
There's only one group of people I hate more than Canadians, and that's the Irish.
Did you know that the Irish are so dumb they made a deer that killed itself?
Does not surprise me.
They're all the same. Every fucking one of them did. You get 120. It's not bad. I mean, you know, the sad thing is he could have had 120 IQ, you know, but the way his shit's all contorted, it's all fucked up. It has to go around 6 or 7 unnecessary loops before reaching a conclusion. By the time he gets through it, it's like 93, you know?
The more I read psychology papers, the more I understand that there's just too many different types of learning that testing for it is unreasonable. Just in one sitting.
Hey, did you guys hear about that actress that got stabbed? Her name was Reese. Reese
with a knife.
God damn it!
Or what is it? Or a shiv?
No, it's supposed to be with a Witherspoon. He's supposed to say with a knife, but I fucking ruined it for him because I'm a dick.
You dick!
I would be sad if she got stabbed. She's probably a dick, but
Would you say that theism is like more like of a proactive position, and like atheism is reactive?
what? That's not how positions work.
Yeah, I wouldn't say exactly because Igtheism has a similar position or a problem that atheism does, where like if theists were to just go fuck themselves and shut up, both Igtheism and atheism would probably just evaporate. It wouldn't be that the rules of linguistics would evaporate, but we would still play by the rules. But I think, you know, I say the biggest offender, but there's really not like a second runner-up. Religion is the biggest offender of overly ambiguous language,
When it comes to like basically everything else, we understand how we're not right, even though we believe we're right. Like patriotism, favor of a particular team, or why you love your parents and shit. Like we understand what convinces of these things, that they're not true. They're only true with our relationships.
I would think maybe a better term would be a position that's relative or distinct. In contrast, I'm loosely using the second term. In the sense that you could have a position, like a philosophical position, that might be relative to conditions, right? So say the environment's like this is how I would approach. And another one would be, it's like, here, I have this hard line, and this line never
how's it go?
changes. That would be something more distinct, I guess.
May Allah guide you. You guys wanna become Muslim? Do
Well, the
pray, go to
reason,
paradise?
the way that I'm like talking about when I said like
I let a Muslim suck
react.
my ass once. Fuck it.
Okay. Anyways, what I meant was by reactive was like the atheist is like just waiting for the theist to come and for them to like present their guy, and they're like, okay, I don't believe this thing exists, or I believe this thing exists. Versus like the agnostic position where it's like you're like where you're not waiting to evaluate that, like you're like you need to establish that like like that the agnostic person knows that God is like very ambiguous already. It's an ambiguous term, and that's like you can't just use it in a categorical manner. And like, they have all these things. They're not gonna just like they have like priors or
Yeah, and see, I would say we don't need atheism. I think Igtheism does everything atheism wishes it could do, and then all the things that atheism does, Igtheism does better. And the problem is a linguistic one at its inception from theism. The only issue that atheists have is they don't have a rational objection other than just general disagreement. But again, the issue is what are they disagreeing with? So you don't really need atheism because you can just apply linguistically and put the burden of linguistics on the theist, which is what Igtheism is doing, is saying if you want to language properly, you got to do this. I only find it incidental and fun to fuck with atheists because they're in my way. They're making the problem harder. So, it's just like, get out of the fucking way. Stop telling me what a god is. Go play with your god of classical theism that you invented to be atheists, right? Because that's what you guys are referring to. And there's not a single, to my knowledge, god ever conceived of that is an example of a god. Like, these people literally don't know their ass from a hole in the ground when it comes to this particular thing, and it's just caught in a loop. And everything an atheist says is not atheism. It's some other fucking position, whether it be humanism or whatever, secularism, anything else other than atheism. They use science to support atheism. Science and atheism aren't the same thing. You could be a theist scientist. But yeah, you could.
So, I guess to answer the question with some more context you gave, the way someone's going to function with the position that they hold, I guess in that situation, is more of a critique, right? It's meant to demonstrate how, hey, if we try to put this position in practice, we see that some things are working, some things are not working. But that doesn't specifically, it's not specifically relevant to the reasons why someone might have that position. Right. So if you have the philosophical stance, you would have whatever reasons you would have. And whether it works or it doesn't may not necessarily have to do with it, unfortunately. Or at least you could definitely tell when it's not working. So it's more of like, when I use it, it's more of like a sanity check to say, hey, even if we don't look at the fallacies, we can just try using it in practice. And then we practice, and then we're like, okay, wait a minute, something isn't fitting. We need to change. Something needs to change. And we figure out what that is. My team doesn't like my performance. That's probably valid.
Yeah, Mogi, do you know about Anthropic?
The company?
The AI?
Well, Anthropic is a company.
Oh, I'm talking about the language model.
I mean, I don't use those. Also, just because I'm not using company resources to do something. If I had company resources, sure, I'd play around with it all day.
Like I heard like this AI is so good, and I can like read from like thousands of like searches, like sources and stuff, and like I can like do it in seconds. Like read a whole ass fucking Wikipedia, like not just one Wikipedia page, like thousands. But it's I think it's like you need to pay for it. But I think it's like I think it's really worth.
Dude, it's crazy how like AI can tell you about the like 6 different phases of hand-dick erections, but it can't spell for shit.
Yo, who here thinks that God is real, guys?
God is real.
Well, you do, technically, if you think about it. Do you believe in Shiva?
God is real, guys. God is real. Is real.
Are you saying Shiva is real?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
What is that?
Well, can you prove it?
Yeah, bro. In the Bible it says it.
Can you speak English properly, dude?
No, man.
All right, then this is an English-only room. I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Bro, my English is amazing. What do you mean?
Yeah, we'll do better.
Oh, that's so rude, Lilale. You're discriminating my race, bro.
Yeah, I'm discriminating your ability to speak. All right, Heisenberg, prove it.
So, I think the Bible.
So you're committing idolatry? It means putting a god before, or putting something before God? Like idols of false worship? Things that are above in heaven and down on earth, on the ground? You're not supposed to be representing God in any manner like that? So I asked you for God and you showed me the Bible. That's idolatry.
Yeah, I don't believe in.
No, it's cool, man. Just don't come back. What about Harbelly? This guy just chat free loading. You can watch it on my live stream, dude. If you want to watch my live stream, you can chat free load that.
Well, you were explaining earlier about Igtheism. Could you? I mean, you don't have to, but like it would. I would appreciate it if you could just give another overview of that, just so I can remind myself.
Yeah, what's your question?
So like I was just trying to think through again like what the basic framework is on like why atheism is it's like a linguistic problem. And so like, you know, theism is defeated on linguistic grounds in a way that atheism sort of can't do because it accepts certain propositions of theism as being true that it shouldn't, or something like that.
Epistemic coherence, yeah.
Okay. So like a coherence theory of knowledge. Are you like a proponent of a coherence theory of knowledge or something else
I have no idea. I'm not a nerd. Epistemic coherence, though, would just be your inferential bridge, the experience. Like how it is that we understand the nature of the thing you're trying to reference. So
like, you've been here before. I'm confused by these questions.
Yeah. It's just I get in a lot of rooms. I remember this one being interesting.
They never learn.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, to be fair.
Well, no, just think of it functionally speaking. Like we were just talking about the functional criticism, right? Are you an atheist?
I wouldn't necessarily. I guess I don't know how to express that to you. I would say that I do not have a belief in God, or of any conception of God that's been presented to me. It would be how I would describe it.
Right, because functionally speaking, you cannot defend atheism.
Well, I mean, it's like proving a negation of something. Like it doesn't seem like it's like a positive claim that can be defended. It's just an absence of any sort of belief.
Can't be
in
defended.
A series of. Right. Yeah, I agree.
Right. It's an assertion to a position, but the position can't be defended.
I think negations can be defended in general. Some
yeah,
can.
me too.
Oh, yeah, but it's always defended along the lines of there isn't sufficient reason to believe this thing. Right. I start from a place of skeptical.
But hold on. Believe what though? See, that's we're saying the sentence, but in its truncated form. Theists don't believe, and atheists don't lack belief. That's not what those two words mean. They mean belief in the existence of God. So the proposition is about whether a thing exists or not. That's all an atheist should concern themselves with. Not the epistemic understanding. The way we relate to our understanding, that's not the burden of the atheist. They're only denying ontology. They're saying God does not exist.
That's interesting because I think that you could make an objection on either ontological or epistemic grounds, and I think that
Maybe.
my objection is more along the lines of epistemic grounds.
Yeah, but not through atheism. You would not be appealing to atheism or a non-atheist philosophy to argue.
Sure. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Igtheism doesn't have that particular burden that the atheist does, which is holistic denial of existence, right? This is why you're saying things like, I haven't been convinced of a God. Well, I think you have. You're just denying it for no good reason to maintain atheism.
Okay.
Because there is a multitude of things you have been acquainted with that are alleged to be gods and are real. Your hang-up is what makes it a god, because you skip that step in the discussion. So step one in any of these kinds of endeavors to discuss philosophy, step one, when we're referring to nature, step one is existence, right? It is ontology. That's step one. So there needs to be ontos out there. We don't need to be acquainted with it. It just needs to be real. It needs to manifest and have ontology, right? Ontological status. That's step one. Step two is the experience. That's step two in discussion about its nature, is an experience. Step three is describing the experience. You're not describing the ontology. You're describing in words. You're describing the experience. That's what it means to convey the meaning of an extant. Because when we say the word, like the extant is a beaver, right? And we have all these descriptors for beaver. The descriptors don't mean beaver. The beaver means beaver. So you step one, there is a beaver, right? There is an animal. That's step one, ontology established. Step two, experience. And when we look at it, our experience is it's got a flat tail. That's why flat tail made the dictionary. So the meaning of beaver is not in the dictionary. It's in Canada. Well, in zoos and shit. Probably people's fucking barns and whatnot. They stuffed them. Or now they're chopped their skins off and made hats and stuff. But still, the ontology is the animal, right? That's the ontology. So the meaning is the ontology. That's why we're using words like flat tail. We're not doing that from a vacuum. We didn't say premise one, it's got a flat tail. That's not how we did it. Just observed it. And then now we're trying to convey meaning through words, through symbolic representation. So you can never look at the symbolism, and say this is what it means. It's what it means to us, right? What it means within our framework. But when we're asking about ontology, we're not asking what it means within our framework. We're asking how to build the framework of understanding the epistemology of beaver, this extant. And so what I'm saying through Igtheism is that absent the experience, everything you say about it's going to be a non sequitur. Everything. So I give the example, let's say you don't observe the thing. You don't establish ontology. But you say it's blue. Well, since the notion of blue would follow from the beaver being blue or whatever is blue, it would follow from the thing being blue. So we would say blue because we observed blue, but we're saying we didn't observe blue. So we're saying blue absent the experience. So the statement's a non sequitur because blueness isn't following that observation, the thing that would make it a sequitur. It follows the statement, it's blue, follows if the observation affirms blue. But absent the observation, the statement, it's blue, is a non sequitur, and so is its negation. Its negation is a non sequitur. Saying it's not blue is a non sequitur. So it's blue and it's not blue are both not true. That's a contradiction. One of them's got to be true. If it's propositional, it's binary. So a thing that exists is either blue, or you're either blue or not blue, right? Or maybe some combination or whatever. But you are either the property or you are not the property. As an extant, you have that condition. But it's not a condition applied as a property of you. It's a property of a consideration. You're thinking about what a thing is, and you're trying to understand its nature, and you've said that it's blue absent the experience, so it's incoherent. It has no epistemic connection to it, right? It has no validity here because its negation is equally likely. And in that form, it's a contradiction. So this is showing bad linguistic form. You can't properly represent the meaning of an object absent the experience. You can't do it. And that's what the theists are doing. And the atheists are saying they're wrong. The atheists are saying it's not blue. Well, how the fuck do you know it's not blue? Right? How do you know it's even a thing? You haven't even established a thing to determine whether it would or would not be blue, but you're telling them it doesn't exist. Therefore, it's not blue, because only things that exist could be blue. So how the fuck do you know this thing that doesn't exist isn't blue? That doesn't make any sense. You could just say it doesn't exist, and it would be a logical entailment that it wouldn't have the affirmative property of blue. But that's not an understanding of this thing. This is just some weird atheist rejection that I don't accept that. I get it. Okay, some things are not worth accepting, but atheists get stuck in that little microcosm and then assert God's not real. There's no reason to believe. I've never been convinced about a God. And it's like, okay, well, what would it take to convince you? What is it that I could show you where you would say that's a God? And then how do you know that's a property of God? These are not questions atheists can answer. They shouldn't even attempt it, because only theists can answer that question. Only a theist-minded person could tell you what the property of a God would be if it existed. And that's the only way you can negate it, is knowing what it is. How do you know a God's not in your room if you don't know what a God is or what it can do? Like this lighter. How do I know God didn't sneak in when I wasn't looking and replace itself with this perfectly functioning lighter that I can't tell is a supernatural lighter? I would just be going out on a ledge and pretending I know how to identify supernatural things versus natural things. Now, I could go out on a ledge and be like, all the shit that I'm seeing is probably natural. It's all natural. You want to prove me wrong on that, I'll adjust my shit. I'll update. I have no problems. I'm not going to kill myself to prove naturalism wrong. I'm just going to update my model.
So
Also,
I kind of understand what you're saying to be. It would make sense when you're talking about those class of ontological objects that one directly apprehends, like beavers, or like the sun, or like cars. But how does that extend? Are you saying that the only thing that you can legitimately claim to be an ontological object are those objects that you directly are capable of apprehending?
No, what I did is I tricked you by leaving off the last two clauses of the definition of a beaver, which is noted for its ability to dam streams and rivers. That's all you're talking about. You're talking about what it does. Is that true? Is
Well,
it
no,
true
I'm
that beavers
talking
do
about
that?
more like historical facts, or like, the
Yeah,
center
are
of a
they
black
true?
hole, things that you only know through inference.
Nope. The inference is established by priors, which is observations. You're trying to define the prior. You observe the priors of reality. You don't define the priors of reality.
Well, sure, but like I see the ontological object of a human being. I see a bunch of human beings walking around. They have a certain set of properties that I observed, and then somebody makes a claim to me that that Abraham Lincoln was capable of flight through only the use of his body, and I would find that claim dubious, right? Because of what I know about the
Yeah.
properties of humans.
Yeah.
But I view claims to God to be along those types of claims.
No, you have
People are
priors of
making claims
humans,
to me
and you
that are
know that
dubious.
humans can't flap their arms and fly. You don't have a prior of God not being able to flap its arms. Do you? Or am I wrong?
I have a
Did you see
prior
that?
of God coming down to earth and dying on the cross for
But you
my
don't
sins.
have that prior. That's an assumption, not a prior. You're
But
defining
that's a
the
historical
prior.
claim that's being
No,
made.
it's
That's
not.
intrinsic to
It's
God.
not. I don't accept it as a
Or one
prior.
conception of God, anyway.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. It's a claim, not a prior.
When you say prior, I take that to mean like an epistemic prior. Like I
No,
have
for
a prior set
example,
of beliefs.
the claim you're making about Abraham Lincoln, I have priors because humans, if you're saying Abraham Lincoln was a human, and therefore since he's a human, he can't fly. It's not about Abraham Lincoln. It's about his humanity.
Okay.
Like, why
But
do
does it?
why do you
is it not
accept
his
that
humanity an attribute of
as
him?
so? Why do you accept it as something that happened when you say epistemic prior?
Well, whenever I use the term like epistemic or like epistemic prior, I'm using it from the point of view of like how we form beliefs and how do you justify your beliefs? How do you know your beliefs are true?
Yeah, but
And
wait,
when I think of like priors in that
uh,
context, I think of, well, I have all these prior observations of humans that have formed this set of beliefs about what humans are capable of. And this claim that's being made about Abraham Lincoln violates my prior beliefs. So I either have to doubt that claim or update my prior beliefs. I can't
you should
have them
doubt it.
both.
yeah, but when you evaluate a claim, how is it informed?
It's informed by every other belief that I've ever like. It's a very
No.
complex structure of
It's
beliefs
evaluated by the
that's
prior.
informed by my
That sounds
structure of my mind
recursive.
and my experience, right? What?
It sounds recursive in nature.
Recursive. Well, I don't think that epistemology is like some sort of deductive hierarchical system. I think it's sort of just more, eventually you just have to ground it in something.
Yeah,
Right.
And
experience.
people
And
ground it in different
so
things that they can't justify, and that's why there's all this like endless conflict.
epistemically though, what if you have a belief that's just made up?
Like I have a belief that I know isn't true.
No, it's made up, and you have yet to
No.
determine if it's
The
true.
one that you believe is true, but is imaginary. It's not
Well,
real.
that's always possible. I mean, that's always possible, right?
He's
I can't
asking,
be
how do you
just
flesh that
misend-
out,
I
though?
could- well, it's sort of like I always hold it open I never have a belief that's like 100% certain. So, it's
but do you
just
have a standard of acceptance though?
And you just contradicted yourself too. You contradicted yourself to state it. I never done. You contradicted yourself.
well, I don't view belief as having that sort of structure, I guess would be a better way of putting it. I would say that, like, how can I know? I can't. The only way that I would be able to know is to have
Well, you
direct
can't.
access to the world outside of my perspective. So it's impossible for me to
But
know.
I asked about what's acceptable. What's the standard?
What's
your
acceptable?
standard of accept? Do you have a standard of acceptance? That's
No, I would say that like my standards are very much just like ad hoc based upon the particular claim being made.
well, that's
So
messed
like
up.
I don't have like a sort of like I don't have like a sort of framework that I make my beliefs fit into.
But remember,
that
we're
has some-
discussing ontology, bro.
No, I was asking
well,
about
ontology is
a
a separate sort of thing.
standard
It's like,
of
what's the world actually
acceptance for
like?
things being real.
Right,
Not
ontology.
for the total ontology of things, but for that which we're accepting. For those aspects of ontology that we're accepting.
Dude, I could
Sure,
find
well, I
an
base it on,
alien
like, sort of
quantum
evidence, right?
gigolator and
You know?
not know what it is. And I could show it to you, right? I can properly convey you the nature of an alien quantum gigolator to you just by showing it to you. I don't even know, no words required. And I'm establishing the ontology with you. It's through our epistemology and our, models and stuff like that, that we may or may not understand what alien quantum gigolators do. That's the hard part. The easy part is just finding the alien quantum gigolator. Now, I don't know what they look like, but if we ever find one, that's exactly what it'll be, and we'll see it. It'll be that if we see them. Maybe we feel them. I don't know. They get stuck to our butts or something.
Well, it's just tautologically true, though, right?
Yeah, it's trivial.
But if it's tautologically true, it doesn't really add anything like in terms of an ontology.
It's a standard. That's what standards do. That's exactly what a
Yeah,
standard does.
if we observe something that we give a name and then we can agree on what the name is, then we've observed that thing.
Well,
and we've given it
what
that
it's
name.
establishing is that there is a quantum gigolator, alien quantum gigolator. There is the
Mhm.
ontology there. And so it's real. And because it's real and we're real and we interact on a real way, we really encounter them. And when we really encounter the alien quantum gigolators, we really don't know what the fuck they are, but we can really investigate. And we can really talk about it. We can really make claims, and then we can really share our positions on the claims we're making. And we can really
So I think
come
that
to a
like
conclusion.
all right, maybe this would be clarifying. Like I agree with you, right? Where I think where I think the controversy lies in those indirect truth claims that aren't the result of direct observation, right? When you talk about like what the formation of the universe was like, nobody's ever seen what the formation of the universe was, but
Yeah,
we do
we
see these
have.
other things. We make
What
these
do you
other
mean?
observations
That's not
that
true.
that's
not
seem to
true.
follow this set of rules, right?
Hold
This
on, you
set
got an
of
attribution
ordered
error,
rules.
bro. You have an attribution error. What you said is
So
not
you
true.
saw the universe form?
Yeah.
You personally saw the universe at the time of its formation?
Yeah.
That's something that you
I
saw,
was there.
like you've seen a beaver?
I was there.
Okay. Press F to doubt, I guess.
I mean, you doubt it. So
Wait,
do
no,
you believe
no,
that
here's the
do you
claim.
believe
You
that I'm
have a
made out of
story.
energy? Do you believe that I'm made out of energy?
Yeah, in a certain sense.
Okay. When does energy get created?
energy is never created, right?
Oh shit.
And
Okay,
only
so
destroyed.
where was I
Throughout the
when?
formation of the universe.
Then where was I
Uh,
when? I'm energy.
Yeah.
Hold on. Logic tells us I'm energy. And what does logic tell us when we say that I'm made out of energy and energy can't get created? I didn't get
No,
created.
you're something that energy is doing at a certain time period.
No, I am energy.
I don't think that that's true.
Yeah, it's an equivalent
I think that
statement.
you're something that energy is doing.
Hold on. It's
right
an
now.
equivalent statement, sure. Mass, right? Mass times the speed of light squared. Mass to M, right? E equals MC squared. I'm the thing that my meat sack is MC squared, right? But there's a
So you are
conversion
the
factor.
sun.
No. I am the
Well, the sun's
conversion.
energy.
Listen, I am the conversion factor of the energy that I am. Those are equivalent.
What do you mean by conversion factor?
It's an equivalent statement. You can turn me into pure energy.
Yes, but you will no longer be you.
Well,
I
I'll
don't
still
think
be
that I
there,
would
though.
continue to exist if you were to turn me into pure energy through the like antimatter annihilation
Listen,
or something.
obviously, I'm not saying I could survive full, molecular discombobulation. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying
Well,
is,
you are when
in
you
your
say that you
statement,
observe the
in your
formation of the
statement,
universe.
do you know what observation means in science?
Well, in my sense, I mean like you directly apprehended it.
Yeah, I
It's
know, but do you know what it means in science?
Well, I think that it's something like that, but perhaps you could educate me.
Measure
if I'm
or
wrong.
interact with. And
Okay.
depending on what you meant by me, yeah, I was there and I was observing. Now, if you mean like the person you're talking to, yeah, no, I wasn't assembled in that manner. I was all scatterfucked all over the place, right? Until the Big Bang, then I was all in one spot. I was all in one spot at that moment. Every bit that is me right now that I'm using to flat meat and shit, all that meat, what it's made of, was there. So I in that form was there, but I in this form was not there. But we're now talking forms. So
I think we may be
I
getting
was
lost
there.
in like. I think we may be like sort of not being able to handshake
Yeah,
on
that's
terms
because
here.
language
That's
is
distracting from
ambiguous
the
and we got to
underlying.
be careful on how we say things. That's the point.
Sure. What part of what I said as it relates to like where truth claims get more controversial was like where you can't, where it's like we're not seeing eye to eye on what I mean. How could I be
For me,
clear?
I think
Because
it's
I'm a
the standard of
correspondence, I
acceptance.
guess. Like that's where I think truth lies is in its correspondence with the state of affairs. And I'm saying absent the state of affairs, absent that state of affairs, you have no truth.
Like,
Correspondence theory of truth.
would you say that what you've experienced yourself supersedes just any random story claim?
Do I think that what I personally observed myself supersedes any particular story claim?
Well, it's like you
Yeah.
have all these
I think it does for in terms of like my own beliefs. I don't think it necessarily does in terms of like the structure of the ontology of the universe. It
But
may.
we never accessed
I
that,
think
though.
it may,
but
but I don't think
let's
it's
say like
necessarily
have
true
you
that it
measured
does.
have you done a science experiment? Like have you measured
Sure.
gravity?
Yeah.
Right. And so if you had a bunch of witness testimonies of flat
Sure.
earthers saying gravity is not a thing,
hmm
does that supersede your experiments?
No.
Now, can you kind of like reconcile that with what you said earlier?
About what exactly?
Well, we're talking about what's acceptable. And clearly in this case it isn't. The claims being made.
Sure. So I think that
And right,
like,
and you were accepting, we were talking about epistemic acceptability, right? We were talking about epistemic evidence. What was it? We were
Coherence?
talking
truth
about
makers. I don't know.
we were talking about things we're accepting as true for ontology, for what's actually the case. And when
Yeah.
you
So I
put
think
what these religious people say on the table, just like how I'm putting the flat earthers on the table, we're having a huge disconnect.
that like all right. So the flat earthers. I mean, I have like a certain hypothesis about what's going on there. But the reason that I don't find the case that flat earthers make, if there is a coherent case, convincing is that it's not as explanatory as the case that physicists make in terms of what gravity is, in terms of all of the other sort of observations and beliefs that I've formed throughout my life based upon my study of the world, right? And so to me, the case
Maybe
that's being
that
made by
maybe you're
physicists.
getting lost in the analogy when I'm talking about your
Mhm.
direct experience versus someone's claim of experience.
Yeah, but I've
and
never
I need
directly
to
observed the
push
Earth
back
from
on.
orbit, so it's difficult for me. I've never directly observed the Earth from orbit, so I
Well,
have
hold
no
on.
direct experience
But
of
We gotta.
Earth.
that's not what I was talking about though.
I guess I'm maybe the analogy. I'm sort of struggling to understand the analogy that you're using here, because like the way that I
Yeah, did I
view.
say anything about orbit?
Well, we're talking about direct experience versus taking witness testimony.
Yeah, of things falling.
I don't think even flat earthers deny that things fall. Do they? That would be ridiculous. I've never
Sort
heard
of.
one say that.
Sort of. They deal with buoyancy. Things don't
in
fall.
principle.
They achieve buoyancy levels.
They don't believe that
Yeah,
mass
to be
attracts
honest,
mass.
like I sort of like looked into flat Earth enough to know that it's bullshit, and then I kind of like swept it away because like I felt like
Hey, you're
there
getting
was use more
distracted.
useful
You're
things.
getting
Yeah,
distracted.
we're getting derailed hard.
I
Okay.
asked about standards of acceptance.
Standards of acceptance. What I'm trying to tell you is like, um, I like this notion of epistemology as being like a house of cards, maybe, where like or like some system that's like highly interconnected. It's not hierarchical, where you have this baseline proposition set of propositions that like build up in a certain way that builds your epistemology. I think it's like a lot more rough and ready, right? It's a lot more just built to the spec of what's needed in order to navigate in the world effectively. And so
And
like
so, I mean, it's those sound like vague platitudes
okay.
for something that seems like
Look, man, I walk around in the
like
world. I see like
I'm
what's
interested
Gibson?
in
Was it Gibson?
an effective in an effective model of reality, one that brings results, because I know that there are many times when we get results that we do not like, and we want to
Are
be
you
able
familiar with like
to
defense of common sense by
navigate
G.
this world.
Moore?
We want to navigate this world in a way that we can get the things that we need. We can achieve the things that we need. Right? And if we choose to not strive towards that, we won't achieve that. And it seems like these platitudes aren't actually getting to the nuts and bolts of this matter.
Yeah, and there's
right, because you seem uninterested in results.
And there's
I'm interested in
ambiguity
results.
in the conversation about the notion of what is direct or indirect experience. You have look at it this way: you have never had an indirect experience. All of your experiences have been direct experiences. You were directly experiencing reality. So there's a sense of direct experience that isn't really being talked about here, like what I'm introducing, what was previously being talked about, indirect and direct experiencing. You're acting like a direct experience is like I'm experiencing my dog. I see my dog, and that's a direct experience. And then if I go outside and I see her like prints and stuff like that, that would be an indirect experience. But the thing is, we've shifted we've shifted the topic. I'm having a direct experience of dog prints. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, causally, in logic, I understand that dog prints can only be made by the dog that made that dog print, right? So the existence of the indirect evidence of the dog is itself evidence of the dog, right?
Am I not capable of deceiving you by making like a dog looking print?
Not in this form, because we're only talking about the entity that made the print. So I would be deceived in thinking it's a dog, but not deceived in its ontological nature, its status as ontological, right? Its ontology. There is a print, but I am deceived in my epistemology because I have a fundamental attribution error that I'm thinking that's a dog print and not a monkey art.
Okay, so what I want to, yes, but here's how I would relate that to flat earthers, and then we can go into Christianity. There are a series of direct observations, direct experience that I can have, right? on the Earth, right, in terms of taking measurements of the horizon,
wait,
things like this, that would
hold
lead
on.
to an inference that
Hold
the
on,
Earth is a round globe.
We're going to a place I didn't want to go to yet, right?
Okay.
So take a more direct. Maybe I shouldn't be talking about a dog, a ball. Think about a ball rolling downhill, right? If you come upon the path of that ball rolling downhill, you're going to see the path. You're not going to see the ball. You're going to see like a line in the dirt, basically, like a valley, a double-sided valley in the dirt, right? If you're walking across that spot before the ball rolls down the hill, you're just going to see a natural earth, right? Like, we'll just say it doesn't look like anything. And if you're standing there while the ball passes you, you'll see that ball make the dent, the crater, or whatever you want to call it, the line in the dirt. You'll see the ball doing that. So the indirect evidence of a thing is indirect in time. It's only indirect in time. It's not indirect in space. In space, that object is there in all of the space that it was in there. But in time,
I don't view
there is a
indirect as
passing,
being
and
used
that is
spatiotemporally,
what indirect means. Because
No, I
hang on,
disagree.
Let me connect it for you. Because that's why I gave you the 3 scenarios of the ball rolling down the hill. Because the indirect evidence is made by the passing of time, in that the object is no longer there and you're left with the evidence it left behind. But that's a temporal claim, because a minute ago it wasn't a line. It was right there in front of you. It is direct evidence. That is direct. You are there temporally and spatially. And so since you have spatio-temporal reference, you say there is, and that's direct. But when you lack one of the other, you say it's indirect. So direct is when they both converge to spatio-temporal reference, and indirect is when you're basically missing the temporal reference point. You're in the space, but at the wrong time. And so it's indirect. So the difference between indirect and direct isn't ontology. It's space-time. That's the difference. So there is no indirect evidence of a thing that isn't direct evidence of the thing, because things make the indirect evidence. Indirect evidence is impossible to be made absent the direct thing that makes it. This is why it's critical in logic for you to establish the prior. You do not get to define the prior, because once we have the
causation, like causal relationships, is that what you're trying to say?
What am I saying? What?
When you say prior, you just mean like in terms of like a causal relationship?
No, an established outcome determined, QED, that you are appealing to. Something already known to be true as a part of the system that you're making your inference from. This is why deduction doesn't get you there. Deduction plays with all of the outcomes. That you know things to be true. Here are likely
What do you think the role
predictions.
of induction is in forming beliefs?
Well, for me, I've been
Or
detailing.
abduction. Okay, so like here's where like I'm a bit sideways with you on all of this. So I heard you just say like really the indirect versus direct has to do with like temporal sort of it's a temporal thing, but I don't think it's a spatiotemporal thing at all. It
Wait,
has
what?
to do more with like your perspective. It has to
No.
do more with like, did you observe it
Yeah, that's the
directly, or is
point.
it something
Hold on,
that you're
that's the
arriving
whole.
at
You missed
through an
that.
inference,
You
through
missed
some
that.
chain of inferential logic, right?
That's what you missed, though. That's
But,
why I
but
put
it's
you.
not
Hold on.
ontological. It's
That's
not.
why.
It doesn't
Listen.
matter what the state of the world
You're
is.
making
What
a category
matters is,
error.
like,
You're making a
what
category error, bro.
Okay.
You're making a category error.
You're the room owner, so I will defer.
That's
but
why
this
I'm giving
is
you the
weird to me.
distinction that you are there witness to the ball rolling downhill. So that's one distinction. The
But it's not a
ball-
temporal
listen,
distinction. It's a
listen,
distinction of where my
listen,
eyeballs are.
Shut up. So there's a distinction between the nature of the ball rolling down the hill and you observing it. While you're there observing it, all of your observations are direct observations. It doesn't matter what time you arrive. When you're there, it's right now, and all of your spatio-temporal references are in coherence. They are cohering. Okay?
So this is your real-time experience, and that is always direct. It doesn't matter what time you show up at the evidence. T-Rex fossils are direct evidence for you. They are direct. You have no indirect experiences because you are looking out of your eyes, formulating the boundary condition between experience and non-experience or whatever. Everything begins with you from your perspective, so all of it is for you direct. The whole scenario of the ball rolling downhill is all that. You cannot experience indirect experience. You experience indirectly the ontology of other objects. This is your category error. When we're referencing what the ball is doing, that is a different object than you and your observation.
Hey man, please don't take this as me ducking the argument, but I gotta run real quick. I'll try to be back on later. My wife is like gesturing at me. Sorry, I'll be back.
Well, I feel like this day made up for yesterday in my 4-minute. I have a bunch of content. Yeah, I think people kind of get carried away with the whole what's direct versus indirect, evidence versus experience. We kind of equivocate the two throughout the conversations, that all of your experiences are direct experiences, and then evidence can come in the form of direct or indirect. There wouldn't be indirect experience of evidence. There would be direct experience of evidence, which is either direct or indirect. So this is how language gets all fucked up. These equivocations happen, and then people like talk past each other.
Is it similar to the error where people would bring in like subjectivity or objectivity, something like that?
Wait, what?
Like, where they would bring in like subjective or objective. Is it similar to that error?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of that going on in the discussion because, you have the subject who is observing what is by the subject being considered external reality, right? That they're observing something going on that's independent of their brain, that they're not imagining. It's the assumption that there is reality over. The subject's always going to perceive from experience as direct experience, but when we experience the ball, we're always going to experience it in our time frame, in our reference frame. And so depending on when we arrive, we're either going to directly experience the ball or indirectly experience the ball, right? Because we're experiencing the ball through the direct evidence of the indirect evidence. See what I'm saying? It's so convoluted, bro. So there is indirect evidence of the ball, which is direct evidence to our observation. And our observation is a subjective reference from the ontology. So we're just there observing. Depending on when we get there and what we're observing, the nature of our observation is going to be different. And so our explanation of the occurrence is going to be different. Einstein talked about this in fucking relativity, dude. If I'm 100 yards away from an object that you're 10 feet from, we'll say that you're a millimeter from. If I'm a football field away and you're a millimeter away, and we ask the question, who's going to arrive there first? Well, first you got to ask the question, how fast am I? And if I run at normal monkey speed, you're going to win. You're a millimeter away. But if I run at C, yeah, I'm winning. I'm winning basically every time. It just happens because at C, I'm in all locations that I go to. So I could sit there and hang out all day long. I could see you, right? I could sit there and watch, do my nails. I could do all that shit. I could just sit there and blow time all the time I want to, because it'll be the case that when I arrive, it'll be first. I'm photon speed, right? I'm photonic. So I'm there whenever I decide I want to be there, right? Along my temporal pathway. Since I'm not experiencing time, I am in all my locations at one time.
So to a photon, it's just there. It doesn't have to move there. It's already been there all the time that it was there. So this is like, when we get to relativistic speeds, like, see, like, even if you're a millimeter and I go and I run at that thing 99.999% of the speed of light, you're like slow as molasses, bro. Like, you don't even fucking move compared to me. Like, you make no adjustments to anything. I mean, your quarks and shit jigglate and stuff, but there might be a few oscillations of jigglation, but like relative to me, like, you're just a static object, and I could just piddle fart my way there, zigzagging at the speed of light, 99, and that's just how it is, man. Light's fucking weird shit. Relativistic speed's weird shit. You can't just, but like trying to describe it, you have to describe it along its world line, technically. Like, if world lines are real, it has a world line, and it could be described by its world line, and we're spatio-temporally bound objects and can't perceive world lines. So we only see the moment of now that we interact with objects, and so we see causal relations because there's some transient property of change along this path, this shape that is, the world line of all objects. Some call it the block, whatever. That's just a conceptual model. So you have the subject, which is always making direct experience. They're directly experiencing. And all of their direct experiences need to be filtered as direct or indirect evidences of. So there's no time along the path of the ball where you're at the ball that you have to ask any of those questions. If you keep up with the ball as it rolls, you have all the information right there. It's all direct evidence, and you're building indirect evidence in the trail you're leaving behind. Because the only difference between the direct and the indirect evidence here is time. Time has evolved, and the shape looks different. The shape of space-time looks different in that moment than it did in the other moment. But there's no such thing as indirect evidence that isn't directly evidence of the thing. Whatever made it. And that dude was just trying to say, well, what if I get out there and I pat my hands around and I make it look the same? Well, it's the same situation. Because we're just saying whatever made the thing. It doesn't matter whether it was a ball or you tricked me with some device. Some device went down the hill and made the thing, and it shaped it like that. That's how stuff gets there, from causal relations due to our transition through space-time, the topology and geometry of space-time. But yeah, to think that there could be indirect evidence and then assert of a thing that isn't there, a thing that has no direct, is not direct in our ability to perceive it in the same mode here, is just incoherent. Because there's no distinction between the indirect evidence a thing leaves behind and itself, because itself left the indirect evidence. The indirect evidence is only indirect because of time. It's all direct though when it evolves through space-time. That's why it's foundational, critical to establish that as ontologically true, because you're just baking into the conversation God's existence, man. You just bake it in there, whatever properties they're saying, because they just say that reality is indirect evidence. But indirect evidence is direct evidence, right? And it is direct evidence, right? It's just indirect through time. If we rewind the clock, if you stay in the same space but reverse the time, eventually you'll be watching indirect go directly into direct evidence. Indirect evidence will just be indirect, and then boom, direct. And that's when you've caught up in space-time to the object that was leaving behind the indirect evidence. And then you will be able to determine, was that a monkey making the trail, trying to trick me? Or was that actually a ball? That question will be answered through it, because you've converged the space-time reference for you in your little bubble. But yeah, indirect evidence and direct evidence are not different. Same thing. Just conceptually, they're conceptualized differently. It's like
Wow.
two sides of the same line.
I like to refer to it as the same in varying degree, like hot and cold. Like it's all heat. It's just what degree is it at?
People just get gaslit though. They heard some smart nerd say some shit, and they're only trying to think like that guy thunk.
Or that guy said such and such, therefore, rather than seeing the facts. Because like with color, I like to use the example of color gradient. Because where does it stop and where does it like end? Where does a color start? Where does the other one end? There isn't really a line.
Actually, there is.
Yeah.
Space-time has a, what is it, 10 to the, is the maximum threshold of space-time. Resonate a chunk of space-time at a higher than 10 to the 43rd. It'll just, you know, it'll like, something will happen. Some crazy shit will happen. I don't know what'll happen. It's like, I guess it's sort of like how a crystal can resonate, or how like a glass can shatter when it hits a certain.
Yeah.
Sort of analogous to that is like, how do you shatter space-time? You resonate it at 10 to the 43rd hertz, which is a crazy amount of hertz. Because the I don't know what the nerds call it, I forget, but the anti-jigulation factor of reality. So how hard space-time fights back from jiggling around is measured. So like glass is a 1. Metals can be anywhere from a 1 to the 10th, from anywhere from to the 3rd power, 4th power, 5th power. Metals can be pretty strong, so they go from 1 to the 10th before they snap, before they break. But the in the same kind of concept, the binding energy of space-time is a ridiculous number. It's like 10 to the 72, 72nd power. The 72nd power. So like you have to jiggle shit super fucking hard, jiggle space-time really hard to get it to vibrate at what the nerd said was 10 to the 43rd hertz. And at 10 to the 43rd hertz, space-time should just jigglate itself to death.
Jigglate.
Yeah, I forget what they call it, but jigglate sounds like fun. There's a video on YouTube where this nerd does all these calculations. Feels like information overload and shit. You have to wait and you get all the way to the end, and it's just. But like, if you think about, like, you get like a bar of steel and you hit it and it has that twang, that vibration that travels through it. Well, space-time itself twangs harder at 72 factorial, whereas the metal of steel might twang at 4 factorial. So that's the difference between like the kind of rigidity that steel has. Now, space-time itself, that shit you put your hand through all the time, that shit has 10 to the 72 rigidity. Yeah, it's fucking weird. It's weird. It doesn't make sense. How could that shit you just walk through and just be 72 factorial, and metal is 5, right? We'll say 5, which is a medium on the metal scale. How twangy it is. Like when you flick it and it goes, brrr, whatever. That rigidity, that hardness. Well, space-time is that much harder. But like, it's everywhere and you're going right through it. 72 factorial harder. Like, check this out. 10 to the 54 can be understood, or 52 can be understood if you counted every grain of sand on planet Earth, and then you counted all the grains of sand on every planet in all of the universe. That's about 10 to the 50th 52nd or something. Yeah, that's about 10 to the 50th something. So when you're talking about 10 to the 50 and then you're talking about 10 to the 72, it's just the number is just off the charts big. It's beyond. Because even like factorial 252 to factorial 54 is massive. It is the amount of magnitude difference there. Seems like it's only a couple numbers, but in factorial, you're representing all of those things that many times. So you're just making it that much worse every time, and it just gets bigger and bigger exponentially. And so when you get to those big numbers, it don't take many numbers up to get crazy big. So yeah, at 72, which is 20 higher, it's like it's insane that like space-time.
That's a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy that space-time is that much harder than metal, right? On that scale. It's like, how the fuck is my hand going through it then? It's like, but your hand is made of it. So your hand's not going through space-time.
What's the deal with us never touching, apparently?
That's electromagnetism. It's like magnets.
That's a lot.
You know how like magnets repel? You take two magnets and force them together and they push apart? That's due to charge. Well, electric charge is similar to magnetic charge. They have similar properties in that they either repel or attract. And atoms are pretty much neutral because they have a balance of protons, neutrons, and then electrons. They have a sort of balance to them. Now, they can become charged. We call those ions when they get charged. But typically, atoms are neutral because of that balance. And so they're stuck together by the strong nuclear force. And then they bind with each other with the weak nuclear. But the difference between the strong and weak nuclear force is crazy. Like the amount of energies and stuff that you're talking. But yeah, electromagnetism is why you can't touch stuff, because you repel everything like a magnet. It's due to what is it, the Pauli exclusion principle, I think. Wow. I think you have to fact check it. But I think it's that, what is it, electrons can't, or leptons or something, can't occupy the same space.
Oh, so it repelled. I understand now. So like, okay.
Yeah, like your fingers are repelling, but what's weird is so are all the cells. All the cells that make up your hand are doing it too. But because of the way there's a variance in the binding strength of compounds. When compounds bind, they bind in structures. Those structures can lead to stronger, more stable form. So that's why your hand binds together, because it's a polymer. Even though you have electromagnetism, you have polymers, and those polymers get stuck on each other. They get glued up, right? So like your bone is a polymer, for example. It's a polymer laid down by, cells that constantly eat and poop new bone material. Same with your muscles. Your muscles can be understood as a polymer. They're myofibers. Muscle fibers break down into myofilament fibers. So the majority of your biomass is polymer because it's protein. And those polymers have different binding characteristics in different configurations. Yeah, polymers, yeah. That's a joke when you're learning microbiology and shit. They teach you that all a polymer is many mers. Yeah. And then mers are just amino acids. So biology is a system of chemistry that has learned to bind elements to form polymers that have function. And so it depends on the function. Like with bone, the function is going to be binding strength and rigidity versus flexibility. So your bones are going to have those characteristics because that's the type of tissue that it is. Your muscles, they're going to build characteristics that allow rapid chemical exchanges, very rapid chemical exchanges. There's something called the sarcoplasmic reticulum in your muscles, and it's basically like a big vessel
and it empties and fills rapidly, like insanely fast, like scales, like that throw robots like way out of the fucking loop, right? The sarcoplasmic reticulum can fill up and dump calcium rapidly, and in the presence of calcium, you get muscular contraction. So to get muscular contraction, you stimulate the sarcolemma of a muscle, which is stimulated by a neuromuscular junction. So a neuron interacts with the sarcoplasm and stimulates it to release and suck up or uptake the calcium, and the calcium causes you to flex. So when your muscles flexing and then relaxing, it's exchange of that calcium. Sorry about that. Moderated. So it's just, it depends on like the structure, and if you want a big bag, then you want nice flexy juices and stuff, so you're going to be made out of fucking phospholipid. Dude, I thought sarcoplasmic reticulum was
It's unbelievably hot.
bad. It's hot here too.
During this heat, though, it's easier to be outside because if you keep going in and out, it feels weird.
Yeah, it's kind of weird when you think about it that you're just like a bunch of proteins all gooped up on each other and stuff.
I still can't get over the butt germs, okay?
The butt germs?
I can't stop thinking about it every time I shower, every time my butt itches. I'm like, oh my God, there's like butt germs everywhere all the time.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's just the nature of a monkey. You know, that's what happened when we started putting clothes on. Huh? We didn't have that problem before we started wearing clothes. Well, we didn't have clothes to get all stanky. I'm just glad we don't have like a bonobo ass. That would suck so bad.
I think we're pretty handsome.
Yeah, we got pretty nice butts in the animal kingdom. I'll say. Look at all the other animals and mammals and shit. They don't even have butts. Like, dude, most animals do not have butts.
That is true. They just have a hole somewhere.
Well, they just have pelvic girdle and muscle. They don't have all the booty flesh that humans have, which is just jiggly fat.
Why do we have jiggly fat to protect our asshole? Like, why?
We don't. We probably have
Why
for sexual selection.
Really?
Probably.
I thought it was protected.
No.
No, I don't think it
Let's
serves.
protect the eyes.
Like,
Don't really have a function. I guess you could say to sit on it, but you know, that's about it. You could always squat, which is probably what you look at the other monkeys. That's all they do. They squat. They generally don't. They will, but they sit weird. It doesn't hurt them because they sit on muscle. Like they're sitting on muscle. It's not like they're just sitting on bone. They don't have the extra booty fat, right? We just have jiggly booty fat. It's just part of our phenotype, you know. They do, the bonobos, they do have a big old fat booty, but it's ugly as fuck, right? It's horrible. I wonder what animals do have butts.
I bet they could beg to differ. They like their butts.
Yeah, I'm sure they like their own butts, but I think
like
we
each other's
objectively are the best. Because ours evolved for aesthetics, and I understand we're like tainting it with aesthetics, where all other animals just have a functional butt. I don't know, maybe cows like each other.
Aesthetics is part of, isn't it part of like a
Aesthetics, yeah.
So I would say that's a function.
Well, yeah, it's an aesthetic one. So it would be evidence for sexual selection. Like I told you about the giant penis theory, right?
No, you haven't.
If you were to line primates up and like order them by penis
Oh yeah,
size,
you have. Where like it was be easier to reach whatever. So bigger penises are better for reproduction.
well, there's
that
that
one?
model too, but they both track the same phenomenon of humans having grotesquely large, abnormally sized penis, like a gorilla, a silverback gorilla. That dude's packing about 2 centimeters. That's like 4 inches or less. You'd have to look it up. It's like 2.2 inches or something. Is that right? Or is it 2.2 centimeters per inch? Wow.
I don't know. I don't know how to read. Does that help?
Wow. Look, if there's any gorillas out there listening, I understand that you're physically disabled, and I'm not saying this to make fun of you.
The average gorilla penis is 1.25 to 2.5 inches. Yeah, that's a gorilla dick right there. A big ass, like 700-pound, maybe 500-pound animal that could rip my head off with like one of its toe has that big of a penis.
Soft.
No, that's probably a wreck. Yeah, despite weighing up to 500 pounds, talking about a 500-pound animal packing a 25 millimeter, and humans be swinging in at like 50 caliber. You know what I mean? Like we're in rifle status. Like it's a little pocket pistol, and we're packing that fucking heat at like 9. Well, like the average human penis is like 5 inches, I think, or something. Yeah, 5.1 to 5.5. So we're twice as big as an animal that's twice as big as us. It's weird. You know what I mean? It's like having Shaq feet on you. It would be like you having Shaq's feet. Yeah, just walking around like clown shoes and shit. Just these like feet that are like 4 times too big for you. Or like Shaq walking around with your feet. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not going to work, bro. You're not going to be a good basketball player with this thing. It's actually worse because Shaq is 2 standard DB in height. No, but that's why we have the theory, because out of all the other primates, no matter how big they are, even bigger.
My kid's starting middle school this year. I don't know how to feel about that.
What happened?
My kid's starting middle school.
Oh shit. That's when everything went to shit for me. Starting middle school in that state.
Get that kid every tool. Every single one. That's my only regret. Not having enough room and tools to work with.
Which tools did you wish you had? I personally only wish that I had better clothes.
Like needle nose pliers, wire strippers, crimpers, pinheads, soldering iron, maybe a handful of like electronic components, like a DIY kit. Then some saws, some drills, one of those things that does the spinneroonies. I forget what that's called. It's like a miter.
You know, nipple caps, tassels.
It's like if you want to make like a groove or something in a piece of wood.
Am I sending him out into the wild or to middle school? I'm so confused.
Oh shit, we're talking about that.
I don't know. I'm just talking about fulfillment.
Maybe backpack. Flint
I mean,
steel.
school's got that shit covered. They'll
Just
give
thinking
you a
about
list or some shit.
what did I need in 8th grade? Classroom would have been pretty dope.
I needed an escape from this American dystopia.
You didn't have a classroom in 8th grade?
They provided me one. I did not accept it.
I got my escape from American dystopia at the library, so I was okay. I just read books.
I was about the most obstinate
That's what I did.
motherfucker ever.
I was always in ISS, in school suspension, for wearing inappropriate clothing according to the dress code, like ripped jeans. They wouldn't let me express myself. I didn't like it.
Yeah, I just somehow like negotiated with the staff to just like when I'm not feeling it, I would leave. And then when I was feeling it, I'd come back. And I had the grades, so I guess they didn't give a shit.
Dude, I just showed
I
up
had
at
the
school one
grades.
day and I got told to go to the office. And I got in there and they're just like, yeah, so Mr. Basically, and we're put, I'm serious. We were putting you in special needs class, and I had remained in that class my entire career in school. I was totally cool with it. Absolutely fine. That is basically what happened. They just determined that there was something wrong with me, and I just couldn't behave. So I got to go into that class, and I was just tagged like a fucking cow, and they just left me in there to rot.
That is so funny. Oh, we had one of those. I went to private school. We had uniform and everything. But we had a classroom of like I used to go hang out with those kids, the ones that would get removed. I don't know why. they were funner.
I don't know how many fucking therapists and shit I had to like try to get therapized on every time and shit. They just
What's
listen.
your take on childhood therapists?
They could be helpful if they listen. My whole problem is I didn't want to be there. That was my whole problem. And the therapists were never like, yeah, I mean, it's, you know, let's get you out of here. It just never happened. It was always like, yeah, but we kind of need you to get educated.
Yeah, I don't want to be there either.
Yeah, nobody wanted to be there. Well, I mean, most kids probably didn't want to be there. I
No,
just,
my fault was I was too
no.
educated.
I felt like I was already getting education. I was already nerdifying my, you know. I didn't feel like I was actually like interested in anything I was being taught. I didn't get it, you know. I was too young to get that part, and then I was too unruly to just do it anyway.
Like I'm reading like great American authors from like the 1850s, and then I'm getting criticized for not doing math like this way. And I'm like, you got your answer? It's the right answer? Can I just do my own thing?
See, I felt like they were fucking with me. You know, like I always thought that it was just kind of weird. Like you're doing the same problem over and over. I didn't get rote memorization yet. Like my brain was still.
What? Can you explain that?
What do you mean?
You didn't understand rope what? Like repeating the problem until you get it?
Yeah, I didn't.
With different numbers?
Yeah, just like the constant repetition. Because I was never interested in doing math, and I only did math when I was forced to do math. And it feels like you only need to do math a couple times to get it, but then they make you do it over and over and over, and I would just gas out. My ADD would just be like, fuck this. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't pay attention to that. Not until I had a passion.
Yeah,
I
that
really
sounds like ADD for sure.
That's what I hate about like most educations, and what I try to do for the kids the most is just like skip to the cool shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Give them a sneak preview of the cool shit. It's like that's what you're aiming for. That's why you're practicing.
And preface the shit too. Like be honest with like, all right, I mean the shit's gonna be boring today. We gotta learn a bunch of dumb nerd shit. But it'll set it up for explosions or something, or whatever, however you gotta do.
They do that though, because like when at least when I went to school, we dissected frogs and stuff, and we begin the year like we're gonna dissect a frog by the end of the year, and then everything you're learning is for that. Like my teacher would do that. I just don't know how the system is working now. They're using like tablets and a lot of metrics to like measure your kid. I get a report of metrics from my kid through an app.
I mean, I had probably elementary school, probably like moved around a lot. I think I was about 12 when I got any kind of real stability in my life where I could like slow down, you know. I wonder how like an ideal, like if I could ever like stick around and talk to an idealist, I guess I would ask him like, how do you fact check your bullshit? Like, how do you know, right? Like, what is the idealist empirical methodology? Like, it doesn't have to be empirical, but the equivalent.
Well, what is there to be wrong about? Like for an idealist, all there is what you're experiencing, right?
Right, but your experience is variation, and not all of them are as sound as you know. Sometimes you hear shit that ain't there. Sometimes you see a cloud with a fucking penis.
Yeah, but ain't there is not a thing. It's the experience is what is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. How do you differentiate accuracy and inaccuracy in experience? That your experiences aren't always accurate representations of the ontology.
I guess it's like there's no reconciliation in my view. I guess when I'm trying to put it, step in their shoes, it's like they're not trying to bridge the map and territory. They just stop at map, and they're like, "There's just maps."
Yeah, it's just dumb. Like,
and all I have is just the maps revealed. That's all there is.
Can't do it though. Like, my brain's just like, what the fuck you got a map for? It's stupid. And I draw a dick on your map. It's like the idealists when they try to conceptualize. Were too worried about whether or not they could, and they failed to ask whether or not they should. Dr. Ian Malcolm.
Different mental cookie cutter shapes without the cookie.
Rip Sesame Street. Freaking rock star music numbers.
Do we know how to use StreamerBot? You guys ever use that?
I mean, looks just like any other JavaScript doodad, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know how any of them work really. I spent so much time last night trying to get it set up. I didn't really get it.
StreamerBot for which platform?
Well, so allegedly you can use StreamerBot to do those live, when people post in your side chat, you can basically show that as a super chat on your live stream. I want to be able to do that just for regular questions. That way anybody going back on watching the live stream that doesn't have access to the live chat will see.
Pretty sure the overwhelming majority of those are paid, like, services.
I guess, yeah, but they say that StreamerBot can do the same thing. You just gotta, because I got it sort of kind of set up, but I couldn't figure out how to do the macro thing or the key binding bullshit. So, like I said, I kind of gassed out because it took forever to get it like even. Oh shit, I could probably do this.
They look like docs. How about source? Aha, it is a JavaScript doodad.
Wait, why is it black? What the fuck?
Is it just an example app?
See, it's not showing it like it should be showing text.
Wow, unpackaged StreamerBot client, StreamerBot client.js. You gotta hide your source all the way over there. Let me guess, it's gonna be in some unreadable bullshit format. Okay, not as bad as I thought. It's a lot of events.
Do what?
I'm just looking at like 50 different chat events. So I'm just looking at the StreamerBot function, but it looks like crap right now. So I'm gonna install a beautifier because I'm lazy. Yeah, it's all obfuscated. Lame. I mean, most of this seems Twitch and Kick oriented. Let's review what it's looking for. Well, I guess it can detect it. Or it has a listener that it makes for YouTube events. So I guess you could just run this. You could just run it in a container basically. So shit, that's more specific than it needed to be. And that's the thing. That's the StreamerBot source. There should be an equivalent container in like a catalog you can just fetch that has all the stuff set up for you.
Przekopał. Ziomek jedzie ten. Po co tu siedzieć, ten? Zabić się pedale? Nie chodź wysoko na raz.
Can you prove it?
Ale masz pająka, ziomek.
That's what you're looking for, the Docker setup. And then you could get something like Rancher.
Hold on, AI is like actually walking me through this. Let me see if this works. It had me import some kind of crazy SB file or some shit.
I mean, this is basically a server on the side. That's what containers are made for.
Dude, I think this AI is trolling me.
What do you mean?
I think so too.
What'd it do?
Fuck.
So like, the easiest way to get the thing working is
yeah, what were you talking about?
So the way that I would do it would be through this Docker Rancher thing. But the easiest way, I think, to get it set up is to do the, I guess you could just do it the Node.js native way. So it's a Node.js application. You just boot up the Node.js. I think it's like Node.js, like run app or some shit. It's got like a command thing, ChatGPT will tell you. And then maybe just like copy paste the URL and say, hey, where's the config file where I configure it to my YouTube credentials? And then just you change the one file. And then when you run the Node.js run thing in your terminal, it'll read that file and then it'll just like run in the background while you're just doing your whatever. So that's, I think, the easiest setup.
Wow. What the fuck is JL doing? Does he know all this programming bullshit?
No, he just pays for the service, the Streamer whatever.
Oh.
Streamlabs. It's not like too unwieldy. Like change a file, run Node.js from a terminal. You should be good to go. It's like the Rancher thing I like is because when shit ain't working, It's really nice because it'll like auto start it. It'll basically manage like a whole like health life cycle for the thing while you're trying to work. So you don't gotta worry about it trying to like function while you're doing your stuff. But I guess since you don't have to juggle a bunch of stuff, you don't have to do anything more complex than just run the app. So basically, yeah, it just has a bunch of different configurations. You choose the one you want, and it connects and then does the bot thing. It's got support for YouTube.
Dude, it says Streamlabs free is able to do the highlight shit.
Probably.
Like, I don't need to do the multi-platform shit. That's all you get with the, I mean, it's what you get for it.
StreamerBot looks like it works fine. You just need to download the thing. It's not too complex.
Yeah, I tried it, but like the fucking bot, these weird convoluted processes and leading me in circles of deleting actions and shit. Now it's just getting frustrating.
I think you just need to make sure you're filling in the one config file. Yeah. So it's got some, when I was reading the JavaScript source, it's got some default, but it should be in here somewhere. Should just ask ChatGPT.
Hey y'all, remember me when you muted me because I said God was real? How's it going?
Are you just trolling?
No, we don't remember.
Wait, I'm sorry, you said you don't remember?
No.
Why would I
Okay, I'm
remember
sorry.
that?
Maybe that might have been somebody else because I was in here and I was like, God's real, and they like muted me. But anyways, I'm sorry. I thought never mind.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Do better.
Do better what? What am I? Can you not?
Have a better argument prepared for your proof of God, like that kind of thing.
Yeah, if it's a question, it's a debate. I don't understand why someone would mute me in the middle of our conversation. It was more of he was calling someone's mama fat, and I had paused that and said, "Don't say that." I think that's where it got me in a little bit of trouble, which is kind of retarded. But
I mean, I think the retarded thing was you interrupting the people having the conversation because you have feelings about what someone was going to say about someone's mom.
I didn't interrupt. It was after that conversation had stopped, and I was just standing up for the person because they actually were upset about that. And then our conversation continued. So, what's your point?
So, do you believe in God?
I do.
Can you prove that your God exists in this reality?
No. I didn't come here to argue. I just came here to say hello.
I'm not arguing. I'm just asking if you can present evidence of your God existing.
Well, I really am not trying to get into a debate, but other than the Bible.
So, a claim, you're going to use a claim to justify a claim? Like, what is that?
Multiple different people wrote the Bible, and all the stories added up to, like, all the different people wrote different stories. They all added up to the same conclusion that Jesus Christ died. And all those different people, different generations, like, do you get what I'm saying?
It leads up to that their infanticide and the promotion of pedophilia is okay in society. That's what you get out the Bible.
How does the Bible say anything about pedophilia? And if you're gonna say because Mary was a virgin and she was a minor, and that's why, if we're really gonna go there, is that what you mean?
No, I'm talking about Numbers 31.
Okay, because I had someone last time say that's why God was a pedophile, and that was not true. But you said what?
Another reason. But Numbers 31 is a much better example of God's pedophilic nature.
But he created the earth. I have a question. Do you believe in the Big Bang?
Can we
Wait, how does that make you not a? How does that?
Well, I mean, nothing. Okay, so if there was a Big Bang, then God wouldn't have been real. So that is my point. That has something to do.
Listen. Can we observe the Big Bang?
We observed the Big Bang?
Yeah, can we observe it?
What was the evidence? Wait, okay, so someone saw it. Right. Really?
Yeah, we can observe it. It's a point in which we can observe, right? So that's the Big Bang. It's just an event that happened in the universe, right?
Yeah, but how do we know that actually happened?
Infrared telescope, science. Like,
we look into the sky and
Science
we can
has
see
also
it.
proven that Jesus Christ rose from the dead. It was a rock that couldn't have been moved by a human being. So how did the rock move and he disappeared?
That's not. That's not science proving Jesus Christ existed.
I mean, so if you're okay, so if I looked up right now, okay.
Wow, you broke her. I can't believe I was asked if I believe in the Big Bang.
That was like the beginning of 12 conversations. It was like speed dating.
Yeah, it's like it's a point we can observe. We can observe the Big Bang, like with an infrared telescope. So, what do you mean? Do I believe in it?
Yeah, you have never seen an atheist help anybody. That says a lot about their bro. What are you talking about? You need to get out more, man. Look up Doctors Without Borders. Done, right? Like done, dude. Look embarrassed. Like you're embarrassing yourself. Like how? I don't understand how people comment like that, expecting like. Do you expect people to engage you honestly when you challenge someone's capacity to be good? You just walk up to him like, prove you could be good. What? What do I do? Like not kill you? Like not punch you in the dick? Like what do I do to prove I'm good? Like doesn't make any sense. Prove you're good, right? What do? Just say some bullshit about Jesus and that proves you're good? You're a good person? So you just get done stabbing someone to death and you're like, well, I believe in Jesus, so I proved I'm good. Shut up. I would be so embarrassed to say shit if I was a theist, man. It's probably why I'm not, because like I said shit out loud and then I got embarrassed and I was like, I don't want to do that no more. That shit's embarrassing.
Oh shit, here comes the rain.
Yeah, it should be getting cooler over here because it'll be raining most likely.
Yeah, I'm going down 95, passing through Brevard County right now.
Oh yeah, I recognize that bridge all the time.
Dude, it looks like that's all connecting to a service anyway. StreamerBot. So it's like they got some servers and they won't share.
That was a good ass fucking rainstorm right there, man. Holy shit.
So done with this fucking heat.
It's really hot here too, man. Holy shit.
All right, I'm gonna take the stream down and try to boot it back up with Streamlabs.